Level 1. Picture yourself in a twilight wheat field, greeting a scarecrow wearing your fiercest rival's coat, its straw grin daring you to strike before thinking twice. In a sleepy riverside town, the council proposed planting 10 native oak saplings along a crumbling embankment, no fences, no path closures, just roots to steady the soil and a little shade for summer picnics. Mid-meeting, a homeowner sprang to her feet. "They're plotting a dense, tangled forest," she warned, "where muggers lurk, children vanish and property values collapse." Her words crackled like dry straw. Neighbours instantly pictured a Jurassic jungle devouring their manicured lawns. Talk radio hosts labelled the plan eco-extremism. The community newsletter screamed radical rewilding agenda, and by dawn the volunteer who drafted the modest proposal had resigned in frustration, baffled that 10 saplings could grow into a nightmare woodland overnight. That civic melodrama is the straw man, first rung on our ladder of fallacies. Watch its 3 easy acts. Act 1. Distort. Inflate or oversimplify a real claim until it hardly resembles itself. Act 2. Incinerate. Attack the flimsy caricature with righteous zeal. Straw never fights back. Act 3. Declare victory. Celebrate as though the original idea has fallen. The trick works because our pattern-hungry minds crave crisp stories. Demolishing a dummy grants the soothing illusion of decisive progress. Centuries ago, Oxford scholars warned against arguere in palleus. To argue against straw, proof that the spectacle is as old as public debate. Modern discourse reruns the script daily. A modest tax adjustment becomes total war on small business. A plea for nuance morphs into censorship of free thought. Different stage, same stuffed effigy. A gentle invitation. Replay your last spirited conversation. Did you trim away a friend's careful qualifiers, then torch the leftover silhouette for sport? When commentators vaporize a proposal in 30 seconds, ask whether they wrestled the genuine argument or merely set hay ablaze. Tomorrow, practice restating someone's view so faithfully that they reply, "Yes, that's exactly right." Notice how much sturdier the dialogue feels when no straw is within reach. Breathe slowly. Picture the 10 real oaks, still seeds in a folded envelope, waiting for calm deliberation. Behind you, straw sparks swirl skyward, glowing briefly before fading into the night. Exhale, soften your gaze, and follow me to level 2, where a new distortion patiently awaits. Level 2. Imagine a midnight courtroom lit only by flickering candles. At the podium stands a young engineer explaining how a graceful arch will spread the weight of a new bridge. Before she can finish, an alderman bangs his gavel and sneers, "What would you know? You failed geometry in your first semester." The gallery gasps, the design is tabled, and the river keeps its rotting wooden span. No one inspects stress diagrams or tidal charts. They are busy inspecting her past. That scene showcases ad hominem, Latin for to the person. Instead of meeting a claim on its own ground, we swing at the speaker's biography, motives, accent, haircut, or childhood sins. The fallacy appears in 3 familiar disguises. Abusive ad hominem hurls direct insults. You're ignorant, therefore your data are worthless. Circumstantial ad hominem hints at bias. Naturally, the nutritionist praises vegetables. She sells carrots. To quoque snarls, "You're a hypocrite who does the very thing you condemn," pretending that hypocrisy cancels evidence. Each disguise plays the same sleight of hand. By bruising the messenger, we hope the message bleeds away. Why does it work? Long before spreadsheets, human survival hinged on reading allies and rivals. A whiff of dishonour sparks a reflexive recoil, sparing the brain the heavy labour of analysis. Demagogues, advertisers, and playground bullies weaponize that reflex with glee. History brims with casualties. Renaissance astronomers dismissed as heretics, abolitionists branded anarchists, whistleblowers labelled traitors. The goal is always the same: silence the idea by bruising the speaker. Scroll through today's social feeds and you'll see the tactic optimized for the algorithmic age. A climate scientist's thread is swarmed not with countergraphs, but with childhood photos and jokes about her hair. A cybersecurity expert is ignored because he once fell for a phishing scam 15 years ago. Rage reacts spread, the feed rewards the fuss, and the underlying evidence remains unopened, like blueprint tubes left unrolled beside the riverbank. Test yourself. Recall the last time someone waved away your suggestion with a jab about your age, title, or accent. Did the sting tempt you to abandon the point entirely? Next conversation, run a mental experiment. Imagine the claim delivered by a stranger, an enemy, or a speech synthesizer with no backstory at all. Does the logic change? Then flip the mirror inward. When you feel the urge to question credentials, pause and weigh the actual evidence first. Let the crumbling bridge remind you, timber creaks, reputations wobble, yet sound reasoning can span the river regardless of who presents it. Inspect the beams of argument, not the clothes of the builder. Candlelight dims. Gather your thoughts and step upward. Level 3. Awaits with a fallacy that bypasses biography and dives straight into the bloodstream of persuasion. Level 3. Imagine you are sitting at a town hall budget meeting when an elderly man in a faded military jacket shuffles to the microphone. He pulls out a wrinkled photo of himself in uniform, voice trembling as he recalls nights in a foxhole overseas. He finishes with a simple demand. The city must fund a new statue in his regiment's honour. Applause erupts, the council votes yes in minutes, and no one opens the finance spreadsheet showing that the park maintenance deficit will shutter after-school programs by winter. That irresistible surge of feeling is appeal to emotion, the third step on our ladder. Instead of proving that a claim is true or practical, the speaker bypasses the reasoning centres and strikes directly at empathy, fear, pride, or outrage. The logic becomes, if this story moves you, the policy must follow. Classic versions include appeal to pity, grant my request or you are cruel; appeal to fear, support the law or chaos will reign; appeal to flattery, agree and you demonstrate your sophistication; appeal to spite, oppose the idea to punish some disliked group. Each variant trades evidence for adrenaline. Neurologically, the play is elegant. Emotional stimuli travel a lightning-fast neural track, flooding the bloodstream with bonding or stress chemicals long before the slower cortical path can weigh costs and benefits. Marketers know it. Think of charity commercials that linger on tear-filled eyes before citing statistics, or political ads that rumble ominous music behind rival candidates. The stronger the affect, the less oxygen remains for counter-analysis. Appeal to emotion is not evil by nature. Feelings can spotlight real harms, signal moral urgency, or galvanize collective courage. The fallacy arises when emotion replaces, rather than accompanies, evidence. A soldier's sacrifice may deserve recognition, yet the city still owes taxpayers a transparent accounting of trade-offs. A graph of after-school outcomes might have altered the vote had the council paused to consult it. Test your filters tonight. Scroll through news headlines and note which ones ask you to feel first and think later. Count the words heartbreaking, terrifying, shameful, heroic. When you catch an emotional hook, ask, what data underlie the plea? Would the conclusion stand if delivered in monotone on a blank page? Carry this vigilance into your personal life as well. The next time a friend pleads, if you loved me, you would agree, notice the quiet sleight of hand, affection being substituted for justification. Compassion and clarity can coexist, but only when we grant them equal speaking time. Now exhale, clearing the residual adrenaline from the budget meeting. Picture the statue rising beside an empty playground and consider both as dimensions of truth. Our ascent continues to level 4, where logic narrows the world into only 2 doors and dares us to choose immediately. Level 4. The town hall is packed, Storm sirens still echo from last night's squall. The mayor strides to the mic and declares, "Either we approve the $5 million seawall tonight, or we admit we want our children swept into the bay." Gasps ripple. Who wants flooded schools? Hands shoot up. Motion passes. No one discusses cheaper levies, phased drainage fixes, or relocating a dozen homes off the floodplain. Welcome to false dilemma, also called false dichotomy, black or white thinking, the bifurcation fallacy, or the excluded middle. The structure is simple. Present two and only two options, then pressure the audience to choose the speaker's preferred horn to avoid the horrifying alternative. The rhetorical power comes from collapsing a complex landscape into a single dramatic canyon jump. Watch for three common patterns: binary framing, with us or against us; spectrum compression, a continuum gets snapped at an arbitrary breakpoint. Carbs are either poison or perfect. Linked bundle, several policies are glued together and sold as inseparable. Oppose one piece and you're accused of rejecting the entire package. Social media magnifies all three because thumbnails and headlines reward sharp contrasts over nuanced matrices. Our brains are complicit. Under stress, we default to heuristic shortcuts. 2 buckets are easier to track than 20 trade-offs. Tribes love flags, friend or foe, pure or contaminated. Platforms reward outrage that fits in a line of text. False dilemmas thrive in that cognitive climate like mildew in a closed bathroom. Important safeguard: not every two-option claim is fallacious. Some propositions are genuinely binary, ballot measure passes or fails. A server is patched or unpatched. A person is or is not currently logged in. The fallacy emerges when credible middle positions or combined strategies are ignored, hidden, or deliberately suppressed. Self-test tonight. Scan recent conversations for language like either, only, everyone, never, completely. Ask, what would a blended plan look like? Could timing convert an either-or into a sequence, first sandbags, then selective buyouts, later a smaller wall? Could risk tolerance vary by neighborhood? Reopening the decision space often releases social tension. People feel seen when their gradients are allowed. Decision analysts poke holes in false dilemmas with quick tools: payoff matrices, scenario trees, cost-benefit sliders, sticky notes on a whiteboard. Once the room sees multiple squares to choose from, the forced cliff jump loses its thrill. As you drift, picture the coastline not as 2 cliff edges, but as a nautical chart filled with inlets, marsh buffers, and engineered breakwaters. Complexity can be navigated. False simplicity runs aground. When someone corners you with 2 doors, check the walls. There's usually a hallway hidden in shadow. Up next is level 5, post hoc, our tendency to see tides of causation where only coincidence may flow. Level 5. The church bell rings noon in the hilltop village of San Mateo. Below, a farmer squints skyward. Storm clouds tower like grey cathedrals. He remembers last week's festival when children danced around the ancient elm and how rain fell the very next morning. Today he grumbles that the clouds are punishment. Someone must have skipped the dance. By sunset, townsfolk vow the ritual will never be neglected again, certain they have found the switch that toggles the sky. Post hoc, short for the Latin phrase post hoc ergo propter hoc, after this, therefore because of this, seduces us with serial order. If B follows A, our brains whisper that A caused B. The fallacy powers folk cures, stock market myths, and locker room superstitions: wear the lucky socks, win the game, change the central bank governor, trigger a recession, install the traffic light, invite car thefts. Correlation masquerades as causation, hitching coincidences into tidy narratives. Why does the error persist? Pattern recognition is a survival trait. Hearing rustle, seeing lion leads to swift retreat, even if 9 times out of 10 the noise is only wind. False alarms are cheap. Ignored alarms can be fatal. Over millennia, the fast associative circuit outcompeted the slow statistical one. Advertisers and pundits exploit that shortcut. Our new vitamin launched last quarter. Notice how infection rates dipped? Science counters with control groups and randomized trials precisely because personal observation is so easily bewitched by temporal adjacency. Classic forms split into two branches: simple post hoc links, single events, rooster crows, sun rises, come hoc, with this, therefore because of this, binds simultaneous trends. Ice cream sales rise with drownings, so ice cream causes drowning. Both confuse shadows for engines. Analysts break the spell by asking three questions. Could hidden variables explain both events? Does the effect occur without the supposed cause? Can the mechanism be demonstrated, not just narrated? Conduct a personal audit. Recall a time you credited a productivity app for a stellar week, never noting that deadlines, caffeine, and clear objectives co-conspired. Scan your memory for someone you blamed unfairly because catastrophe struck after their arrival. Awareness begins the unbinding, evidence completes it. Tomorrow, suppose rain follows an hour of joyful dancing. Before proclaiming victory, track the barometric pressure, study seasonal monsoon patterns, test villages that skipped the dance entirely. If the storms obey only music, meteorology will confirm it. If not, the elm ritual belongs to poetry rather than forecasting. As clouds roll past San Mateo, let the bell toll for coincidence, reminding us that sequence alone is no verdict. Gather your notes, dry your socks, and prepare for level 6, where a handful of cases balloons into sweeping certainty. Level 6. At the county fair, a teenager wins a giant teddy bear on her very first ring toss attempt. Thrilled, she posts that the entire midway is an easy jackpot and urges friends to wager their allowance. By evening, social feeds sparkle with photos of her plush prize and bold captions claiming anyone can beat the system if they hurry. 2 hours later, those same friends trudge home empty-handed, pockets lighter, convinced the games are rigged against outsiders. A single rosy outcome and a handful of sour losses have blossomed into sweeping verdicts. That is the engine of hasty generalization. The fallacy appears whenever we leap from a thin or unrepresentative sample to a broad rule. A driver is cut off twice by sports cars and concludes all sports car owners are reckless. A traveller suffers one bland meal and warns that an entire city's cuisine is hopeless. Election pundits interview 3 diners in a roadside cafe and proclaim a national trend. Small nets, big conclusions. Why do flimsy data points feel so persuasive? Brains are efficiency machines. Building a worldview from exhaustive evidence takes effort, so shortcuts that mimic certainty feel rewarding. Our ancestors often decided on minimal information. Rustle equals predator. One bitter berry means the bush is poison. Evolution favoured speed over statistical rigour. Hasty generalizations usually follow a recipe. First, a vivid anecdote grabs attention. Second, similarity bias paints the anecdote onto every member of the category. Finally, confidence inflates because the conclusion feels self-generated. After all, you witnessed it yourself. Marketing exploits this by spotlighting a single ecstatic customer, while politics thrives on one frightening crime story replayed in a loop. To defend against the trap, ask 3 questions. 1. How big is the sample compared to the population? 2. How were the examples chosen, randomly or by convenience? 3. Could alternative explanations fit the same sliver of data? If any answer is we don't know, you're skating on thin ice. Practice tonight. Scroll through reviews and note how many condemn a product after a single delivery mishap. Listen for friends labeling an entire profession from one awkward encounter. When you feel yourself making the leap, pause and imagine adding 10 more data points. Would the rule survive, shrink, or flip? Not every shortcut deserves a place on the map's legend. Picture that teddy bear winner waving from the fairground gate. unaware her lucky toss sparked a mini-economy of false hope. Wisdom waves back, pocketing conclusions until the sample grows sturdy. Level 7 waits ahead, where slippery language insists that one harmless step today guarantees a tumble tomorrow. Picture a quiet village square where a local baker wants permission to park a tiny espresso cart beside the fountain on Saturday mornings. Before the council can vote, a shopkeeper rises to warn that allowing one cart will invite a parade of food trucks. Within months, he predicts neon franchise banners, thumping music, fried oil smells, and littered cobblestones. Property values, he insists, will plummet. The council, spooked by the imagined cascade, rejects the modest request. The square stays empty, and villagers keep driving to the next town for coffee, an actual loss to prevent a hypothetical future. This is slippery slope, the claim that a small, seemingly harmless action will unavoidably trigger a chain of events ending in disaster. The structure bends like a row of dominoes. Push one, and a far-off tile must tumble. Advocates rarely present data on how likely each step truly is. The chain is treated as automatic. Two main varieties appear. Causal slippery slopes assert physical inevitability. Legalizing one mild drug will biologically lead users to crave harder substances. Judgment slippery slopes argue that approving one exception erodes moral or legal boundaries. Allow one costume at school, soon nobody will respect the dress code at all. Why does the image stick? Humans are wired for narrative forecasting. Our survival once depended on spotting distant danger from a single broken twig. Cognitive biases, such as loss aversion and catastrophizing, inflate worst-case paths while downplaying brakes, guardrails, or counterforces. Media dramatization reinforces the fear. Headlines scream, "First step toward tyranny," because nuance sells fewer clicks. Not every slippery slope warning is wrong. Some processes truly accelerate once begun. Think of invasive species or compounding debt. The fallacy appears when the speaker skips evidence that the dreaded slope is steep, slippery, and without exits. Skeptical listeners can probe with 3 questions. 1. What concrete mechanism links step A to step B? 2. How probable is each link based on past examples or data? 3. Are there checkpoints where society can halt the slide if it starts? If those answers are thin, the slope is more straw than ice. Test yourself. Recall a debate where someone argued that a small policy tweak would open the floodgates. Did they show historical cases where the flood actually happened, or simply paint a vivid picture? When your own mind races from small change to apocalypse, pause and chart intermediate steps. You may find contingency plans, feedback loops, or plain improbability breaking the fall. As evening settles over the village square, the fountain still splashes in peace. The feared carnival of chaos never arrives because its entrance ticket was imagination, not inevitability. Sip your hypothetical espresso and prepare for level 8, where reasoning begins to spin in circles and answers end where they start. Level 8. You step into a grand circular hallway whose polished floor turns under your feet like a lazy carousel. Every door you pass leads back to itself. No matter which knob you twist, you arrive where you began, certain you have moved forward. In the capital of Montoria, a royal decree once declared, "The crown's will is just, because whatever the crown wills is justice." When citizens questioned a new tax on bread, ministers unfurled parchment bearing that very line. Bakers protested that the levy would starve the poor. Officials replied, "Impossible, for a just measure cannot cause injustice. Look, the decree proves it." Appeals went nowhere. The scroll quoted itself until dissent tired and the ovens cooled. Montoria's policy endured for decades, not through evidence or comparison with neighbouring realms, but by looping logic in gilded ink. Circular reasoning, also called begging the question, occurs when an argument's conclusion hides inside its own premise. Rather than offer support, the premise restates the claim in slightly different words. Ghosts exist because I have seen spirits. Reading is healthy because it benefits well-being. The reasoning feels solid because each statement seems to confirm the other, yet both stand on the same shaky plank. 3 telltale signs expose the circle. First, key terms repeat without fresh justification. Justice defined by the Crown, safety defined as whatever is declared safe. Second, the proof works only for those already convinced. Skeptics find no new facts to weigh. Third, attempts to demand clarification merely point back to the original claim, like a compass spinning north in all directions. Why does this loop persuade? Familiar phrases soothe uncertainty. Repetition masquerades as reinforcement. In heated debate, listeners may not notice the argument has walked a treadmill because the scenery, the phrasing, changes just enough to suggest motion. Politicians lace speeches with circular slogans. Our nation leads because we are a leader. Advertisers lean on brand authority. Trust us, we are trustworthy. Guard against the spiral by asking one question: what would count as disproof? If the answer circles back to the claim itself, the reasoning is self-referential. Seek independent checkpoints, data, external standards, comparable cases. When someone states, the defendant is innocent because she would never commit a crime, request evidence of whereabouts, fingerprints, witnesses, anything that exists outside the statement's echo. As you exit Montoria's paper maze, imagine setting down markers that do not echo one another but point outward to verifiable ground. Our climb continues to level 9, where a glittering distraction lures reason off the intended path. A detective follows muddy footprints through an abandoned warehouse, flashlight beam dancing over crates. Just as she nears a back door marked boiler room, a clatter erupts on the opposite side of the building. Instinct pulls her toward the noise, but the sound came from a cleverly tossed wrench. Nothing more. By the time she circles back, the real culprit has slipped through the boiler room and into the night. The diversion worked because her attention, not her evidence, guided the chase. That diversion is the essence of the red herring fallacy, introducing an irrelevant point to steer discussion away from the matter at hand. The term originates from 19th century fox hunters who reportedly dragged cured herring across a scent trail to train hounds. In debate, the herring can be emotional, an inflammatory anecdote, factual, an unrelated statistic, or procedural, quibbling over wording. Whatever its form, the goal is the same. Shift focus so subtly that listeners think the detour is part of the main road. Consider a town hall discussing rising bus fares. A council member suddenly asks, "Why aren't we talking about potholes? Our streets are a disgrace." The room nods. Potholes are indeed bad, yet street repair costs have no bearing on fare hikes. By the meeting's close, buses remain expensive, but everyone feels they addressed an important civic issue. The red herring succeeds because it offers mental relief. Tough problems spark discomfort, whereas tangents provide fresh terrain where opinions come cheaply. Detecting the maneuver involves 3 checks. First, relevance. Does the new point logically affect the outcome of the original issue? Second, timing. Was the tangent introduced just as the debate tightened, or evidence mounted? Third, proportionality. Does the conversation now spend more energy on the side topic than on the core question? If 2 of these tests ring true, a fishy odour likely fills the air. Why do we fall for it? Cognitive load plays a role. Complex subjects tax working memory. Our brains crave simpler tasks and welcome any chance to pivot. Social positioning also matters. Introducing a tangent lets a speaker display knowledge or passion without wrestling the messy main argument. Media amplifies the effect. Headlines seize on flashy side notes because they attract clicks, leaving the underlying issue unresolved but obscured by noise. Strengthen your defenses with disciplined questions. How does this relate to the original claim? Will resolving your new point change our decision? In personal conversations, gently steer back. We can address potholes later. Right now, we're deciding bus fares. The technique preserves goodwill while realigning focus. Picture the detective pausing, recalling her case file, and turning back toward the boiler room before the wrench clatters. In reasoning, as in sleuthing, attention is currency. Spend it wisely. Ahead lies level 10, where the glow of expert authority beckons, promising certainty whether earned or not. On a bright Monday morning, the town's water board gathers to vote on whether to spend $3 million on a new filtration system. Before any municipal engineer presents data, a limousine glides to the curb. Out steps Dr. Felix Hawthorne, host of the primetime TV show Science Snapshot. Wearing a spotless lab coat and a confident smile, he proclaims, "The Hawthorne method is the future of pure water. Trust me, I'm a scientist." Cameras flash, council members grin, and within 15 minutes, a unanimous vote approves the purchase. No one asks what Hawthorne's doctorate is in zoology, whether peer-reviewed studies exist, none, or why his foundation will receive a consulting fee from the contract. The episode illustrates appeal to authority, the shortcut of accepting a claim simply because it comes from someone famous, powerful, or alphabet-laden. Genuine expertise matters, but the fallacy arises when that authority is irrelevant, exaggerated, or unverified. It shows up in 3 common costumes. Celebrity halo, a movie star swears by this herbal pill. Field mismatch, a Nobel physicist endorses a crash diet. Institutional glitter, certified by the International Board of Excellence, a group whose board happens to own stock in the product. Why does the badge persuade us? For most of human history, survival depended on listening to skilled hunters, midwives, and weather readers. Deference conserved energy and reduced deadly mistakes. Modern life multiplies podiums and microphones, blending charisma with knowledge until they look identical. Brains still lean on that ancient shortcut. Respected face equals reliable fact. Marketers exploit it, renting credibility the way they rent billboards. Yet not every appeal to authority is wrong. When a virologist explains vaccines or a civil engineer signs off on a bridge, domain and claim align. The fallacy bites only when credentials misalign, evidence stays hidden, or dissenting experts are hushed. Test authority with 4 questions. 1. Does this person's training match the topic? 2. Is there broad peer agreement? 3. Can independent reviewers inspect the data? 4. Does the speaker profit directly from our belief? Carry the test card in daily life. When an ad boasts dentists recommend, flip to the footnote. How many dentists, and were they paid? If an influencer touts miracle crypto returns, check whether they earn more from trading coins or selling courses. Teach teenagers early. Admiration and evidence are separate currencies, and exchange rates vary. Return now to the council chamber. Imagine delaying the vote until neutral labs replicate Hawthorne's results, cost-benefit studies run, and maintenance crews weigh in. The filter might prove brilliant, or dissolve under scrutiny. Authority can launch curiosity, but only evidence can land the plane safely. Keep your seatbelt fastened. Turbulence of public opinion lies ahead. Lesson logged. Level 11 awaits, where sheer popularity, everyone's doing it, tries to pass itself off as proof. A new phone game called Gem Giants appears in the App Store on Friday morning. By lunchtime, screens on the subway glow with its bright gems and cartoon ogres. A billboard near city centre shows a smiling teenager. 200 million players can't be wrong. Download now. That evening, you watch a comedy live stream where hosts laugh. If you're not collecting gems, who even are you? You have no interest in puzzle games, yet curiosity needles you. 2 taps later, the app installs, not because the gameplay was proven fun or the privacy terms reassuring, but because a chorus of strangers declared it irresistible. That pull is the bandwagon fallacy, also called appeal to popularity. The argument runs, if most people believe or do X, X must be true, good, or safe. The wagon's wheels come in multiple sizes. Advertising leans on social proof. The nation's favourite cereal. Politics rallies with poll numbers. 83% of citizens support the measure. Schoolyards enforce fashion. Everyone has these sneakers. The underlying assumption is identical. Mass adoption equals merit. Why does the bandwagon roll so smoothly? Humans are tribal learners. Long ago, copying the majority saved time and reduced risk. If the whole village avoided bitter berries, you did too. No need for individual trials. In modern markets, crowds still offer clues. A bustling restaurant likely tastes decent, but popularity alone cannot guarantee truth. False beliefs spread just as fast as accurate ones. History is full of majority errors. Bloodletting as medicine, lead paint in nurseries, speculative bubbles that burst. To test for bandwagon logic, separate the statistic from the substance. First, ask, aside from popularity, what evidence supports the claim? Second, consider selection. Who counts as everyone? A survey of loyal fans cannot prove worldwide acclaim. Third, check time. Is this popularity sudden and possibly fleeting? Fads often spike before data can catch up. Marketers amplify the fallacy with urgency. Join the 2 million subscribers before midnight and get a bonus skin. Social media algorithms reinforce herd signals by ranking content with the most likes, not the most accuracy. Political campaigns cite polls to generate momentum. Voters swing toward perceived winners, reinforcing the very numbers they saw. Defend your judgment with a quick pause. When tempted by most people, hunt for counterexamples and quiet critics. Ask yourself whether you would still choose X if only a handful of thoughtful experts endorsed it. Teach children early. Being in the majority feels comfortable, but comfort and correctness keep separate ledgers. Picture the subway commuters weeks later. Half have deleted Gem Giants after realising it drains battery and sells data. The billboard is replaced by a new sensation, Climb Cube, played by 300 million. The wagon never stops. Only riders change. Stand on the sidewalk, wave it by and board when the destination, not the crowd, matches your own map. Next comes level 12, where traditions long accepted gain authority merely from age, whispering that old equals right. At dusk on the coastal island of Windhaven, villagers gather in the square to watch volunteers trim the wicks of a towering whale oil lantern that has burned every evening for more than a century. Tourists snap photos, schoolchildren chant the island motto, "Light as our fathers lit it." Last year, an energy cooperative offered to donate solar-powered LED beacons, cheaper, brighter and wildlife-friendly. Town elders refused without debate. "Our great-grandparents trusted whale oil," they said, "so it must remain the safest and noblest light." The discussion ended before costs, benefits or modern ethics could enter. The glow of history outshone all evidence. This scene captures the appeal to tradition, the claim that a practice or belief is good or true, simply because it is old and familiar. Its cousin, appeal to antiquity, stretches even further. If an idea dates to ancient sages, it must be wise. The syllogism is simple. People have always done X, therefore X is correct. Miss the lantern and you miss enlightenment. Tradition can carry genuine value, recipes perfected by generations, rituals that bind communities, proverbs distilled from hard lessons. The fallacy appears when age replaces inquiry. Whale oil once outshone tallow and torches, but technological, environmental and moral landscapes have shifted. Clinging to habit without fresh scrutiny risks locking progress out and locking harm in. Watch for 3 signals. First, nostalgia pivot. Defenders change the subject from effectiveness to heritage. It's part of who we are. Second, ancestor authority. Critics are labelled disrespectful to elders, creating social pressure to conform. Third, evidence avoidance. Proposals for testing or comparison are dismissed as unnecessary or even offensive. Why does tradition feel persuasive? Familiar routines create psychological safety. Breaking them can threaten identity. Social belonging reinforces compliance. No one wants to be the first to abandon the big lantern ceremony and appear unpatriotic. Marketers exploit the comfort. Established 1897, unchanged since day one. Politicians invoke founding fathers to sanctify policies that those founders never imagined. Defend your clarity with 2 questions. 1. What problem did the tradition originally solve, and does that problem still exist? 2. Have newer options been fairly evaluated on cost, safety, and purpose? Asking these open space for hybrid solutions. Keep the ceremony, swap the fuel, honour ancestors, update the torch. Picture Windhaven after a hard winter. Whale oil prices spike, soot blackens the bell tower, and migrating birds veer from the glare. A new vote finally tests LED beacons, shaped like the old glass globe, preserving the ritual while sparing wallets and whales. Tradition and innovation shake hands once listened to together. Store the lantern in your mind as both beacon and caution. What we inherit deserves respect, never exemption from reason. Onward to level 13, where identity itself rewrites definitions to block criticism. On a crisp autumn morning in the Highland town of Glenwee, a reporter interviews locals about a regional pastry contest. She meets Ewan McDougall, who proudly claims every true Scotsman loves oat bannocks. Later that day, she speaks with Isla Fraser, a lifelong Glenwee resident who shrugs. Bannocks are fine, but I prefer honey scones. When the reporter relays Isla's comment, Ewan laughs. Well, then she's no true Scot. With that single sentence, Isla's nationality is redefined to keep Ewan's claim spotless. This manoeuvre is known as the no true Scotsman fallacy. Someone makes a sweeping assertion about a group, all X are Y. When counterexamples appear, instead of revising the claim or supplying evidence, the speaker redraws the group's boundary. Those who disagree simply aren't real members. The fallacy immunizes a generalization against falsification by shifting the goalposts of identity. No true Scotsman often surfaces in politics. A real patriot never criticizes the army, or in fandom, real fans don't skip the director's cut. Religions, sports tribes, and professional circles all deploy it, policing membership to protect an idealized image. The pattern has 3 steps. First, assert a universal trait. Second, encounter an outlier. Third, disqualify the outlier by fiat. The evidence problem disappears, but only because the definition has been secretly edited. Why is this persuasive? Group belonging is a deep social need. Labeling someone as not real taps into fear of exclusion. Most listeners instinctively side with the accuser lest they risk being cast out themselves. Meanwhile, definitions feel pliable. Trimming the edges of true seems harmless until you notice the claim has become impervious to reality. You can expose the fallacy with two simple questions. 1. What were the original membership criteria, and where are they written? 2. If an individual meets those criteria, yet fails your universal trait, which must change, your rule or the criteria? If the answer leans on emotion rather than documented standards, the fallacy stands revealed. Self-audit helps too. Recall a time you dismissed someone's opinion by saying they weren't a real entrepreneur, real gamer, or real environmentalist. Did you use objective benchmarks, company revenue, hours played, carbon footprint, or did the label flex to protect your expectation? Back in Glenwee, the pastry contest proceeds. Judges award Isla's honey scones first prize, and tourists queue outside her bakery the next morning. They buy bannocks and scones alike, proving that Scottish identity survives culinary variety. Ewan may still insist, but the scent of fresh pastries tells a richer story than any gatekeeping slogan. Carry this lesson upward on our ladder. Truths withstand counter-examples. They do not hide behind shrinking fences. Level 14 approaches where a belief's worth is weighed by its origin, not its content. In the art market of Riverton, a small watercolour of a moonlit lake hangs unnoticed for years, priced at $30. One day, a collector discovers a faint signature on the back. A. Wilder. She believes it might belong to Amelia Wilder, a forgotten impressionist whose larger canvases now command high sums. Word spreads, and the very same painting, unchanged in pigment, frame, or charm, sells at auction for $15,000. A week later, art historians confirm the signature is from Arthur Wilder, Amelia's distant cousin of modest talent. The buyer tries to cancel the sale, insisting the painting is suddenly worthless. Yet every brushstroke remains identical, only the perceived origin changed. This price whiplash illustrates the genetic fallacy, judging a claim, object, or idea solely by its source rather than its own merits. The error shows up whenever someone says a belief must be false because of who first voiced it, or must be true because of where it originated. That safety study came from a rival company. Ignore it. Yoga can't be healthy. It started in ancient mysticism. The proverb is Chinese, so it must be profound. In each case, genealogy substitutes for evaluation. Why does origin sway us? Shortcuts save time. If a source is often reliable or often shady, trusting that pattern usually serves us well, but the genetic fallacy hardens the shortcut into an iron rule, skipping the step of actually reading the study, tasting the tea, or examining the painting. Complex realities get flattened into guilt or glory by association. You can spot the fallacy with two questions. 1. If this identical idea came from a different source, would my judgment change? 2. What direct evidence supports or refutes the claim, apart from its pedigree? If your answer revolves only around who or where, the fallacy likely lurks beneath. Consider everyday examples. A groundbreaking therapy is dismissed by some doctors because it was first tested in a small rural hospital, yet follow-up trials show identical benefits in big city clinics. A rumour spreads that a popular song was ghost-written by AI. Fans declare it soulless overnight, though the melody moves them exactly as before. Pedigree, not performance, drives opinion. Guard against this reflex by separating evaluation steps. First analyse content, then note origin as one data point among many. Teach students to challenge because it came from reasoning. Encourage teams to run blind tests where possible. Back in Riverton, the watercolour still glows under gallery lights, moon rippling on dark water. Its beauty never depended on surname inked in the corner. Truth and value live in the thing itself, not its family tree. Next, level 15 beckons, where we'll see how assumptions crumble when we confuse the traits of parts with those of the whole. The Riverton Falcons had money to burn after a surprise sponsorship windfall, so the owner hatched a flawless plan: assemble a super team by signing the single highest-scoring player from each of 5 rival clubs. On paper, the stat sheet glittered. Every starter averaged 20-plus points. Yet, the new Falcons stumbled through pre-season. Possessions ended in rushed isolation shots, nobody boxed out, and egos clashed in the locker room. Commentators who had predicted a championship whispered about too many cooks. The owner's mistake, assuming that excellence in the parts guarantees excellence in the whole. That mistake is the composition fallacy, the leap from each component has property X to therefore the combined system has property X. Sometimes the leap is safe. 5 sturdy bricks can make a sturdy wall. Often, however, interactions between parts create new dynamics that erase or even invert individual strengths. A handful of sweet ingredients can form a cloying dessert. Several reliable computer programs can conflict when installed together. 5 ball-dominant scorers can forget defense entirely. Why do we commit this error? The brain loves simple arithmetic. Add positives, get a bigger positive. Complexity hides in emergent behavior, a concept that modern systems science maps but intuition rarely captures. Marketing exploits the intuition. Our multivitamin contains every top antioxidant, so one pill delivers supreme health. Politics echoes it. Each clause in this massive bill polls well, so the bill must be popular. In reality, nutrient overdoses can interact harmfully, and clauses can contradict once sewn into law. You can test for composition errors with 2 questions. 1. How do the parts interact under real conditions? Synergy, neutrality, or interference? 2. Is there empirical evidence of the whole object performing as predicted, or only of its individual elements? If the answer relies on simple addition without integration data, the fallacy probably lurks beneath. Perform a quick audit in your daily life. A tech startup might hire experts from 5 unrelated giants and assume instant innovation, forgetting that differing corporate cultures can collide. A homeowner might pick the most durable roofing material, the most energy-efficient windows, and the thickest insulation, only to discover the combination traps moisture and breeds mold. Each feature excelled in isolation. Together, they turned counterproductive. Back in Riverton, the Falcons' coach finally benched 2 star shooters and promoted a gritty defender who averaged only 6 points but set screens and passed willingly. Ball movement improved, egos settled, and wins followed. The lessons spread through sports radio. Talent is necessary, chemistry is decisive. Carry the insight upward with us. Parts matter, but wholes have personalities of their own. Our next ascent, level 16, explores division. The mirror fallacy that claims what is true of the whole must be true of every fragment inside. The city of Arclight boasts the cleanest air index in the region thanks to strict emissions rules and a thick belt of maples ringing the suburbs. A visiting journalist, impressed by the skyline's crystal outline, writes, "Every neighbourhood in Arclight must be a breath of alpine freshness." She rents a bike and pedals down Riverbend Avenue, only to cough on diesel fumes from a riverside freight depot. A mile farther, chimneys from a century-old glassworks tinge the air with a faint chemical haze. The city as a whole is clean, yet certain pockets clearly are not. The reporter's rosy inference crumbles in real time. Welcome to the division fallacy, mirror twin of the composition error. Here we assume that a property of the whole automatically belongs to each part. The team is unbeatable, therefore every player is a star. The cake is moist, therefore each ingredient is moist. The company is profitable, therefore every department must run efficiently. Real-world systems distribute traits unevenly. A sturdy ship may hold a rusted bolt. A harmonious choir can include one singer who misses notes yet hides amid blended voices. Why do minds slip into division reasoning? Categories save cognitive effort. Once we label ArcLight clean, a shortcut applies the label downward. Social dynamics reinforce it. Chamber of Commerce brochures trumpet aggregate statistics, and proud residents repeat them until nuance disappears. The fallacy comforts decision-makers because it promises uniform quality without costly inspection. Spotting division begins with one question: what measurement supports the claim at the granular level? If data come only from citywide averages, corporate earnings, or team win-loss records, drill deeper. Look for variance ranges, departmental audits, neighbourhood sampling. Ask whether hidden subsystems could deviate significantly from the macro picture. Everyday life offers cautionary tales. A prestigious university has sky-high rankings, yet some programs lag behind community colleges in teaching quality. A diet advertised as overall low-calorie hides sugar bomb snacks among austere salads. An investment fund labelled low-risk contains a slice of speculative tech stocks. Shoppers, students and investors who accept the umbrella description invite nasty surprises. Defences are straightforward but require discipline. Demand sub-reports before praising or condemning the whole. Tour multiple streets, read line-item budgets, examine ingredient lists. When someone says, "Our nation is peaceful," check border provinces. When a manager claims customer service scores are perfect, sample calls from different shifts. Back in ArcLight, the journalist pens a revised headline: "Clean Air City with Smoggy Corners." Her piece prompts the mayor to install scrubbers at the glassworks and reroute heavy trucks away from Riverbend. Recognizing exceptions does not tarnish reputations, it guides targeted improvement. As we climb to level 17, prepare to enter a realm where words wear two masks at once. Equivocation, the fallacy that twists meaning mid-sentence to win an argument without actually moving an inch. Late at night in Fairport Harbour, the town council debates a curfew for teenagers. Councillor Avery argues, "We must protect our youth. Freedom without rules is anarchy." Councillor Rivera replies, "Our teens deserve freedom." The audience cheers, thinking Rivera means the right to stay out past 10. Avery counters, "Exactly. Freedom requires responsibility, so they should be home early." A vote is called, and the curfew passes. Only on the walk home does Rivera realise they both used the word freedom, but meant two different things. Avery, freedom from danger; Rivera, freedom to choose. The mismatch slipped by in real time, steering the outcome like a hidden current below a quiet lake. This is equivocation. Using a single term in two or more senses within the same argument, letting the meaning slide just enough to make a shaky conclusion seem solid. Everyday language teems with versatile words. Light could weigh little or glow. Bank could hold money or border a river. When an argument quietly hops from one meaning to another, logic trips even though grammar looks steady. Equivocation thrives because brains love pattern completion. We hear a familiar word and assume its sense remains fixed. Persuaders exploit that reflex. A vitamin label says natural ingredients, suggesting healthy, while natural merely means found in nature. Arsenic is natural too. A lawyer claims the witness is telling the truth. She passed a polygraph, equating physiological honesty with factual correctness. In advertising, scientifically proven may mean only that a single unpublished lab test yielded favourable numbers. Detecting the shift starts with pausing to ask, what does that word mean here, and does it match its use a moment ago? Trace key terms through the argument like a coloured thread. If the shade changes halfway, tug on it. In debates, request definitions first. A shared glossary prevents later slippage. In writing, underline repeated words and check consistency. Does significant refer to statistical significance or everyday importance? Does theory in science mean a tested framework or someone's guess? Self-audit matters too. When defending a plan, ensure your own words don't drift. If you argue a policy promotes equality, specify whether you mean equal opportunity, equal outcome, or equal protection. Clear terms fortify persuasion. Hazy ones invite cracks. Back in Fairport Harbour, students petition the council, this time stating, "By freedom, we mean the liberty to choose safe evening activities, supervised or unsupervised, up to midnight." Clarity forces a new debate on real terms. Safety data, public lighting, parental roles. The curfew might stay, soften or disappear, but decisions will rest on stable meanings. Prepare to climb to level 18, where sentences wobble not from shifting words, but from tangled grammar. Amphiboly, a fallacy born when structure muddles sense. The morning edition of the Riverton Gazette lands on doorsteps with a banner headline, "Mayor says downtown residents refuse to give up smoking ban." Half the city cheers, good riddance to cigarettes. The other half fumes, believing the mayor scolded residents for defending their health. By noon, radio hosts debate what the sentence even means. Did residents refuse to abandon the ban, keeping it in place, or did they refuse the ban itself, demanding tobacco freedom? The headline's grammar, not its facts, split public opinion into rival camps. Welcome to Amphiboly. A fallacy born when ambiguous sentence structure lets multiple meanings hide inside the same string of words. Unlike equivocation, where a single word silently shifts sense, amphiboly muddies the entire phrase. Commas, modifiers, and pronouns fall out of alignment, creating a linguistic optical illusion. Think of the classic joke sign, "Slow children crossing." Are we cautioned about sluggish kids or told to reduce speed? Why does this error mislead? Written or spoken language relies on mental passing trees. When syntax is loose, the mind chooses the first plausible structure, often guided by bias. Headline writers exploit brevity. Legal drafters sometimes stumble into confusion. Social media posts spread like sparks before clarifications arrive. Common blueprints include misplaced modifiers, flying over the canyon, the sunset dazzled us, dangling participles, driving to work, the accident delayed traffic, and ambiguous antecedents, they said the committee would resign. Each invites misreadings that can swing decisions. Contracts hinging on a single misplaced comma have cost companies millions. Historical treaties worded vaguely have fueled wars. Defences are practical. First, slow down, reread any sentence that triggers strong emotion and ask, could this mean something else grammatically? Second, hunt for missing commas or wandering pronouns. Third, rephrase aloud. Residents refuse to abandon the smoking ban versus residents refuse the smoking ban proposal. If meaning changes, clarity is absent. Writers can inoculate readers by front-loading context and trimming fluff. Mayor, residents want to keep smoking ban. Lawyers rely on numbered clauses and defined terms. Teachers drill students in punctuation because a single mark can rescue sense. Let's eat, Grandma, versus let's eat, Grandma. Back at City Hall, the Gazette issues an afternoon correction. Residents stand firm in support of smoking ban. Tension eases, though some outrage lingers, proof that first impressions stick harder than corrections. The episode reminds us that clear structure is more than good style. It is the skeleton of reason. Next on our ascent is level 19, where questions hide accusations. Loaded question, the tactic that traps with a single interrogative hook. During a live radio forum in Crescent County, a caller asks Sheriff Diaz, "Have you stopped falsifying traffic reports to boost your department's budget?" Listeners tense. If the sheriff says yes, he admits wrongdoing. If he says no, he appears to continue wrongdoing. Either answer implies guilt, even though no evidence of falsification has been presented. The caller's question smuggled an unproved claim inside the syntax, weaponizing curiosity against its target. This rhetorical trap is the loaded question fallacy, an inquiry containing a hidden premise so that any straightforward response seems to accept that premise. Classic examples include, "When did you stop cheating on your taxes?" or "Which of your employees helped cover up the leak?" Innocence has no clean exit because the assumptions are baked into the grammar. Why does the tactic work? Questions draw instant engagement. The brain races to resolve unknowns. Social norms also pressure direct answers, deflecting looks evasive. A clever speaker frames attack as curiosity, sidestepping accusations while forcing the respondent into a PR scramble. Media outlets favour loaded questions because they create viral clips. The awkward pause, the stumbling denial, the headline with a question mark that sounds like smoke hinting at fire. Loaded questions come in two main patterns. Accusatory loads insinuate misconduct. Which lobbyists fund your votes? Dichotomous loads force acceptance of a flawed framework. Do you support the mayor's reckless spending, or are you anti-jobs? Both distort discourse by shifting burden of proof. The target must now disprove an embedded claim rather than the questioner proving it. Diffusing the fallacy requires explicit unpacking. The sheriff might reply, "Your question assumes I falsify reports. I do not. Present evidence, if you have any, and I'll address it." By isolating the hidden premise, he resets the burden where it belongs. Listeners often respect clarity over cornering, especially when the trap is named aloud. To guard yourself, practice pausing before answering provocative queries, identify any built-in assertions, and ask whether they are established facts. If not, challenge them first. In everyday life, reframe loaded questions from children, colleagues, or headlines. Instead of asking when I'll finish the overdue project, let's confirm whether it is actually overdue. Flip the perspective outward too. When you feel tempted to corner someone with a loaded question, remember that genuine understanding flows from neutral wording. Separate allegation from inquiry. Have traffic reports been consistent with patrol data? Invites evidence without presuming guilt. Back at the studio, Sheriff Diaz calmly explains the department's transparent auditing process and invites an independent review. The audience hears both firmness and openness, and the caller's gambit fizzles. The segment illustrates that exposing the hidden premise disarms the device. Our climb continues to level 20, where uncertainty itself is pressed into service, argument from ignorance, the claim that a lack of evidence somehow proves a point. When Captain Reyes returned from a month in the southern trench, reporters asked if his crew had finally photographed the legendary Midnight Leviathan, a colossal eel sailors have whispered about for a century. Reyes shrugged. "We found nothing," he said. "No bones, no shimmer on sonar. Therefore, the creature does not exist." The next morning, tabloids flipped the logic. "Still no proof of Leviathan," one headline blared, "which shows the government is hiding it." Both conclusions, certain absence and secret presence, sprang from the same empty net. Lack of evidence became evidence for whatever story each writer preferred. This is the argument from ignorance, also known as appeal to ignorance, claiming that a proposition must be true because it hasn't been disproved, or must be false because it hasn't been proved. The gap in data is pressed into service as hard proof. Everyday versions abound. No scientist has explained consciousness fully, so consciousness must be supernatural. There's no record of tampering, so the election had zero fraud. The reasoning confuses silence with certainty, as if darkness proved the non-existence or secret presence of objects not yet illuminated. Why is the fallacy tempting? Humans crave closure. Unanswered questions generate psychic discomfort, called uncertainty reduction. Our brains would rather slot a mystery into a tidy bin, true or false, than leave it dangling. In addition, social standing rewards confidence. Saying, "we don't know yet," sounds weak on talk shows and campaign trails. Marketers exploit the gap. No study has shown our supplement unsafe, they declare, sidestepping the fact that almost no studies have been done. Diffusing the fallacy hinges on recognizing that knowledge is provisional. Absence of evidence can suggest something is unlikely if and only if you'd reasonably expect evidence by now. Astronomers doubt Vulcan, the hypothetical planet once proposed inside Mercury's orbit, because modern telescopes would have spotted it. But absence of a deep-sea Leviathan photo tells us little. Cameras have barely scratched the abyss. Ask 2 questions. Would competent search methods likely have found evidence by now? Is the domain well observed or mostly unexplored? If either answer leans toward uncertainty, treat the claim as open, not settled. Apply this skepticism at home. When a friend insists, "No one's disproved my miracle diet," counter with, "Has anyone tested it rigorously?" When a pundit claims new technology poses zero risk because accidents haven't happened yet, examine exposure time and sample size. Value candid admission of ignorance. It is the launchpad of honest inquiry, not a confession of defeat. As Captain Reyes preps his next voyage, he funds better cameras rather than louder headlines. Truth rarely shouts from a void, it steps forward when methods improve. Keep that mindset as we ascend to level 21, where the bare label "natural" tries to pass itself off as a seal of virtue. A glossy bottle labelled "Forest Tonic" appears on the health food shelf, its label painted with misty pines and trout-filled streams. The copy reads, 100% natural ingredients, untouched by chemicals, feel the purity of the wild. Shoppers imagine alpine breezes in every sip and pay triple the price of ordinary mineral water. No mention appears of the natural contaminants found in the spring, trace arsenic and heavy minerals rinsed down from the same granite slopes that make the scenery so picturesque. Natural is treated as a synonym for safe, healthy, and morally superior, though the chemistry tells another story. This instinct is the appeal to nature fallacy, arguing that something is good, desirable, or harmless simply because it is natural, or bad and perilous because it is synthetic. The inverse version says whatever humans manufacture is automatically suspect. Whatever forests or pastures yield is automatically wholesome. Common slogans lean on the shortcut. Organic equals better, chemical-free cleaning, back to nature cures. In reality, rattlesnake venom, smallpox, and volcanic ash are all natural. Vaccines, pasteurized milk, and air filters are human innovations that save lives. Why does the appeal work? Evolution tuned primate brains to trust familiar landscapes, the fruits and waters that kept ancestors alive. Industrial disasters and pollution scandals deepen suspicion of laboratories and factories. Marketers amplify the bias with imagery, wood grain backgrounds, earth tone packaging, photos of smiling farmers. Language tilts perception too. We say natural childbirth approvingly, artificial additives with a frown. Yet many natural substances become dangerous at common doses. Consider cyanide in almonds or aflatoxins on organic peanuts, while many synthetic compounds mimic harmless molecules or improve them. Pharmacologists judge by dose-response curves, toxicologists by LD50 numbers, not by whether carbon chains originated in a leaf or a lab. To spot the fallacy, strip away the label and ask 3 questions. 1. What empirical studies compare safety or efficacy regardless of origin? 2. What contaminants, side effects, or failure rates emerge at real-world doses? 3. What processing steps, natural or synthetic, control those risks? If answers lean on appeals to imagery rather than data, caution lights flash. Defend your wallet and health with small habits. Read ingredient lists, search for randomized trials, and remember that chemical simply means matter with structure. It covers both dioxins and vitamin C. Teach children that nature inspires awe but not automatic trust. Science earns trust by testing. Back at the market, regulators require Forest Tonic to post its mineral profile. Sales dip, but the company invests in filtration and earns certification for low arsenic levels. The bottle's new slogan reads, "Pure water, carefully purified, naturally sourced, scientifically verified." Harmony between nature and human ingenuity replaces the false dichotomy. Carry that balanced lens onward. Level 22 awaits, where the newest gadget on the shelf claims virtue not from age, but from being brand new, the sly mirror image of tradition. At the Luminatech Expo, crowds flock to a booth crowned by pulsing neon letters. Neuroband. Experience tomorrow. The sales rep waves a sleek wristband said to boost focus, end jet lag, and sharpen memory through quantum neurovibration. No clinical trials are cited, only the mantra, "This is the latest breakthrough." Attendees hand over credit cards, thrilled to own a piece of the future. A neighbouring vendor offers a proven light therapy device for half the price, but its modest design and 6-year track record look stale beside Neuroband's gleam. Novelty alone tips the scales. This reflex is the appeal to novelty fallacy, concluding that an idea, product, or policy is superior simply because it is new, or inferior because it is old. Advertisers phrase it as next generation, cutting edge, or revolutionary. Politicians tout fresh programs while dismissing established ones as outdated. Startups pitch disruption without clarifying what improves beyond the logo. The bias assumes progress is linear and every innovation pushes humanity upward, forgetting false starts, dead ends, and marketing mirages. Why does novelty charm us? Human dopamine circuits spark at change. Evolutionary advantage once lay in exploring new food sources or tools. Modern economies reinforce excitement with media hype cycles, launch events, unboxing videos, early adopter status symbols. The flip side of tech worship is disdain for anything labelled legacy, tradition, or version 1.0, regardless of performance. Detecting the fallacy requires separating timeline from evidence. Ask, what measurable benefit does the new option deliver beyond existing solutions? Are independent studies published or only press releases? What are potential trade-offs, cost, reliability, learning curve? In policy debates, examine pilot data and peer-reviewed analyses. In consumer tech, hunt for teardown reviews rather than launch day impressions. Defences also involve humility toward proven tools. Surgeons do not discard reliable scalpels for untested laser gadgets without trials. Electric grid operators keep decades-old transformers humming because uptime matters more than trendiness. Innovation remains vital. Vaccines, clean energy, and safer bridges all began as novel, but progress thrives on validation, not hype. Reflect personally. Have you upgraded software solely because a pop-up bragged about new, only to lose features you relied on? Have you skipped a well-researched fitness program for a trendy app that fizzled after 6 months? Track whether latest subconsciously sways you more than functionality. Back on the expo floor 6 months later, customer forums fill with complaints. Neuroband batteries swell, firmware updates stall, promised focus gains vanish in placebo fog. The company issues recalls, while the humble light therapy vendor quietly celebrates record satisfaction scores. The future, consumers learn, arrives in tested increments, not neon slogans. Keep that lesson close as we ascend to level 23, where social proof flips direction. If everyone already does it, the crowd insists, the practice must be right. The Midtown Constructors Union gathers for its annual dinner in a grand hotel ballroom. Amid clinking glasses, a foreman boasts about the handshake bonus, a quiet tradition where suppliers add 10% to every invoice and split the extra cash with project managers. New hire. Lena raises an eyebrow. Isn't that just skimming? Laughter circles the table. Another veteran shrugs. Relax. It's how things have always worked in this town. Every firm does it. The explanation ends there, as though commonness alone grants absolution. Lena has just met the appeal to common practice, also called argumentum ad populum in its behavioural form. The reasoning claims a practice is acceptable, safe, or even virtuous, simply because many people engage in it. Variations echo everywhere. It's fine to idle engines outside the school. Everyone's in the queue. Everyone rounds hours on their timesheet. All startups inflate user numbers before funding rounds. The fallacy assumes frequency equals legitimacy, blurring the line between description, what is, and prescription, what ought to be. Why does it persuade? Social proof lowers cognitive load. If peers already follow a custom, risk seems diffused. Early humans who mimicked successful hunters likely survived. Conformity still signals belonging, which modern workplaces and communities reward. Moreover, legal or ethical enforcement often lags behind widespread behaviour, further tempting individuals to blend in. But commonality offers no guarantee of safety or morality. For decades, surgeons operated without masks, motorists drove drunk, and corporations dumped waste into rivers, practices as routine then as recycling bins are now. Only systematic evidence and evolving norms revealed the damage and spurred change. Everyone does it melted under scrutiny. To confront this fallacy, ask two probing questions. First, what independent criteria, law, empirical data, ethical framework support the practice aside from its popularity? Second, are there documented harms or benefits that scale with participation? If answers lean on headcounts rather than justification, caution is warranted. Personal resistance strategies include anchoring to principles before peers influence decisions, write a code of conduct, set budget rules, or pre-commit to accurate billing. When challenged, phrase dissent around objective impacts. Supplier kickbacks inflate project costs by 10%, raising home prices for buyers. Facts shift conversations from social proof to tangible consequences. Lena, unsettled, collects audit records and presents them to the company's risk officer. An investigation follows, suppliers renegotiate transparent contracts, and the union's dinner conversation turns to longer-term wage negotiations instead of off-book perks. Some grumble, but most adapt when fines and public scrutiny outweigh tradition. Hold this episode as reminder, Normal is not a synonym for right. Our ascent continues to level 24, where the very roots of words are invoked to validate claims, etymological reasoning that confuses linguistic history with present truth. Professor Mallory addresses her literature class with a sly grin. The word restaurant comes from the French restaurer, meaning to restore, she says. Therefore, a true restaurant must serve restorative broths and invigorating tonics, not greasy burgers or sugary desserts. Her students nod, amused but intrigued. Later that week, one of them scolds a friend for grabbing fast food. "That isn't even a real restaurant. Look at the etymology." The friend rolls her eyes, takes a bite, and wonders why the root of a word suddenly trumps its modern meaning. This mindset illustrates the etymological fallacy. The claim that a word's original or historical meaning determines its proper current usage or the true nature of whatever it names. The fallacy appears across disciplines. You can't be literally tired. Literally once meant by the letter. The word decimate means to kill 1 in 10, so using it for widespread destruction is wrong. Politicians deploy it with flourish. Democracy comes from demos, people, and kratos, power, so any law people dislike is undemocratic. By anchoring definitions to linguistic fossils, speakers dodge evolving context, connotation, and real-world function. Why does the fallacy appeal? Etymology feels authoritative, Latin roots carry scholarly weight, and ancient languages seem purer than today's chatter. Pointing to a word's origin grants an aura of objective correctness, letting the arguer police meanings without messy nuance. It also flatters listeners with hidden knowledge, turning a mundane point into a miniature history lesson. Yet language is a living system. Meanings drift as cultures, technologies, and social norms shift. Nice once meant foolish, awful meant awe-inspiring, and computer once referred to a person who does calculations. To insist that only original meanings are valid would freeze communication in amber. Linguists judge words by current convention. Dictionaries update. Legal statutes specify definitions explicitly because everyday usage changes. Spotting the fallacy is straightforward. Ask, does the argument rely solely on the word's ancient root or on its accepted meaning now? Then check authoritative modern references, linguistic corpora, updated dictionaries, technical glossaries. If the claim collapses without old root authority, the etymological trap is sprung. Defend your clarity by embracing linguistic evolution. When someone declares a word misused, reply, meanings shift. What matters is mutual understanding and, when precision counts, explicit definition. In writing, define key terms up front. In debate, reference current professional usage rather than origins unless history itself is the point. Professor Mallory ends her semester with a tasting tour, soup bars and burger joints alike. Students learn that restorative today includes comfort food, community, and even late-night pancakes, linguistic roots enriching, not constraining, modern flavour. With etymology untangled, we climb to level 25, where arguments trip by, blaming a complex outcome on just one cause, the seductive simplicity of the single cause fallacy. The summer before Canyon City's great water shortage, talk show host Cal Turner declared, "Our drought has one culprit, backyard swimming pools, drain them and the crisis ends." His slogan, "Ban the pool, fill the reservoir," went viral. City Council rushed through a pool-draining ordinance. Months later, the lake still shrank, gardens wilted, and showers were rationed. Analysts finally tallied the numbers. Pools accounted for barely 4% of municipal consumption. The real picture included decades of aquifer overpumping, leaky infrastructure, rapid suburban growth, and a string of low snowpack winters. Turner's single villain made for catchy radio, but solved nothing. Welcome to the single cause fallacy, blaming a multifaceted problem on one factor while ignoring the web of contributing conditions. Also known as causal oversimplification, this fallacy compresses complexity into a tidy arrow. X alone causes Y. Politicians wield it. Unemployment is all because of immigration. Advertisers use it, your fatigue, just low magnesium. Everyday conversations echo it. He failed the exam because he played video games. Why does the simplification stick? Cognitive ease. Humans search for clear narratives that fit memory and emotion. A lone cause offers quick understanding and, importantly, a single lever to pull. Media love it because headlines shrink better than flowcharts. The louder the crisis, the more seductive a single scapegoat feels. Anger can be focused, policies drafted, villains named. But systems thinking tells another story. Most social, biological, and environmental outcomes arise from interacting variables, feedback loops, time delays, non-linear thresholds. Fixating on one strand leaves knots intact. Canyon City's water model showed that repairing pipes would save twice as much water as draining pools, and revising farm irrigation practices would save 3 times more. Yet those measures lacked the dramatic flair of dumping chlorinated water into storm drains. To expose the fallacy, ask 3 questions. First, what proportion of the total effect does the named cause actually explain? Second, what other factors correlate with the outcome and how do they interact? Third, have similar interventions worked elsewhere, or do comparative studies show mixed results? If supporting data cherry-picks one slice of a pie chart, skepticism is warranted. Defend against oversimplification by consulting domain experts and multivariable analyses. When public debate centers on a lone culprit, seek out system maps or causal loop diagrams. Teach teams to list at least 3 contributory factors before proposing fixes. The exercise itself widens perspective. Months after Turner's ordinance faltered, Canyon City launched a diverse strategy: pipe repair bonds, tiered water pricing, drought-tolerant landscaping incentives, and regional snowpack monitoring. Within 2 years, reservoir levels stabilized. Pools remained regulated but no longer vilified. They were just one tile in a broad mosaic. Remember, complex problems rarely bow to single keys. As we ascend to level 26, we'll watch correlation itself masquerade as causation in the come hoc fallacy, where simultaneous events play tricks on the analytical eye. In the seaside town of Clearwater, a local influencer posts a chart showing that on days when surfboard rentals spike, emergency room visits for sunburns skyrocket. Her caption warns, "Surfing causes severe burns. Skip the board, save your skin." The post trends: parents cancel surf lessons and rental shops see bookings collapse. 2 weeks later, a medical student writes a quiet rebuttal. Warm, cloud-free days raise both surfing and sunbathing. The board doesn't burn you. The bright sun does. Correlation, not causation, fooled an entire shoreline. This misstep is cum hoc ergo propter hoc. With this, therefore, because of this. While post hoc links cause to what follows it, cum hoc ties cause to what occurs alongside it. When 2 variables rise or fall together, the mind leaps to assume one drives the other. Statistics textbooks open with classic examples: ice cream sales and drowning deaths, coffee consumption and crash site alertness, shoe size and reading ability in children, actually age, driving, both. The pattern feels logical because lines on a graph march in tandem. Why do our brains fall for the pairing? Pattern recognition kept ancestors alive. Rustle plus fangs equaled danger. Modern life overwhelms us with datasets, weather apps, market indices, bio-trackers, so instinct still stitches coincidences into stories. Media headlines hype new study links because links attract clicks, even when authors caution association only. To spot cum hoc, ask 3 detective questions. First, could a lurking third variable influence both factors? Sunny weather, age, economic growth, hidden forces often tug 2 strings at once. Second, does the effect persist after controlling for confounders? Robust studies use randomized trials or multivariate regressions to isolate causes. Third, is there a plausible mechanism? If none exists, surf wax does not intensify UV, suspect correlation alone. Defenses for everyday decisions include checking research hierarchy. Meta-analyses weigh many studies. Randomized controlled trials trump single observational papers. When reading X linked to Y, scan for phrasing like after adjusting for or independent predictor. In conversation, rephrase claims. On the same days we surf more, burns rise. What else happens those days? The question nudges minds toward broader context. After Clearwater's tourism board reviews hospital logs, they uncover the missing piece. Most burn victims never touched a surfboard. They launch a campaign distributing reef-safe sunscreen at rental shacks, restoring bookings and reducing burns simultaneously. The influencer posts a follow-up video touting shade tents and hydration rather than board boycotts. Hold this lesson close. Lines that travel together on paper may part ways in reality. Our next climb, level 27, tackles the gambler's fallacy, where the mind mistakes past streaks for future guarantees. The humming lights above Lucky Harbour Casino flicker as croupier Meyer spins the roulette wheel. A small crowd gathers when the ball lands on black 5 times in a row. Eddie, a nervous tourist clutching his last stack of chips, whispers, "Red is overdue, statistically guaranteed." He shoves everything on red. Patrons cheer the brave wager, convinced a cosmic balance must correct the streak. The wheel slows, clicks, and settles on black again. Eddie's face drains. He blames bad luck, never suspecting a faulty belief, not fate, scripted his loss. Eddie succumbed to the gambler's fallacy, the idea that past random events influence the probabilities of future independent events. After a run of one outcome, people expect the opposite to even things out. In coin flips, dice rolls, stock charts, and weather forecasts, the fallacy whispers that the universe keeps ledgers. But fair systems lack memory. Each roulette spin still gives red and black the same 18 out of 38 chance, in American roulette, no matter yesterday's streak. Why does this intuition grip us? Humans excel at spotting patterns. Evolution favored quickly detecting environmental regularities, yet the mind often overdetects, finding order in noise. Add the brain's craving for fairness, and streaks look suspicious, as if nature cheats unless outcomes balance soon. Casino architecture amplifies the bias. Scoreboard lights display recent results, nudging players to predict the turning point. The fallacy also surfaces in everyday life. Parents say, "We've had 3 rainy weekends, a sunny Saturday is due." Traders claim, "Tech stocks have fallen 6 days, tomorrow must rebound." Even jurors may doubt a 4th guilty verdict after 3, fearing an improbable run. Each scenario mistakes independence for imbalance. To dismantle the illusion, remember 2 principles. First, law of large numbers. Long-term averages converge, but short runs freely streak. Second, reset perspective. Ask, if I joined right now, unaware of past flips, what probability would I assign? Visual aids help. Simulate coin tosses in a spreadsheet to witness clusters forming by chance alone. Casinos know this. Random number generators pass mathematical tests despite seeming streaky. Defend your wallet and decisions by tracking probabilities, not streaks. Set rules, bet sizes, investment thresholds before emotions spike. In group decisions, call out phrases like overdue, cold, or hot, and replace them with actual odds. Teach students with quick classroom experiments, flip coins, record results, and watch myths dissolve under data. Back at Lucky Harbour, Maya resets the wheel. A new tourist arrives, unaware of Eddie's tale. The odds stay constant, indifferent to human narratives. Knowledge, not superstition, separates entertainment from costly delusion. We ascend now to level 28, where sharpshooters paint targets after firing, a statistical sleight called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. At a tech conference in Phoenix, a wellness startup unveils a heat map of the United States. Bright red dots cluster over 4 counties. The CEO points to the screen with grave urgency. These hotspots prove our new antioxidant patch prevents pancreatic cancer. Notice how none of our patch subscribers live in the red zones. The audience murmurs approval. Investors line up. What no one hears is that the company looked at dozens of cancers, hundreds of counties, and plotted only the pattern that fit the story, after the data were already collected. This maneuver is called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, named after a legend of a cowboy who fired bullets at a barn, then painted a target around the tightest cluster and bragged of his aim. The fallacy appears whenever people search large data sets for any pattern, highlight a coincidental grouping, and claim it as meaningful while ignoring all the misses outside the painted bullseye. Why does it fool us? Human vision locks onto clusters. Spotting fruit in foliage or predators in tall grass once saved lives. In the era of big data, the same instinct misfires because huge sample sizes guarantee random clumps. Given enough variables, chance will draw shapes that look intentional. Marketers, pundits, and even researchers may succumb, sometimes innocently, sometimes by design, to the temptation of selective storytelling. 3 red flags help uncover the trick. First, ask whether the hypothesis came before or after inspecting the data. Real science states the question up front. Sharpshooters sculpt questions retroactively. Second, examine how many comparisons were run. The more slices of geography, time, or population explored, the higher the odds of random cluster illusions. Third, check for correction methods such as Bonferroni adjustments or false discovery rates, statistical tools that account for multiple testing. Practical defenses involve transparency and replication. Data scientists pre-register studies detailing intended analyses before touching spreadsheets. Journal editors demand full disclosure of all tested variables, even those that produced null results. When assessing claims, request the raw numbers. How many counties were quiet on the map? Were other diseases or demographics examined and discarded? If the story depends on hiding the barn riddled with bullet holes, skeptics should smell gunpowder. Back in Phoenix, an epidemiologist in the audience raises a polite hand. She requests the complete dataset, including cancers that showed no pattern and counties without subscribers. The CEO hesitates. Murmurs ripple through the hall. Within weeks, peer reviewers reveal the patch group is too small and geographically skewed to support any conclusion. Funding stalls until a proper randomized trial is designed. Remember the painted barn whenever clusters seem uncanny. Patterns post-chosen from chaos lack predictive power. As we climb to level 29, we will confront base rate neglect, where vivid specifics drown out the broader context of probability. A news alert flashes across Millbrook. Police seek suspect in library laptop theft. Witness describes a tall man wearing a vintage jazz band jacket. That evening, social feeds explode when someone spots Arturo, Millbrook's only street saxophonist, strolling downtown in his trademark jacket. Hundreds retweet side-by-side photos, insisting the case is solved. Arturo is arrested the next morning, despite having spent the afternoon performing at a Parks and Rec concert 2 miles away. How did suspicion lock onto him so fast? The town forgot the base rates. Only one person wears that jacket style, but thousands more live in Millbrook, and almost none were at the library during the theft. Base rate neglect happens when vivid, specific evidence eclipses the underlying statistical backdrop. People overweight the striking detail and underweight how common or rare a category truly is. Classic studies present hospital tests for rare diseases or job applicant profiles. When told a candidate is quiet and loves puzzles, many assume he is a librarian, ignoring that engineers vastly outnumber librarians. Why does the fallacy grip us? Storytelling brains latch onto concrete images, Arturo's sax, the jazz band jacket, while frequencies feel abstract. Cognitive psychologist Daniel Kahneman calls it attribute substitution. We swap a hard question. What is the probability given population proportions? For an easy one, how much does this description fit my mental picture? 3 questions can guard against the slip. First, what is the prior probability? How many laptops vanish yearly? How many people fit the description? How many were nearby? Second, how reliable is the specific evidence? Eyewitness memory of clothing fades quickly. Third, when both are combined via elementary math, or Bayes' theorem, does the conclusion remain strong or shrink? Often it shrinks dramatically. Professionals build safeguards. Medical labs report predictive values alongside sensitivity, reminding doctors that a positive result for a 1 in 10,000 disease is more likely a false alarm unless confirmatory tests concur. Juror instructions increasingly include base rate explanations to temper persuasive anecdotes. Data journalists visualize proportions, tiny red dots on vast grey fields, helping readers see scale. As for daily life, slow down when a headline features a striking match. Ask, among all possibilities, how many share these attributes and how many overall could be implicated. A single overlap is rarely decisive without context. After public defenders present time-stamped concert footage, Arturo is released and the conversation shifts. Local media run an explainer titled "One Jacket, Many Suspects," walking residents through the importance of base rates. Awareness spreads. The next viral rumour meets a chorus of questions rather than a rush to judgment. Base rate thinking restores balance between the colourful anecdote and the quiet math beneath. With that equilibrium in mind, our path rises to level 30, where surviving headlines can mislead us through survivorship bias, showcasing winners while the silent failures slip from view. Summer 1943, a New York Navy repair hangar. Hull sheets from returning bombers lie spread across the concrete, black specks marking where bullets pierced metal. Mechanics tally clusters on wings and tail, little on engines or cockpits. Brass officers propose doubling armour over the spotted areas. That's where planes are getting hit, they argue. Statistician Abraham Wald studies the diagrams and shakes his head. These marks, he says, show us only where planes survive being hit. The holes on engines and cockpits are invisible because those aircraft never came home. Armour, he insists, belongs where the diagrams are blank. The military follows his advice. Bomber losses fall. Wald's revelation spotlights survivorship bias, drawing conclusions from the visible survivors of a process while ignoring the silent, hidden failures. Business books praise successful entrepreneurs' habits, but skip thousands who followed the same routines and folded. Fitness influencers flaunt dramatic before and after photos, omitting those who tried the program and saw no change. Headlines celebrate top-performing mutual funds, forgetting the dozens that closed quietly after poor returns. Why does the bias persist? Human memory and media coverage naturally favour compelling outcomes. Survivors grant interviews, failures vanish. The brain then mistakes this skewed sample for the whole picture. Confirmation bias deepens the trap. People already inclined to believe morning cold showers or hustle culture drive success see further proof in the survivors' stories. 3 strategies help expose the unseen. First, ask, where are the missing? In investment brochures, check how many funds existed 5 years ago versus today. Second, seek funnel statistics. Of every 100 startups, how many reach an IPO? Third, analyze selection criteria. Does the club of winners share a unique advantage or merely the luck of survival? Visual aids can clarify. Plot all starting points, colour those that disappeared, and watch glowing anecdotes blend into a larger field of grey dots. Defences in practice. Journalists doggedly search archives for failed prototypes. Educators pair success stories with post-mortems of projects that looked similar but crashed. Personal decisions benefit from base rates. If 9 out of 10 restaurants shut within 3 years, enthusiasm alone won't guarantee longevity. Back in the hangar, new armour wraps bomber engines and pilot seats, places previously unscarred on the diagrams. Commanders learn that data absence can scream louder than bullet holes if one listens. Decades later, business schools teach Wald's method to remind students that what we observe is never the whole field. Keep the hidden half of every data set in mind as we ascend to level 31, where outcomes swing back toward average and people misread it as magical backlash, the regression fallacy. 3 weeks into the baseball season, rookie pitcher Jamie Cruz dazzles with a league-leading 0.75 ERA. Sports talk shows crown him the next legend. Then, in May, Cruz surrenders 12 runs across 2 outings. Panic erupts. A radio host insists the rookie's sudden slump proves he was partying too late. A rival coach says hitters finally cracked the code. The team's analytics manager quietly shakes her head. He was never going to stay at 0.75. She notes, that was an extreme high on a limited sample. His numbers are sliding back toward his true average. 2 months later, Cruz settles around a respectable 3.2 ERA, right in line with pre-season projections. The crisis was mostly smoke, fueled by a natural statistical tide. Welcome to the regression fallacy, mistaking an inevitable drift back toward the mean for the effect of a specific cause. When performance or measurements land at extreme highs or lows, the next data points are likely to be closer to average simply by chance. People, eager for narrative, credit the change to punishments, blessings, superstitions, or quick fixes that happen to coincide with the swing. Classic examples abound. A parent scolds a child after a very low test score. The next score rises and discipline seems magically effective, ignoring that the first score was an outlier. Golfers buy lucky socks after shooting a career-best round. The following, more ordinary round gets blamed on socks losing their charm. Investors pour money into a mutual fund that topped charts last year, unaware that many star funds slide back toward market averages once lucky streaks fade. Why does regression mislead? Outliers grab attention, record heat, miracle cures, scoring bursts. Humans then search for reasons that fit emotions, blame, credit, or superstition. Memory cements the story the moment performance normalizes. Media headlines reinforce the illusion because star falls after nightclub scandal sells better than random variance aligns with probabilistic expectation. Guard against the fallacy with 3 checkpoints. First, ask how large the initial sample was. small runs swing wildly. Second, compare against long-term baselines, career averages, multi-year climate records, cohort studies. Third, identify whether an intervention truly has a plausible tested mechanism or whether timing alone explains the rebound. Coaches and data analysts fight regression myths by plotting rolling averages and confidence intervals. Educators review multiple assignments before diagnosing ability. Medical researchers use control groups to separate treatment effects from natural fluctuation of symptoms. Back in the clubhouse, Jamie Cruz adopts a steady routine rather than chase miracle tweaks. Commentators move on to the next sensational surge, and the analytics manager's quiet charts keep predicting slow reversion much better than hot takes. Remember, extremes invite explanations they do not always deserve. As we head to level 32, we'll see how courtroom statistics can trick even seasoned juries, the prosecutor's fallacy, where probabilities disguise themselves as certainties. Courtroom 7B, Central City. The prosecution's star witness is Dr. Howell, director of the state DNA lab. She testifies that the genetic profile taken from a burglary scene matches the defendant, Malik Harris, with a probability of 1 in a million that a random person would share the same profile. The jurors exchange looks. 1 in a million sounds crushing. During closing arguments, the prosecutor pounds the rail. There is only a 1 in a million chance Mr. Harris is innocent. No one challenges the leap from match probability to guilt probability, and deliberations wrap in under an hour. This leap is the prosecutor's fallacy, confusing the probability of seeing the evidence if the defendant is innocent with the probability the defendant is innocent given the evidence. Symbolically, mistaking P, evidence given innocent, for P, innocent given evidence. It happens when impressive statistics dazzle decision-makers into skipping prior odds and context. Why is the fallacy persuasive? Large numbers like a million shrink to virtual zero in casual thought. Jurors rarely receive training in conditional probability or Bayes' theorem, so they substitute intuitive certainty for precise inference. Prosecutors, often unintentionally, reinforce the error by framing the statistic as direct proof of guilt. Consider the full picture in Malik's case. Central City serves a metro area of 2 million adults. A 1 in a million random match means roughly 2 individuals in the city could share that DNA profile. Add tourists, commuting workers, and data uncertainties, and the pool of potential matches grows. Moreover, the burglary occurred while Malik's mobile payment app logged a grocery purchase across town, and no fingerprint or eyewitness links him to the scene. When those factors combine, the posterior probability of guilt could drop sharply, far from near certainty. To avoid the fallacy, apply 3 steps. First, establish the base rate, how many people could match by chance within the relevant population. Second, weigh independent evidence, alibis, motive, video, separately. Third, use formal or approximate Bayesian reasoning. Update prior odds with likelihood ratios rather than collapsing them into a single dramatic statistic. Court systems are catching on. Some judges allow expert testimony that explains conditional probabilities in plain language. Jury instructions increasingly warn that a small match probability does not automatically equal a small innocence probability. In the UK, the Royal Statistical Society provides guidelines for presenting DNA evidence without overstatement. Practical vigilance matters outside courtrooms too. Medical screens for rare diseases, facial recognition alerts at airports, and algorithmic fraud flags can all mislead if match statistics aren't combined with prevalence data. Whenever you hear 1 in a million, immediately ask, out of how many people and what else do we know? Back in courtroom 7B, a new defence attorney requests a post-conviction review. An appellate panel hears expert testimony unpacking the probabilities, considers Malik's alibi, and overturns the verdict. The lesson ripples through legal seminars. Evidence is powerful, but only when probabilities speak the right language. With that caution, we climb to level 33, where bettors and coaches mistake hot streaks for lasting skill, the hot hand fallacy. Packed stands at Aurora Arena tremble with excitement as shooting guard Talia Grant drains her fourth three-pointer in a row. Commentators shout, "She's on fire!" Fans wave handmade signs, urging teammates to feed her the ball. The opposing coach immediately orders a double team, convinced Grant's touch has magically improved. Yet in the next quarter, she hits only 1 of 7 attempts, finishing the night close to her season average. What looked like a supernatural hot streak was almost certainly random clustering, misread as lasting momentum. This perception trap is known as the hot hand fallacy, the belief that a person who has experienced a streak of success is more likely to continue succeeding in independent, chance-influenced events. The flip side, the cold hand bias, assumes a slump will keep spiraling downward. Early studies of basketball free throws showed hit probabilities barely change after previous makes or misses, but spectators, players, and even coaches routinely adjust strategy around perceived heat. Why does the illusion grip us? Pattern hunger. When the brain sees a rapid sequence of positive outcomes, swishes, winning bets, lucky coin flips, it substitutes skill surge for coincidence. Confirmation bias reinforces the story. Made shots are remembered vividly. Misses fade in the glare of excitement. Social contagion amplifies belief. Announcers' fiery metaphors and crowd noise cement a narrative long before statistics catch up. Notably, hot hands do exist in some contexts. Fatigue, confidence, or tactical matchups can alter true probabilities. The fallacy strikes when people assume every streak equals a changed underlying likelihood without evidence. To test for real heat, analysts examine large datasets, shot charts adjusted for defender proximity, pitch locations, trader returns versus market benchmarks. Often the fire cools to ordinary variance once conditions are controlled. You can guard against the bias through 3 checks. First, ask whether the sample size is large enough. 4 successes in a row mean little in a sequence of hundreds. Second, compare performance during the streak to long-term percentages while matching context. Same distance, same market conditions, same exam format. Third, incorporate regression expectations into decisions. A day trader who doubles capital in 5 sessions should size down, anticipating reversion rather than doubling up on leveraged bets. Practical applications abound. Coaches who ignore the fallacy may overfeed a temporarily hot shooter, reducing offensive diversity and allowing defenses to adjust. Casinos advertise recent jackpot winners to lure belief in looming payouts. Investors chase funds with blazing quarterly returns, only to suffer when averages reassert themselves. Back at Aurora Arena, the analytics department shows staff that Grant's shooting percentage over 200 attempts sits steady at 38%, hot night or not. The coaching playbook now balances momentum vibes with hard data, calling for varied sets rather than blanket isolation plays. Remember, streaks sparkle, but probability flows beneath the glitter with steady patience. Our climb continues to level 34, where sunk investments pull us deeper. The sunk cost fallacy, convincing minds to chase losses instead of charting fresh paths. The sunrise paints the desert town of Al-Kamar gold as Farah opens the doors of her small cinema, the Mirage. 15 years ago, the seats were plush, the projector state-of-the-art, and crowds queued around the block. But streaming arrived, tourists dwindled, and every quarter the numbers sagged. To fight decline, Farah borrowed 8,000 dirhams to install 3D lenses. Ticket sales bumped for a month, then slipped again. Last year, she spent 6,000 repainting murals and upgrading the snack bar. Same pattern. Now the roof leaks above row G, and a contractor quotes another 5,000 for repairs. Farah sighs, "I can't stop now. I've already poured so much into this place." That thought anchors the sunk cost fallacy. Continuing a project because of resources already spent rather than judging future costs against future gains. Money, time, and emotional energy already committed feel like treasures we must defend, even though they are irretrievable, sunk beneath the surface like stones in a well. Psychologists trace the bias to two forces. First is loss aversion. Losing what we invested hurts roughly twice as much as winning the same amount pleases us, so we throw good money after bad to dodge that sting. Second is the desire for consistency. Admitting a course change feels like admitting past error, and public pride resists the pivot. Real-world casualties are everywhere. Governments keep funding stalled rail lines to justify early construction expenses, only to face ballooning deficits. Gamers grind another 10 hours in a dull quest because they've already logged 50. Students stick with unsuitable majors, declaring, "I'm halfway to the degree, it would be wasteful to switch." To break the spell, perform a clean slate test. Imagine the previous investment vanished from memory. Would you still commit the next dollar or hour? If no, the rational path is to quit or pivot. Businesses apply stop-loss rules and stage-gate reviews. Investors decide exit points before buying shares. Couples in counselling examine whether future happiness justifies staying, not how long they've dated. Farah finally runs that test. Ignoring sunk expenses, she compares two futures: keep patching leaks and chasing trends, or transform the hall into a community arts venue, securing a cultural grant that covers renovations. She chooses the second path. The Mirage reopens 6 months later with film clubs, poetry nights, and rentable studio space. Attendance stabilises because the model now fits local demand instead of nostalgia. Lesson carved in plaster above the new ticket window reads, "What's gone is lesson, not leverage." Carry that reminder upward as we continue to level 35, where optimism lures planners into rosy timelines. The planning fallacy awaits. When the city of Riverview unveiled blueprints for a sleek pedestrian bridge over the canal, officials promised completion in 9 months, just in time for the Summer Arts Festival. "We've built similar spans before," the project lead assured reporters. Yet unplanned soil studies, supplier delays, and a rare autumn flood stretched the timeline to 21 months and doubled the budget. Festival vendors lugged carts across detours for 2 extra summers, while taxpayers read headlines of cost overruns and broken promises. Riverview fell victim to the planning fallacy, our systematic tendency to underestimate how long tasks will take and how much they will cost, even when experience warns otherwise. Psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky coined the term after noticing students who predicted they would finish honours theses in a semester typically needed almost twice that time, although they knew past cohorts had overrun schedules in exactly the same way. Why are predictions so rosy? 3 drivers steer optimism. First, inside view thinking. Planners focus on the unique vision of their project, ignoring statistical outcomes of similar past projects. Second, wishful incentives. Tight budgets and short deadlines secure approvals and bonuses, nudging forecasts toward best-case scenarios. Third, memory bias. We recall standout successes more vividly than slow grinds, skewing average recollections. To counter the fallacy, adopt an outside view. Step 1. Reference class forecasting. Gather data from comparable bridges, software sprints, or renovation projects to set baseline ranges. Step 2. Add contingency buffers proportional to identified risks, not arbitrary percentages. Step 3. Stage gates with predefined re-evaluation points where teams adjust scope or timelines based on real progress rather than hope. Individual life benefits too. When estimating a weekend home improvement job, compare with previous tasks of the same complexity, then block extra hours for tool hunts and hardware store runs. Students can create timeline multipliers, double first draft duration, triple citation gathering based on past essays. Businesses draft contracts with liquidated damages or incentive clauses, balancing optimism with accountability. Back in Riverview, a new city ordinance now requires major public works to publish historical averages alongside proposed schedules. The next waterfront project includes a 30% contingency time buffer and phased openings. Residents stroll sections sooner, and headlines shift from frustration to cautious applause. Carry this tempered optimism upward. Level 36 waits ahead, where the Nirvana fallacy tricks minds into rejecting good solutions simply because perfect ones don't yet exist. Citizens of Meadowfield gather in the town hall to debate a proposed bike lane network. Planner Jesser outlines a phased design, painted lanes on main roads first, separated paths later as funds allow. A resident named Victor stands and objects. If bikes aren't fully protected behind concrete barriers on every street from day one, drivers will still endanger cyclists. Partial safety isn't safety at all. Scrap the plan. Applause follows, yet a traffic study shows painted lanes alone could cut car-bike collisions by 30% in the first year. Meadowfield rejects the project, holding out for an ideal that budget projections place 10 years away. Victor's stance exemplifies the Nirvana fallacy, dismissing a realistic option because it falls short of an imagined perfect alternative. By comparing real choices to flawless ideals, the fallacy makes the good appear unacceptable. Environmental policy debates echo it. If renewable energy still emits during manufacturing, why bother? Healthcare reforms face it. If this plan won't cover every citizen, it's worthless. The dynamic often masquerades as principled rigor, but its consequence is paralysis. Why does the Nirvana comparison persuade? Perfection is emotionally magnetic. Imagining zero crashes or zero pollution feels morally superior to incremental gains. Loss aversion amplifies the effect. Conceding any residual risk or flaw seems like accepting harm. Media narratives reinforce all-or-nothing framing. Headlines showcasing a single failure overshadow broader success rates. To spot the trap, ask 3 practical questions. First, what is the baseline without the proposal? In Meadowfield, collisions would remain at current levels rather than fall. Second, what is the likelihood and timeline of achieving the perfect alternative? Budgets reveal that protected lanes everywhere are decades off. Third, can incremental steps be upgraded later? Phased projects often build momentum and data for grander versions. Decision-makers defend against Nirvana by embracing cost-benefit thinking. Engineers assign value to partial fixes. Seatbelts save lives even though accidents still occur. Public health officials scale interventions. Vaccinating 80% of a population curbs outbreaks dramatically, even if coverage isn't total. Policy analysts compare competing imperfect plans, ranking them on measurable impact rather than theoretical flawlessness. Individuals encounter the fallacy too. Someone might skip exercising because a 15-minute walk won't produce six-pack abs, or avoid donating to charity because my $20 won't end poverty. Reframing incremental progress. Every walk boosts cardiovascular health. Every donation feeds someone. Breaks perfection's spell. Months later, Meadowfield revisits the decision after another cyclist injury. This time, the council approves painted lanes, coupled with a 5-year plan for barriers on high-traffic corridors. Early crash data show a significant drop, quieting skeptics and illustrating that better beats waiting for best. Keep this lesson as we ascend to level 37, where moral judgments cloud factual disputes. The moralistic fallacy invites the world to obey our values, even when reality disagrees. At a televised education forum, panelists debate whether cheating has become more common with online exams. Data scientist Mara presents survey results showing 35% of students admit to using unauthorized resources. Mid-sentence, Superintendent Holt interrupts. "That figure cannot be right," he declares. "Our district stands for integrity. Students who value honesty would never cheat at that scale." The audience claps, relieved by the reassuring claim. Mara's spreadsheet vanishes from discussion, replaced by slogans about character. Months later, a state audit uncovers identical rates of academic dishonesty, proving the problem persisted while officials looked away. Holt's rebuttal demonstrates the moralistic fallacy. Assuming or insisting that something is true or false simply because it should be, according to moral or ideological standards. The fallacy flips the naturalistic error on its head. Instead of deriving an ought from an is, it derives an is from an ought. If a fact threatens cherished values, the mind edits the fact rather than rethinking the value-driven expectation. Examples range across public life. Some policymakers once claimed addiction could not have genetic components because that would undercut personal responsibility. Certain early nutrition advocates downplayed evidence that babies lose weight on overly diluted vegan formulas because malnutrition conflicted with their ethical diet ideals. During disease outbreaks, officials may deny airborne spread longer than data warrant, fearing that admitting it could suggest prior mistakes or sow panic. Why does the fallacy entice? Morality feels foundational. Accepting a reality that conflicts with our principles generates cognitive dissonance. Communities likewise signal virtue by affirming optimistic views. Our town would never dump waste, or people in our culture respect elders too much to neglect them. Accepting uncomfortable facts risks stigma, policy costs, or emotional strain. To detect the fallacy, separate value judgments from empirical claims. Ask 2 questions. First, what observable evidence supports or contradicts the statement? Second, would my moral stance change the data collecting instruments, surveys, sensors, case studies, or only my willingness to accept their outputs? If the factual assertion rests solely on how things ought to be, skepticism is warranted. Countermeasures start with institutional culture. Health organizations craft guidelines for reporting negative findings swiftly, even when inconvenient. Companies set key performance indicators that track failures as rigorously as successes, reducing the pressure to paint a spotless picture. Individuals practice intellectual humility, repeating the mantra, "Reality remains neutral toward my preferences." Back at the forum, a newly elected board hires an outside evaluator. Anonymous logs distinguish between normal and suspicious test activity. Proctoring practices improve. Workshops teach students why integrity matters alongside practical deterrence. The district's moral aspirations survive, now grounded in verified knowledge. Carry this realism forward. Level 38 awaits, where nature's label is invoked to justify norms. The naturalistic fallacy blurs what is with what ought to be in the opposite direction. Night settles over the city-state of Goulden as the Ministry of Virtue live-streams its weekly tribunal. On screen, a dim auditorium glows red. Citizen Lena Park stands alone at a podium while a masked inquisitor recites charges. You've been accused of harbouring greed, the root sin against communal harmony. Do you confess? Lena, bewildered, answers, I don't think I'm greedy. The inquisitor bangs a silver gavel. Denial indicates internalized greed, he declares. Guilty. The audience chat erupts with flame emojis. Case closed. Proof achieved by the very protest that should defend her. This nightmarish logic illustrates the Kafka trap, a fallacy named after Franz Kafka's novel The Trial, where the accused is condemned by opaque authority and every denial becomes evidence of guilt. The structure is viciously circular. Accusation implies guilt. Acceptance of guilt proves the charge. Denial likewise proves it, showing the crime hides deeper. No escape route exists. Silence, protest, or cooperation all validate the original claim. Why is the trap so powerful? It weaponizes social psychology. First, it flips the burden of proof. The target must somehow prove a negative. Second, it hijacks identity. Once labelled greedy, unpatriotic, or heretical, any counterargument is framed as defence of the forbidden trait. Third, it mobilises group cohesion by casting outsiders as threats. Spectators signal virtue by affirming the accusation. Fearing doubt will shift suspicion onto themselves. Modern arenas teem with Kafka traps. A corporate trainer tells staff, if you're sceptical of this workshop, that's your unconscious bias resisting. Pundits claim, question our security bill and you aid terrorists. Online mobs insist. Your refusal to apologise proves you know you were wrong. In each case, the accusation feeds on its own echo, growing louder without external evidence. To expose the snare, name its logic. Your charge says any denial equals guilt. That makes the claim unfalsifiable. Provide independent evidence. Demanding testable facts, timestamps, documents, measurable behaviour, returns the debate to verifiable ground. Another tactic is neutral mediation. Transparent audits can break the closed loop. Institutions inoculate themselves with evidentiary standards. HR policies require documentation before discipline. Academic journals rely on peer review. Courts uphold the presumption of innocence to prevent Kafkaesque spirals. Back in Goulden, an anonymous engineer leaks tribunal archives showing quota-driven confessions. Outrage dissolves the ministry. Future cases face open courts where proof, not recursive accusation, rules. Citizens learn that truth withers in cages of unfalsifiability but thrives under shared standards. The silver gavel's echoes fade. Ahead, level 39, the appeal to consequence awaits, wielding fear itself to bend reason. In the gleaming boardroom of Helios Energy, executives debate a whistleblower's report, claiming their flagship solar tiles degrade after 5 years, far sooner than advertised. Data analyst Priya shows field tests corroborating the defect. The CFO responds not with counter-evidence but with alarm. If investors believe that finding our stock will plummet, thousands will lose jobs and global carbon goals will suffer. Therefore, the report must be wrong. The room exhales, budgets proceed, and the defect quietly spreads across suburban rooftops. This manoeuvre is the appeal to consequence fallacy, asserting a statement is true or false based solely on the desirability of its outcomes. Positive consequence appeals sound like, this medicine must work because it's our last hope. Negative versions declare, climate change can't be real, fixing it would crush the economy. The fallacy swaps factual evaluation for wish management. A comforting scenario validates belief. A frightening scenario invalidates it. Why does it sway people? Emotionally charged consequences hijack reasoning. Cognitive psychologists call this motivated reasoning. We recruit logic to defend preferred conclusions, not to discover truth. Organizations double down because acknowledging unwelcome facts can trigger share price drops, political fallout, or personal guilt. To spot the fallacy, separate truth claims from result fears. Ask 2 questions. First, what evidence supports or refutes the assertion independent of its consequences? Second, would the claim still be evaluated the same way if consequences were reversed? If data changes with desire, reasoning is compromised. Practical defenses require structural safeguards. Scientific peer review forces conclusions to rest on methods, not comfort. Corporate governance mandates disclosure rules that penalize hiding defects. Personal decisions benefit from decision journals where you write predictions minus emotional stakes, then revisit them later. Appeals to consequence appear in every aisle. A parent tells a child, "Ghosts must exist, otherwise death is too scary." A politician insists a trade policy cannot fail because failure would hurt small farmers. A friend dismisses genetic testing results because discovering risk would cause anxiety. In all cases, outcome, dread, or delight substitutes for evidence. Back at Helios, a junior engineer leaks degradation photos to regulators. An independent lab confirms the flaw, shares dip, yet proactive recalls salvage brand trust. Investors who valued transparent risk management return, and the company redesigns tiles for longevity. The painful admission of truth averts larger harm later, demonstrating that reality does not bend to hopes or fears, but plans can adapt. Remember, as we climb, consequences inform what to do about facts, not whether facts exist. Level 40 now awaits, where fear itself is wielded more directly, the classic appeal to fear that trades reason for alarm bells. A cold drizzle shrouds the skyline of Galenport as Mayor Arroyo addresses the city on every channel. Behind her, looping drone footage shows snarling gangs torching abandoned cars. Shots from a single riot 6 years ago, tinted crimson for effect. "If we don't pass the Rapid Security Act tonight," she warns, "crime will surge, businesses will flee, and your families will no longer be safe." The Act grants warrantless searches, expands facial recognition cameras to every street lamp, and allocates half the education budget to armoured patrols. Phones buzz with anxious messages. Council members green-light the bill before dawn. 2 weeks later, police data reveal crime was already at a 10-year low. Fear, not fact, rewrote Galenport's charter. Appeal to fear sways audiences by painting terrifying outcomes and then offering one narrow escape, always the speaker's preferred action. Unlike logical risk assessment, this fallacy magnifies threats without proportional evidence, hijacking the amygdala so reason trails far behind. Politicians invoke invasion, contagion, or moral collapse. Advertisers conjure social exile or financial ruin. Conspiracy influencers warn of secret plots only their channel can decode. 3 ingredients brew a potent fear appeal. First, a vivid image. Burning cars, empty grocery shelves, sinister data leaks. Second, urgency. Act now or face irreversible harm. Third, a prescribed remedy. Vote, buy, obey. The method short-circuits deliberation by triggering fight-or-flight physiology. Heart rate climbs, cortisol floods, cognitive bandwidth shrinks. Defenses start with slowing the pulse. Ask, how probable is the threat based on independent sources? Are statistics absolute numbers or percent shifts over tiny baselines? Does the proposed cure actually address the danger or merely display action? Context matters. Banning books won't raise literacy rates. Shuttering a hospital wing to fund metal detectors won't halt cybercrime. Journalists vet fear claims by triangulating multiple datasets and noting confidence intervals. Public health officials pair risk figures with comparisons, virus mortality versus seasonal flu, so citizens calibrate concern. Personal life benefits from a panic pause. When headlines scream catastrophe, breathe, read footnotes, and check reputable outlets before resharing. Back in Galenport, a civic coalition commissions an audit. The report shows that the video montage combined footage from 3 cities a continent away, and that burglaries fell 13% in the quarter preceding the speech. Public trust wavers. A recall petition gains signatures. Some policies might remain, targeted patrols in high-risk blocks, but only after fear-free discussion of costs, benefits, and civil liberties. Remember, legitimate danger warrants action, exaggerated danger demands scrutiny. Ahead lies Level 41, where appeals to pity tug at compassion, coaxing concessions reason might resist. Grey morning light filters into the Marble County Courthouse as the jury files back to their seats. On the stand sits Franklin Doyle, a pension consultant convicted twice before for embezzlement. Instead of presenting ledgers or expert testimony, his attorney wheels in Doyle's frail mother. Oxygen tubing loops around her ears. She clutches a framed photo of Franklin at age 5 beside a birthday cake. The lawyer's voice trembles. If Mr. Doyle goes to prison, who will care for her? Look into a mother's eyes and decide, will you break her heart? Minutes later, the jury returns a recommendation for probation, never mind the missing $2 million. The verdict rests not on evidence, but on a surge of shared sorrow. Appeal to pity leverages compassion to override judgment. By spotlighting suffering tangential or irrelevant to the claim, a speaker diverts attention from responsibility, logic, or causal links. Classic courtroom pleas invoke sick relatives. Political ads show trembling children to justify unrelated bills. Crowdfunding scams post photos of injured pets before revealing vague medical costs. The fallacy does not deny genuine hardship. People do suffer, but it insists the hardship itself settles the question. 3 markers reveal the tactic. First, mismatch. The emotional story connects weakly or not at all to the decision criteria. Second, substitution. Concrete facts and accountability fade behind swelling music and soft lighting. Third, exclusivity. Disagreement is framed as cruelty. Only a monster would ask for documentation. To guard against the hook, separate empathy from outcome. Ask 2 questions. 1. If this hardship didn't exist, would the claim still hold? 2. Can both compassion and accountability coexist? In legal contexts, sentencing guidelines balance mitigation with restitution. Charities publish audited reports so donors know sympathy translates into verifiable aid rather than fraud. Professionals apply structured processes. Medical triage uses severity scales, not just tearful pleas, to allocate scarce organs. Disaster relief organizations create eligibility checklists before funds flow. Ethical journalists verify sources even when tragedy bleeds across the front page. You can practice at home. The next time a friend asks for an interest-free loan because rent is due, pause to discuss a repayment plan. Help them budget rather than enabling repeated crises. When a marketer claims a luxury purchase supports artisans, look for fair trade certifications, wage records, and supply chain audits behind the heartwarming photo. Back in Marble County, investigative reporters uncover that Doyle funneled retirement funds through shell companies. Public outcry forces a retrial. Restitution replaces probation. The judge offers Doyle's mother a state social care liaison, proof that society can comfort the vulnerable without excusing deceit. Hold on to that balance as we ascend to level 42, where selective evidence, cherry-picking, turns data orchards into misleading fruit baskets. Midnight floods the conference hall in icy LED light as Virogenics, a biotech darling, unveils trial results for its antiviral pill. CEO Dr. Selene Kaur strides on stage, flanked by a slide reading 92% success rate. Investors cheer. Media outlets fire headlines before the livestream ends. Left unseen are 4 unpublished trials where the pill performed no better than sugar tablets and one where liver enzymes spiked dangerously. Those studies sit in a locked folder labelled Exploratory Data, Not for Release. Share prices soar. Within weeks, regulators discover the omission and Virogenics crashes like a paper phoenix. This sleight of hand is cherry-picking, selecting only the data points or anecdotes that confirm a desired narrative, while quietly discarding the rest. In science, it means publishing only favourable trials. In politics, it means quoting crime statistics for a single month that supports a speech while ignoring the decade trend. In personal life, it surfaces when someone boasts of 3 miracle stock picks, omitting 10 quiet failures. Why is it persuasive? Human cognition favours coherent stories. Hand an audience a basket of flawless fruit, and few will ask how many bruised peaches were left on the tree. Confirmation bias wants agreement. Availability bias recalls striking successes more easily than dusty null results. 3 diagnostics expose cherry-picking. First, ask, what is the full data set? If a speaker cites percentage gains, demand denominators out of how many trials, days, or customers. Second, look for missing timeframes. Does the chart start conveniently after a drop or stop before a fall? Third, check publication symmetry. Do negative outcomes appear anywhere, or are they relegated to obscure supplements? Defences rely on transparency. Clinical registries require researchers to pre-register all trials before data collection, making silent burial harder. Meta-analyses include unpublished dissertations and conference posters to balance the orchard. Journalists compare claims to open databases. Fact-checkers annotate speeches with broader context maps. Individuals can build a simple habit. Whenever a friend cites an impressive stat, ask, according to whom and what did the other studies show? Even social media apps now link health claims to independent sources, though algorithms still reward eye-catching slices over complex pies. Back at Virogenics, regulators order a full audit. Rival firms scramble to replicate results, and patient advocacy groups demand raw data. The company reissues its report. Success averages 48%. Liver risk remains unresolved. Further trials required. Investors retreat, but some researchers stay. Truthful data, however mixed, can still guide real innovation once the trees are shown without filters. As you drift toward level 43, remember, a single shining apple may hide a rotten harvest. Next up, anecdotal evidence will tempt listeners with vivid stories that eclipse entire orchards of statistics. A soft rain patters on the roof of Crescent General Hospital as TV host Mira Dell records a segment about a controversial new meningitis vaccine. Instead of epidemiologists, her producers book Trina Hawke, a local mother who recounts how her son developed seizures 2 days after receiving the shot. The studio dims the lights. A violin cue swells. Viewers see photos of the boy before and after. No study can erase what I witnessed, Trina says, tears glistening. Overnight, social feeds erupt with #StopTheShot. Within a month, vaccination rates in 3 counties fall by 40%. Yet, county health officers confirm no statistical spike in seizure reports among the hundreds of thousands already immunized. One vivid story eclipsed mountains of data. Anecdotal evidence leverages single experiences, often emotional, dramatic, or unusual, to stand in for systematic research. Humans are narrative creatures. We recall faces, not spreadsheets. Marketers deploy testimonials, and conspiracy forums trade personal tales that feel more real than peer-reviewed studies. But anecdotes by nature cannot account for coincidence, reporting bias, or unseen confounding factors. Why do anecdotes grip so tightly? First, availability. Striking events lodge in memory, making them seem common. Second, empathy. Mirror neurons spark when we hear a lived story, forging emotional truth no scatterplot can match. Third, cognitive ease. A 30-second clip beats a 30-page journal article for mental workload. To test an anecdote, ask 3 questions. 1. What is the base rate? If a symptom occurs in 1 of 1,000 children each week, an isolated post-vaccine case might fit normal background frequency. 2. Has the story been independently verified? Medical records, timelines, diagnostic codes. 3. Are larger controlled studies consistent or contradictory? Robust trials include thousands of subjects and control groups. They reveal patterns beyond personal perception. Media outlets can mitigate anecdote sway by pairing each personal account with clear population statistics and expert explanation. Scientists publish case series only as hypothesis generators, never as proof. Public health campaigns train spokespeople to translate risk ratios into everyday analogies. 1 in a million becomes your odds of being struck by lightning twice. Individuals can guard focus by labeling stories as first-person data points and immediately seeking broader numbers. Social media users learn to pause before sharing viral testimonies, checking reputable health or finance websites for aggregate findings. Back in Crescent County, pediatricians host town hall meetings showing graphs of seizure incidents across vaccinated and unvaccinated groups. Gradually, uptake recovers. Trina's experience remains respected, but policy pivots back to evidence that protects the larger community. Hold on to this balance between empathy and statistics as we move to level 44, where the spotlight fallacy tricks us by magnifying rare events until they feel universal. Sun-bleached tourists drift along Palmview Beach, sipping iced cocktails beneath striped umbrellas. At a nearby pier, a single drone camera hovers as paramedics tend to a surfer with a minor bite. 10 stitches, more scare than harm. That evening, every national network loops the footage under blazing captions. Shark horror strikes Florida coast. For the next week, anchors replay the clip between commercials, speculating on rising shark aggression. Vacation bookings plummet, surf schools close early, and local fishermen rally for a cull. Yet marine biologist reports show global shark attacks actually declined 7% compared with the previous decade, and the odds of any Palmview swimmer being bitten stand below 1 in 11 million. The spotlight, not the sharks, changed behaviour. This distortion is the spotlight fallacy, assuming that whatever receives the most public attention accurately represents prevalence or importance. Media outlets shine their beam on dramatic but rare events, plane crashes, lottery wins, unusual crimes, leading audiences to overestimate frequency. Politicians leverage spotlight by staging press conferences at the most sensational scene. Companies do it through viral ads featuring freak outcomes rather than typical user experience. Why does the fallacy mesmerize? First, availability bias. Memorable images crowd out quieter statistics in mental recall. Second, emotional amplification. Fear, outrage, or awe boost ratings and shares. Third, social contagion. When everyone talks sharks, the topic feels urgent, so more outlets cover it, reinforcing the cycle. 3 tactics expose the spotlight. 1. Check absolute numbers over time. A single headline rarely shows denominators. 2. Review context. How many total beachgoers swam safely that day? 3. Scan reputable annual reports rather than daily feeds. Trend lines dilute flash-in-the-pan spikes. Professionals counteract glare with perspective frameworks. Public health dashboards rank causes of injury by total deaths, so resources target top threats instead of headline grabbers. Aviation regulators publish incident rates per million flights, reminding travellers that turbulent stories don't equal systemic danger. Newsrooms adopt constructive journalism policies, coupling sensational anecdotes with data sidebars. Individuals can self-train by keeping a risk chart bookmark, comparing shark attack odds to lightning strikes, bicycle crashes, or food poisoning. The next time a splashy story dominates feeds, ask, if coverage vanished tomorrow, would the underlying risk to me truly change? Weeks later, Palmview merchants fund a balanced campaign. Marine scientists give beach talks, signs show comparative dangers. Drive to the beach, 1 in 5,000 risk of accident. Shark bite, 1 in 11 million. Tourist confidence returns without dismissing legitimate caution. Remember, what lives under the media spotlight often shrinks in daylight. Our climb continues to level 45, where accused hypocrites deploy tu quoque, deflecting criticism by pointing to their critics' faults instead of their own actions. An autumn wind rattles the windows of Stirling City Hall as Councilwoman Dana Wells calls for stricter penalties on factories dumping sludge into the river. Mid-speech, rival councilman Victor Choik interrupts. "Spare us the lecture," he scoffs. "Your own restaurant was cited last year for overflowing grease traps." The chamber erupts in murmurs. Reporters scribble notes about Wells's citation instead of her environmental data. The sludge ordnance stalls in committee, and the river keeps darkening. Choik never disputes the danger of industrial waste. He simply shifts attention to Wells's past misstep, implying that her hypocrisy invalidates her argument. This manoeuvre is tu quoque, Latin for you too, the appeal to hypocrisy. Rather than address a claim's validity, the speaker attacks the messenger for behaving inconsistently with the principle they advocate. The tactic dodges evaluation of the action itself. Dumping sludge remains harmful by asserting that a flawed advocate cannot issue a valid critique. Why does tu quoque resonate? Humans weigh trust heavily. When a moralizer falters, we feel betrayed, and anger clouds our judgment. Social instincts for fairness push us to spotlight double standards. Media amplify the effect because stories of hypocrisy draw clicks while technical debates bore. Yet logical consistency is not a prerequisite for factual truth. A smoker can warn children about cancer. A litterbug can correctly argue for recycling. Policies stand or fall on evidence, not champions purity. 3 questions pry open a tu quoque. 1. Does the counter-accusation disprove the claim itself? 2. Is the critic's behaviour relevant to proposed solutions? 3. Could both wrongs stand independently, both needing remedy? In Stirling's case, Wells should fix her grease traps, and factories should cease toxic dumping. The duties are separate. Defences in public discourse include establishing separate time blocks, address the policy first, personal conduct second. Moderators enforce ground rules. We'll examine Councilwoman Wells's citation after we finish assessing contamination data. Fact-checkers label hypocrisy angles but keep them distinct from impact studies. Individuals facing tu quoque can acknowledge imperfection without surrendering the argument. Yes, my restaurant failed inspection. Here's proof we corrected it. Now, about the river toxins, let's examine the measurements. Transparency deflates character attacks, refocusing on evidence. Months later, after citizens sue for clean water, even Choik concedes lab reports are damning. The council passes the sludge ordinance unanimously. Wells, having learned, installs state-of-the-art grease filters and invites inspectors to live-stream follow-ups. Both inconsistencies and pollution see corrective action. Separate problems, separate fixes. Keep 2 Quoco on your radar as we climb to level 46, where deflection widens. Whataboutism shifts spotlight to unrelated wrongs, multiplying distractions and halting progress. Snowflakes swirl over the granite steps of Parliament Hill as reporters gather for a press briefing on a leaked dossier. Senior officials have been funneling infrastructure funds into shell companies owned by relatives. Finance Minister Celeste Ward steps to the podium amid flashing cameras. Instead of addressing the dossier, she says, "I find it interesting that you fixate on bookkeeping errors while opposition states let their bridges crumble and schools fail safety checks. Why don't you ask them where the money went?" Journalists pivot to those other provinces. Headlines shift overnight. The shell companies fade from front pages, replaced by a new cycle of blame aimed elsewhere. This maneuver is what-about-ism, responding to an accusation or difficult question by raising a different, often unrelated wrongdoing, implying that if others sin, the original charge loses urgency. Originating in Cold War propaganda, what about lynchings in America? The tactic resurged through social media, where every criticism spawns a chain of pointing fingers until all targets blur. Why does whataboutism succeed? 3 psychological levers combine. First, moral relativism. If everyone errs, specific wrongdoing feels less shameful. Second, tribal loyalty, redirecting blame toward an outgroup rally supporters, turning defense into offense. Third, cognitive overload. Each new allegation demands background knowledge. Piling comparisons exhausts attention and stalls resolution. To expose the ploy, keep focus with a simple refrain. We can discuss that separate issue after addressing this one. Structured dialogue separates cases rather than letting them collide. Investigative journalists maintain dedicated segments or articles, one for infrastructure fraud, another for collapsing bridges, refusing to merge them into a rhetorical fog. Critical listeners apply 3 tests. 1. Relevance. Does the new topic bear directly on the original claim, or is it merely adjacent outrage? 2. Proportionality. Do scale, timing, and context match? 3. Remedy. Will solving the second issue automatically fix the first? Usually not. Institutions can break the cycle through accountability frameworks. Ethics committees handle allegations internally regardless of external misdeeds. Courts judge each case on its own merits. In debate formats, moderators enforce topic boundaries and time limits to prevent derailment. You can deploy a personal script. When a colleague deflects feedback, "What about your missed deadline?" Reply, "Let's log my lapse for later. Right now, we're reviewing this report." When friends argue sports scandals, but your team cheated in 2014, agree to evaluate each violation independently, then decide penalties proportionate to facts. Weeks after Ward's press conference, a parliamentary inquiry refuses further deflections. Forensic accountants trace the shell companies, funds are clawed back, and indictments follow. Simultaneously, inspection teams audit the bridges, and school buildings mentioned in her What About, proving multiple wrongs can be pursued without cancelling each other out. As we climb to level 47, note how excuses escalate. 2 wrongs. Make a right will attempt to justify misconduct by citing an opponent's matching sin instead of merely pointing to it. Rain pelts the bulletproof glass of Alderwick Bank's top-floor conference room. Inside, executives debate an internal audit showing that several senior traders manipulated foreign exchange rates, shaving fractions of a cent to pocket millions. Compliance Chief Nadia Patel demands immediate resignations and restitution. Vice Chair Marcus Doyle leans back, taps the mahogany table and says, "Look, our competitors did the same thing for years. If we didn't play the game, we'd have lost clients and jobs. Why should we be singled out for punishment?" Heads around the room nod, soothed by the logic. If others cheat, matching their wrongdoing isn't wrong at all. This is the two wrongs make a right fallacy, justifying unethical action by pointing to another's similar misconduct. The move differs from whataboutism's deflection. Here, wrongdoing is openly admitted but deemed acceptable because someone else did it first or worse. Children deploy it reflexively. He hit me, so I hit back. Nations cite historic invasions to rationalize fresh ones. Companies excuse data theft because rivals harvest the same troves. Why does the argument appeal? Fairness bias tells us penalties should be evenly distributed. Seeing unequal justice evokes moral outrage. The mind then flips fairness into permission. If Rule A was broken without consequence elsewhere, the rule must not matter. Social proof reinforces it. When peers normalize misconduct, dissenters fear isolation. Yet ethical and legal systems reject comparative absolution. Courts weigh each defendant's actions, not a tally of neighborhood crimes. Medical malpractice cannot be excused by pointing to others' negligence. Even warfare law separates proportional response from mirroring atrocities. To dismantle the fallacy, apply two lenses. Lens 1, intrinsic wrongness. Does the act harm stakeholders regardless of precedent? Lens 2, independent accountability. Will condemning this instance reduce future harm, despite others escaping sanction? If answers are yes, wrong remains wrong. Practical safeguards include third-party audits and transparent metrics. Sports leagues enforce standardized penalties for doping, so everyone's doing it cannot sway officials. Academic honor codes grade plagiarism case by case. Whistleblower hotlines cultivate cultures where precedent does not excuse repeat offences. Personally, rehearse a neutral script. Even if X also erred, we are responsible for Y. Parents separate siblings during disputes, teaching each child accountability. Managers reward ethical sales numbers, not just revenue leaders, breaking cycles where shady tactics spread. Back in Alderwick, regulators fine the bank heavily and ban implicated traders. A rival institution publicly admits similar manipulation, fearing harsher fallout. As each firm corrects course, the market inches toward cleaner practices. Proof that refusing the everyone cheats excuse nudges entire systems toward integrity. The ascent continues to level 48, where arguments shift burdens like hot potatoes. Burden shift will show how claimants dodge the responsibility to prove their assertions. Mid-afternoon sunlight slants through the stained glass dome of the Arcadia Institute's Grand Hall, where Dr. Lyle Vaughan unveils his sensational claim, "My new quantum bracelet reverses cellular aging. Wear it for a month and watch grey hair fade." Journalists press for peer-reviewed data. Vaughan smiles. "Prove it doesn't work," he replies. "You can't. Then you have no right to doubt me." Social media erupts with testimonials, selfies under flattering filters, while critics scramble to design costly, months-long trials to disprove a gizmo backed by no evidence at all. Welcome to burden shift, the fallacy of planting proof responsibility on challengers rather than the claimant. In logic and law, the principle is clear. Whoever asserts a proposition must provide evidence. Burden shifters invert that rule, insisting skepticism must first falsify their unfounded statement. The ploy appears in fringe science. Show me a study that proves telepathy is impossible. Conspiracy theories. prove the moon landing footage wasn't faked, and everyday boasts, you can't prove my miracle diet isn't effective. Why does the tactic snare audiences? Two forces converge. First, ignorance asymmetry. Demonstrating absence requires exhaustive search, while asserting presence demands only imagination. Second, rhetorical confidence. Declaring certainty while others hesitate looks persuasive, especially on fast timelines where rigorous studies lag behind viral videos. 3 diagnostics reveal burden shifting. 1. Asymmetrical demand. Does the claimant offer no data but demand complete refutation? 2. Unfalsifiable framing. Would any counter-evidence simply be dismissed as fabricated or insufficient? 3. Resource imbalance. Does disproving require vast time or expense, while asserting took seconds at a podium? Defences rely on reinstating epistemic norms. In public debates, moderators prompt, "What positive evidence supports your claim?" Scientific journals reject submissions lacking methodology or control groups. Courts invoke prima facie standards. Plaintiffs must produce initial proof before defendants answer. Individuals can wield a simple phrase, "Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence." When a friend touts a gambling system, ask for audited records, not excuses. If an ad promises anti-gravity sneakers, hunt for independent lab tests before ordering. Regulatory frameworks offer teeth. Consumer protection agencies demand randomized trials for health products before marketing. Social platforms flag posts that shift burden without proof, adding context links to reputable sources. Back under the stained glass dome, a coalition of skeptical scientists challenges Dr. Vaughan. Unable to present verifiable trials, he postpones shipping, then quietly alters marketing copy to "may support youthful feeling." Refund requests flood in. Influencer partners delete glowing reviews. The episode reminds consumers that disbelief is not laziness. It is the default until evidence arrives. As you breathe, remember, proof does not sprout from doubt, it grows from data. Our ladder now climbs to level 49, where silence itself is twisted into admission. The argument from silence awaits. A marble statue of Queen Meridia dominates the central archive of the Kingdom of Valden. For centuries, historians praised her reign as peaceful and just. There are no surviving scrolls describing famine, revolt, or military defeat during her 30-year rule. At an academic symposium, Professor Ilara Miles unveils a startling thesis. Since no chronicler mentions uprisings under Meridia, she must have governed with unmatched benevolence. Applause ripples through the hall. Days later, an archaeology team excavates a mass grave dated to Meridia's 20th year, filled with shackled skeletons. Silence in the royal annals did not signal harmony, it masked catastrophe. This misstep is the argument from silence, concluding that a claim is true or false because relevant sources fail to mention it. The fallacy assumes records are complete, unbiased, and incapable of omission. Yet archives burn, censors redact, victims lack scribes, and mundane events rarely earn ink. Absence of evidence becomes evidence of absence without justification. Why does the gap feel persuasive? Humans equate visibility with existence. If we search quickly and find nothing, we infer nothing is there. Cognitive laziness joins confirmation bias. The silence fits a comforting narrative, so we stop digging. Institutions exploit the leap. Corporations tout no customer complaints on file without noting how hard it is to locate the complaint form, or regimes claim 0 prison abuse reports while muzzling watchdogs. To dismantle the fallacy, interrogate the silence. Ask 3 questions. 1. Are the records comprehensive? A medieval court chronicle may omit peasant revolts as beneath noble notice. 2. Who controlled documentation? Victors, elites, or public relations teams often steer the quills. 3. What physical or logistical barriers could erase evidence? Fire, flood, encryption, or fear? Historians balance written voids with triangulation, cross-referencing tax rolls, letters, excavation layers, and foreign accounts. Investigative journalists seek whistleblower testimony when official minutes omit key decisions. Data analysts flag missing values. Absence triggers alerts rather than conclusions. Individuals can practice mindful searching. When researching a supplement and finding no negative reviews, check sample size and review moderation policies. If a public figure claims, "No scientist disputes my theory," scan academic databases and conference abstracts. Silence may stem from irrelevance rather than consensus. Back in Valden, the new excavation spurs scholars to re-examine coins, pottery layers, and foreign merchant diaries. Slowly, a darker portrait emerges: drought, rebellion, violent suppression. Queen Meridia's marble gaze remains serene, but museum placards now tell a fuller story. Silence shattered by spades and carbon dating. As you ascend toward level 50, remember, empty pages speak, but only if we listen for the reasons they are empty. Up next is gaslighting, where evidence isn't merely missing, it's twisted until reality itself seems to flicker. The old Cedar Heights Asylum has been converted into luxury apartments, but one wing remains untouched for paranormal tours. During a late-night livestream, guide Ava Torres leads 12 guests into room 117, once the chief physician's private office. The overhead bulb flickers. Shadows lurch. Suddenly, a guest named Devin gasps. His vintage pocket watch reads 2:13 a.m., though it was 1:45 only minutes earlier. Ava smiles benignly. "You're mistaken," she says. "We entered at 2:05. Your nerves are scrambling perception." Another guest whispers that she smells smoke. Ava replies, "Nonsense, the air is pure." The group's unease deepens. Floorboards creak, distant cries echo. Yet every alarm they voice meets Ava's calm denial. By tour's end, half the visitors doubt their own senses, tipping extra for an experience they think they imagined. This psychological warfare is gaslighting, manipulating someone into doubting their memory, perception, or sanity by persistently denying obvious evidence, named after the 1938 play Gaslight, where a husband dims lamps and insists his wife's complaints prove madness. The tactic erodes self-trust until the victim surrenders all judgment to the manipulator. Gaslighting operates through 4 intertwined moves. First, fabrication. The manipulator alters or hides stimuli, like Ava resetting clocks before tours. Second, denial. When confronted, they insist nothing changed. Third, isolation. Dissenting voices are mocked or separated, so the target lacks reality checks. Fourth, emotional counterattack. Accusations of hysteria or oversensitivity make victims defend their character rather than the facts. Why does it work? Human cognition balances internal sensations against social feedback. When consensus contradicts personal perception, especially in stressful settings, the brain may defer to external authority to reduce cognitive dissonance. Gaslighters exploit this social override, creating a tyrannical reference frame where only their version of events is valid. Safeguards begin with documentation. Write timestamps, record conversations, snap photos, objective anchors you can revisit. Seek third-party verification early. Isolation empowers gaslighters. In workplaces, maintain paper trails, meeting minutes, emailed confirmations. Mental health professionals teach grounding techniques. Name 3 tactile sensations, 3 smells, 3 sounds to recalibrate confidence in sensory input. Organizations design systemic defenses. Whistleblower policies let employees report misconduct without facing direct denial. Body-worn police cameras preserve audio-visual records. Scientific peer review ensures raw data outlive charismatic interpretations. Tour exit surveys later reveal that 3 visitors recorded phone clocks, proving Ava's timeline false. The attraction's owner reviews surveillance footage. Hidden speakers emitted faint smokehouse scents. Thermostats toggled to cause chills. Faced with evidence, he rebrands Cedar Heights as an interactive illusion, disclosing effects openly. Future guests thrill knowingly, their trust intact. Remember, perception can wobble, but deliberate distortion is a weapon you can name, record, and resist. Level 51 waits ahead, moving the goalposts, where victory conditions shift mid-debate, making resolution seem eternally just out of reach. High above Meridian Stadium, floodlights bathe the pitch in blinding white as the home crowd chants for video review technology. Their team, the Falcons, lost last season's championship on a disputed offside call. League Commissioner Warren Blake finally announces a new rule. All goals will be automatically reviewed. Opening night arrives. The Falcons score a stunning header, confirmed on screen. Onside, no foul. Rival coaches complain, it's not enough. We need full-field AI tracking every pass. The league agrees. Weeks later, after another tight win, critics demand player-mounted sensors to detect jersey pulls. Each time the Falcons meet the requirement, detractors redefine what counts as a fair goal. Fans realize no amount of evidence will silence the chorus. Success remains perpetually invalidated. This shifting standard is moving the goalposts. An opponent sets a criterion, then, once it's satisfied, demands a new, often tougher measure, making it impossible for the claimant to win. The tactic appears in scientific debate. Prove evolution in a lab. Oh, not that lab. Conspiracy forums. Show video evidence. No multiple angles. No classified documents. And political negotiations. Bring unemployment below 5%. Now stabilize inflation at the same time. The game's intent is either to delay acknowledgement indefinitely or to exhaust the other party. Why does the maneuver succeed? It disguises itself as rigor. Each new hurdle looks reasonable in isolation, and audiences unfamiliar with the original bar shift may applaud heightened scrutiny. Cognitive load also aids the trick. Tracking moving criteria requires memory of earlier commitments, which casual observers often lack. Spotting the scheme involves 3 steps. 1. Document initial conditions, what exactly was demanded. 2. When those conditions are met, confirm publicly before proceeding. 3. Query the relevance of additional demands. Do they logically extend the goal or merely obstruct it? Defences hinge on accountability. Negotiators write milestones into contracts with acceptance clauses. Once a feature passes agreed tests, payment triggers. Scientists pre-register hypotheses. If outcomes meet predefined endpoints, journals publish regardless of shifting reviewer wishes. In everyday life, keep digital receipts. Last week, you said if I provided 3 client references, we'd close. Here they are. Moving the goalposts can be legitimate if new data genuinely alters stakes. Regulatory agencies may heighten safety tests after uncovering side effects. The fallacy arises when standards shift solely to avoid conceding. Back at Meridian Stadium, an independent sports governing body adopts a clear policy. Goal validity requires on-screen offside check and 1 manually verified foul review. Nothing more. Complaints must provide new empirical evidence before rules change. The season culminates with a championship decided on skill, not infinite replay loops, restoring faith that criteria, once met, actually count. As you steady your stride on our climb, note that some debates accelerate in the other direction, flooding opponents with too many points to answer. Level 52, Gish Gallop, will show how overwhelming speed can substitute for substance. The university auditorium buzzes as two debaters take the stage. Professor Isla Chen, a climatologist, and Victor Brandt, a charismatic podcast host known for questioning everything. The moderator invites opening remarks. Chen begins with a concise overview of temperature records, CO2 concentrations, and peer-reviewed models, 3 clear points. Brandt smiles and unleashes a torrent. Volcanoes emit more carbon than cars. Antarctic ice is growing. 1970s, scientists warned of an ice age. Solar cycles drive warming. Climate models failed in the 1990s. Polar bears are thriving. Wind turbines kill birds. Climate taxes fund corrupt elites. And so on. 20 claims in 4 minutes. The audience scribbles furiously. Chen is given equal time, but even summarizing evidence against one falsehood would consume her slot. When Q&A arrives, students recall Brandt's avalanche more vividly than Chen's careful citations. On social media the next day, headlines read, "Professor struggles to answer host's questions." Brandt executed a Gish Gallop, named after creationist Duane Gish, where a speaker fires off a rapid series of dubious or misleading assertions, forcing opponents to choose between ignoring most points, appearing evasive, or rebutting each one, burning time and energy. The tactic exploits an asymmetry. Crafting a fallacy takes seconds, debunking demands minutes and references. Why does the Gallop resonate? Cognitive overload floods listeners. They can't fact-check everything in real time, so sheer quantity looks like expertise. The availability heuristic makes repeated minor myths feel weightier than a single robust study. Social media further rewards volume. Each unrefuted claim spawns a shareable meme before fact-checkers mobilize. Spotting the maneuver is straightforward. Note the density of claims relative to allotted time. If each point averages fewer than 10 seconds, you're witnessing a gallop. Debaters can counter with point consolidation, grouping related myths. 6 of your statements concern ice data. Let's address them together. Another defense is the selective strike. Pick the most central falsehood, dissect it thoroughly, then highlight how many others rest on similar misrepresentation. Moderators play a crucial role. They can require speakers to list main arguments in advance, limiting total to a manageable number. Written debate formats or fact-check crawlers help audiences track which claims remain unsupported. Individually, cultivate patience. When a Gallop storms your feed, flag unfamiliar claims for later research rather than accepting or rejecting en masse. Use reputable fact-checking sites. You'll often find recycled talking points debunked years prior. Weeks after the debate, the student newspaper publishes a fact-check series. Volcanoes emit less than 1% of anthropogenic CO2. Antarctic sea ice trends differ from land ice loss. Climate models predicted current warming within error margins. Brandt's rapid-fire aura fades under scrutiny, while Chen's measured accuracy gains respect. Next, level 53, sea lioning, awaits, where politeness itself becomes a weapon through relentless, insincere questioning. The Green City hashtag trends on ConnectSphere after activist Samira Khan posts, "Car-free days cut downtown pollution. Let's expand them." Within minutes, an account named Urban Inquiry replies, "Could you provide the complete NO2 readings for every street last month?" Samira shares a city report. Urban Inquiry responds, "Interesting, but do you have hourly breakdowns by wind speed?" Samira links a meteorological dataset. Fascinating. Urban Inquiry says, what about pedestrian illness statistics versus particulate matter on comparable days? Followers notice the handle has no bio, follows no one, and joined yesterday. Each request arrives in chipper, formal language, never insults, always just asking questions. After 40 exchanges, Samira logs off exhausted, supporters drift away, discussion buried under polite interrogation. This is sea-lioning, a harassment technique where a bad faith actor bombards someone with endless, insincere questions couched in exaggerated civility. The name stems from a satirical webcomic. A seal politely demands evidence for a casual remark, then follows the speaker everywhere, repeating the demand until life becomes unbearable. Unlike open debate, sealining aims not to learn, but to fatigue, derail, and publicly frame the target as unreasonable when they finally disengage. Why does it work? Social norms prize politeness. Refusing a civil request appears rude. Each new question imposes asymmetric costs, seconds to type, minutes to research. Onlookers unfamiliar with the history interpret departure as concession. If Samira had solid data, she'd have answered. Platforms amplify the effect because algorithmic visibility rewards long threads. 3 signs expose sealining. 1. Contextless entry. An unknown account drops into a thread with demanding specificity. 2. Moving targets. Answers spawn narrower questions ad infinitum. 3. Refusal to acknowledge resources provided. Evidence disappears into a bottomless, just one more citation. Defenses protect both energy and credibility. First, set boundaries early. Happy to share key sources. Further detail is beyond the scope of this thread. Second, link to a resource hub or FAQ once, then stop engaging. Third, call out the pattern politely. Your repeated requests, despite provided studies, suggest sealining rather than dialogue. Moderators can limit repetitive questions and pin reference posts to curb derailment. Organizations adopt tiered engagement policies. Customer support answers once, then directs queries to knowledge bases. Activist groups assign info stewards who track legitimate inquiries separately from time wasters. Personal well-being apps remind users to log off when pulse or typing speed spikes. Digital biofeedback against harassment fatigue. A week later, digital forensics reveal Urban Inquiry shares an IP block with a lobby firm opposing car-free zones. The platform suspends the account for coordinated disruption. Samira's original post resurges. City Council schedules a vote, this time with debate time capped and datasets pre-circulated. Onward we climb to level 54, Motter and Bailey, where arguers retreat from bold castles to safe keeps, only to sally forth again once criticism fades. The glimmering tech campus of Hypernova AI hosts its annual Innovation Summit. On stage, founder Clara Volkov unveils Sentinel, an algorithm she claims will eradicate disinformation by classifying all online speech for truthfulness in real time. Journalists raise eyebrows. Does that mean private DMS, political satire, personal anecdotes? Clara beams. Absolutely, anything less invites chaos. Overnight, privacy advocates erupt, news outlets warn of mass censorship. 2 days later, Clara tweets a calmer stance. Sentinel merely highlights contested claims so users can check sources. Freedom of expression is paramount. Headlines soften. A quarter later, investor decks once again tout Sentinel's power to eliminate harmful speech at the point of creation. Critics cycle back, and Clara retreats to reassurance again. Bold claim, retreat, repeat. This expansion and retreat dance is the Mott and Bailey fallacy, named after medieval castles. The Bailey is a big, flashy, hard-to-defend claim. Sentinel will police all speech. When attacked, the arguer retreats into the Mott, a narrow, easily defensible statement. Sentinel only suggests fact checks. Once criticism calms, they return to the Bailey, enjoying its rhetorical benefits. Why does the tactic succeed? Audiences remember striking promises. Skeptics expend energy on the extreme version. When the arguer retreats, opponents seem nitpicky, while supporters feel vindicated. Media cycles amplify the pattern. Bold sells. Retreat rarely draws equal coverage. Spotting the move involves tracking claim drift over time. Ask, did the speaker quietly swap definitions or scope after backlash? Are marketing materials and technical white papers aligned? Do footnotes contradict headlines? Defenses rely on pinning commitments. Regulators request written product descriptions before public launch. Any later contradictions trigger compliance review. Journalists archive original statements and quote them when juxtaposing later clarifications. In conversation, insist on definitions. When you say eradicate disinformation, do you mean platform removal or user flagging? Which is it, and will that be true 6 months from now? Organizations can preempt Mott and Bailey by separating visionary goals from current capabilities in their own messaging, labeling each clearly aspiration versus MVP features. Investors and ethics boards should demand stage-gated roadmaps, preventing overreach followed by convenient retreats. After sustained scrutiny, Hypernova's board forces Clara to choose. She publishes an open letter. Sentinel will surface community fact checks with no automatic deletions or private message scanning. An independent audit verifies code permissions. Sales decks update accordingly. Regulators relax. The company can still pursue wider safeguards later, but only after transparent debate and new approvals. As you climb toward level 55, Godwin's law, remember how rhetorical fortresses shift. Bold claims draw crowds. Safe claims withstand critique. True integrity welds the two together, so neither retreat nor advance rewrites reality on a whim. The city of Brookhaven streams its first online town hall meeting about rezoning vacant warehouses into affordable lofts. Early commenters argue rent caps, parking, noise. An hour in, user TruthGuard77 types, "This plan is social engineering, just like the Nazis who forced people into ghettos." The chat jolts. Another user fires back, "Funny you compare when car owners act like Hitler demanding Lebensraum for parking." Within 10 minutes, debate on square footage and tax incentives disappears under swastika memes and Third Reich analogies. The mayor ends the session, declaring it hijacked by extremists, and postpones the vote. Godwin's law, coined by attorney Mike Godwin in 1990, states that as an online discussion grows longer, the likelihood of a comparison involving Hitler or Nazis approaches 1. While phrased humorously, the law highlights a real derailment pattern. Invoking Nazism floods any topic, housing, healthcare, pop music, with moral absolutism, making nuanced debate nearly impossible. Why do Nazi analogies land so forcefully? Hitler represents ultimate evil in modern collective memory. Comparing an opponent to him shortcuts moral complexity. If the other side equals Nazis, negotiation seems immoral. The shock value garners reactions and algorithmic boosts, yet such comparisons often trivialize historical atrocity and misinform by equating vastly different contexts. 3 signals warn a discussion approaches Godwin territory. 1. Rhetoric escalates from policy specifics to moral condemnation. 2. Historical references narrow to World War II regardless of topic. 3. Emotional language spikes, tyranny, Ghetto, final solution. Once invoked, polarization widens. Empirical claims drown beneath outrage. Diffusing a Godwin flare involves factual and emotional steps. First, request clarification. Which specific Nazi policy mirrors this zoning code? This forces precision where hyperbole thrives on vagueness. Second, refocus on impact metrics, cost per unit, displacement rates, re-anchoring conversation in measurable reality. Third, set community guidelines. Ad Hitlerum comparisons require immediate evidence or receive moderation. Educators teach rhetorical literacy by contrasting false Nazi analogies with legitimate historical parallels. For instance, studying real ghettoization policies versus modern urban planning clarifies differences and prevents misuse. Journalists flag gratuitous Nazi references in fact checks, labeling them hyperbolic without banning Holocaust scholarship. A week after Brookhaven's derailment, the city hosts a moderated webinar. Rules state, no Nazi analogies unless directly supported by historical documentation. The chat stays on topic. Attendees weigh tax abatements and green space requirements. The rezoning eventually passes, with amendments addressing parking fears. Carry this lens upward. Level 56, Broken Window Fallacy, examines how destruction masquerades as economic growth, revealing another trap where surface logic hides deeper cost. Lightning cracks above Ironclad Avenue as a protest spirals into riot. By dawn, more than 50 storefronts lie in shards, their windows glittering like black ice on the pavement. Local news cameras pan across the wreckage while Councillor Damon Reyes addresses reporters. "This is terrible," he says, pausing just long enough, "but reconstruction will pump millions into our economy, jobs for glaziers, carpenters, security installers. In the long run, this destruction could be a blessing in disguise." Headlines seize the optimistic spin. Riot sparks economic boom. Insurance stocks tick upward. Few voices ask the shop owners how replacing shattered panes helps their quarterly ledgers or the community programs starved when insurers hike premiums next year. Reyes has invoked the broken window fallacy, named after Frederick Bastiat's 19th century parable. When a boy smashes a baker's window, townsfolk console the baker by noting the glazier's gain. Bastiat counters, "The baker would have spent that money on shoes, tools, or expansion, now lost to unseen opportunity. Destruction shuffles resources. It does not create net wealth." Why does the fallacy persist? Visible activity enchants the eye. Repair crews hustle, invoices print, GDP blips upward. Invisible opportunity cost, projects never started, inventions never funded, carries no siren lights. Politicians love photogenic rebuilding ribbon cuttings. Media loves revival arcs. The public conflates motion with progress. To expose the illusion, apply two lenses. Lens 1, opportunity cost. What would funds have done absent damage? Lens 2, net production. Does the rebuild add capacity or merely restore baseline? Disaster economists tally both. Rebuild dollars minus lost business, trauma, tax hikes, and debt service. Practical safeguards exist. Cost-benefit audits model scenarios with and without destruction, revealing hidden deficits. Post-disaster grants prioritize resilience upgrades, thicker windows, fireproof materials, so spending creates additional value instead of zero-sum replacement. Insurance underwriters incentivize prevention. Shutters, alarms, community patrols, individuals encounter micro-versions, a phone dropped in water spurs, spending on a new model. Yet the unbroken phone plus the unspent money would leave you richer overall. Auto body shops profit from fender benders, But society gains nothing compared with safe driving and alternative purchases. Back on Ironclad Avenue, a coalition of shopkeepers releases an open letter. They calculate each shattered storefront's true loss, days closed, inventory ruined, staff laid off, deductibles paid. Local economists project a 3-year revenue dip, outweighing all construction wages. The council reallocates riot relief funds toward preventive measures. Street-level mediation teams, youth jobs, reinforced glass subsidies. Prosperity, they conclude, is built on creation, not repair. As you step toward level 57, inflation of conflict, remember, noise and activity are no substitute for genuine growth. Next, we'll see how manufacturing disagreement can mislead audiences into thinking expert consensus is forever out of reach. Morning fog drifts over the glass facade of World Health News as anchor Marco Ruiz introduces a segment on vaccine safety. 2 guests appear. Dr. Lillian Osei, who has published dozens of peer-reviewed studies, and Dr. Vincent Hale, a retired podiatrist turned blogger with no immunology training. Ruiz smiles at the camera. Experts remain divided, he says. The split screen shows Osei on the left, Hale on the right, 50-50 rectangles implying equal weight. Viewers, unfamiliar with professional consensus, conclude that scientists are locked in fierce debate, unaware that more than 98% of qualified researchers accept the vaccine's safety profile. This staging exemplifies inflation of conflict, the fallacy of exaggerating disagreement within a field to suggest widespread uncertainty where near consensus exists. Media producers love the format. Conflict boosts ratings, and a single contrarian guest is cheaper than commissioning a data visualization. Lobbyists exploit it to stall regulation, think climate panels featuring one denier against one climatologist, or to sell miracle supplements portrayed as ignored by mainstream doctors. Why does the illusion stick? Human minds equate symmetry with balance. When visual or narrative cues give each side equal airtime, audiences assume equal evidence backs them. Confirmation bias amplifies any dissenting voice that supports preconceived doubts. Meanwhile, genuine experts often speak cautiously about margins of error, making them sound less certain than confident contrarians. You can pierce the inflation by asking 3 calibration questions. 1. What do professional bodies or systematic reviews say? 2. How many peer-reviewed papers support each position? 3. What are the credentials and conflict of interest disclosures of the dissenting experts? A lone outlier may deserve hearing, but not a facade of parity. Journalistic best practice includes weighting panels proportionally or adding context bars. Guest represents minority view, 3% of field. Science communication sites employ consensus meters, summarizing hundreds of studies. Social platforms experiment with credibility badges, linking to scholar profiles and citation counts. Individually, cultivate ratio intuition. If 15 climate models from independent labs align within a 1-degree range and one model predicts 10 degrees cooler, ask why. Seek meta-analyses and position statements from major associations rather than headline debates. Back at World Health News, a wave of viewer emails questions the framing. Producers air a follow-up. Graphics show the American Medical Association, WHO, and 30 large studies endorsing the vaccine. Hale's blog claim, based on 2 anecdotal case reports, receives proper scale. Ratings dip slightly, but audience trust metrics rise. Remember, equal airtime does not equal equal evidence. As we climb to level 58, ignoring common cause, we'll see how focusing on surface correlations can blind us to shared roots lurking underneath. The trading floor of Helix Capital hums like a hornet nest. Analyst Priya Deshmukh notices 2 charts rising together. Cryptocurrency thefts and electric scooter accidents, both surging 300% in a year. Her manager, eager for a punchy market letter, drafts a headline: Crypto crime drives urban mayhem, dump mobility stocks. Financial blogs pick it up, claiming hackers celebrate big scores, then joyride recklessly. City councils debate e-scooter bans. Amid the frenzy, Priya keeps digging. The culprit turns out to be a silent third curve. Urban population density jumped after 2 megacorporations opened downtown hubs. More workers means more scooters on crowded streets and more tech wallets to hack. Scooter crashes and crypto thefts aren't cause and effect. They're siblings sharing the same unseen parent. Ignoring common cause is a fallacy where 2 correlated events are misread as direct cause and effect, while a hidden factor drives both. Classic classroom examples link ice cream sales to drowning without mentioning hot weather. But in high-stakes arenas, policy, medicine, finance, the oversight steers millions in funding and shapes lives. Why does the trap snare us? Pattern hunger latches onto visible pairings. Our brains prefer a simple arrow over a tangled web. Once a neat story spreads, confirming anecdotes amplify it, while missing groundwork stays invisible. Nobody prints headlines about silent variables. To uncover hidden parents, run 3 diagnostics. 1. Temporal check. Does the supposed cause always precede the effect, or do they rise simultaneously? 2. Scope scan. Do both events spike in areas sharing another condition? Population temperature regulation. 3. Mechanism test. Can you outline a credible path linking A to B without invoking a third wheel? If not, start hunting for that wheel. Epidemiologists map confounders routinely. A study finds coffee drinkers live longer. Researchers adjust for income, exercise, and healthcare access before drawing conclusions. Economists dissect labour trends by controlling for automation, demographics, and policy shifts. When scientists skip controls, peer review often flags the gap. In personal life, practice counterexamples. Your productivity and rain frequency might align in spring, but cloud cover isn't boosting emails. Seasonal project cycles are. Keep a note to ask, could both be downstream of something else? Back at Helix Capital, Priya models population density against both scooter crashes and crypto thefts. The shared curve pops bright on her scatter plot. She briefs compliance. The firm issues a correction. Urban crowding, not hacker joyrides, explains dual surges. Mobility stocks rebound. City councils redirect budgets toward wider bike lanes and cybersecurity workshops instead of bans. Remember, when 2 lines rise together, look off stage for the puppet master holding both strings. Level 59, Conjunction Fallacy, will show how packing multiple details into a story can make it seem more plausible, yet statistically less likely. Evening commuters squeeze into the metro when security alerts flash across overhead screens. A calm voice narrates a training scenario. Intelligence analysts profile Amina, 32, holds a degree in chemistry, active in environmental protests, recently travelled to 3 high-risk countries. Which is more likely? Option A. Amina is an international terrorist. Option B. Amina is an international terrorist who smuggles radioactive isotopes for a dirty bomb. Riders murmur. Most pick Option B. The added detail feels vivid, almost cinematic. Moments later, the narrator reveals the statistical trap. Every smuggler is a terrorist, but not every terrorist is a smuggler. Therefore, Option A must be at least as probable as Option B, and usually far more so. The crowd, momentarily disoriented, learns they have fallen for the conjunction fallacy. Coined by psychologists Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman, the conjunction fallacy arises when people judge the probability of 2 events occurring together, A and B as higher than the probability of A alone. The classic Linda problem shows that adding a plausible detail, bank teller active in the feminist movement, makes the joint story seem likelier than the simpler one. Narrative coherence outshouts mathematical law. The probability of A and B can never exceed that of A. Why does the mind trip? Representativeness. Heuristic. We match descriptions to mental stereotypes, ignoring base rates. The human brain favors rich stories with context. Bare facts feel skeletal. Evolution rewarded quick pattern recognition, not Bayesian calculation. 3 questions untangle the fallacy. 1. Do the added details subset the initial event? If yes, probability must shrink or remain equal. 2. What are the base rates for each component? Lack of numbers flags intuition over math. 3. Can we rewrite the claim numerically? 1 in 10,000 terrorists smuggle isotopes clarifies that terrorist and smuggler cannot outnumber terrorist. Professionals counteract the bias with explicit probability trees. Intelligence briefings list independent likelihoods before crafting threat narratives. Medical diagnostics separate positive mammogram from positive mammogram and malignant tumor, presenting both absolute and conditional risks. Financial risk models calculate joint default probabilities instead of intuitive scenario bundles. Individuals can adopt the unpacking pause. When a headline says, "Economist predicts recession and housing crash," ask, how likely is recession alone? If you'd rank recession higher without the housing add-on, intuition aligns with math. If not, reassess. Betting markets, insurance policies, and poker tables quietly profit from those who can join odds too eagerly. The metro training ends with commuters practicing which is likelier, rain tomorrow or rain with lightning, T-spill or T-spill during a power outage. Gradually, the arithmetic sinks in. Adding spice may enhance flavour, but always thins statistical soup. With that calibration, ascend to level 60, authority bias, where prestigious titles and white coats bend perception, luring reason to salute without inspection. Hushed anticipation fills the grand ballroom of the Avalon Hotel as guests file in for the Miracle Longevity Symposium. On stage, crimson banners announce tonight's keynote: Sir Jonathan Harker, MD, PhD, FRS, titles scrolling like royal lineage. Harker strides up wearing a tailored white coat and a diamond lapel pin that reads Nobel nominee. He cites no institution, but the audience leans forward. My micro-dosed silver elixir reverses cellular aging, he declares. Investors sign checks before the slides finish, journalists tweet Nobel-level breakthrough, and a chain pharmacy orders 10,000 vials. Weeks later, toxicologists find the serum laced with heavy metals. The nomination turns out to be an open application anyone could file online, yet refunds crawl in slowly. Buyers struggle to accept they were swayed by robes, medals, and letters. Authority bias is our tendency to assign greater weight or truth to statements made by perceived experts, regardless of the evidence. White coats suggest medical vetting. British accents convey scholarship. A blue-check social media badge implies vetting. In everyday life, we defer to celebrity endorsements for skincare, Instagram trainers for complex nutrition, or retired generals for geopolitics outside their specialty. Why does the bias grip so well? Trust heuristics lighten cognitive load. Evolution favoured listening to seasoned hunters or healers. Modern complexity multiplies domains, so titles become shortcuts. Social proof amplifies it. Applause, retweets, and book blurbs signal consensus even when built on shallow credentials. 3 filters interrogate authority. First, domain relevance. Is a physicist opining on diet? Second, peer consensus. Does the broader expert community agree, or is this an outlier? Third, disclosure. What financial ties or personal stakes exist? Genuine specialists publish data, bogus ones flash honorifics, defences grow from transparency, conferences vet speaker resume and publish conflict of interest forms, serious media cite institutional affiliations and request preprint links. Consumers can check professional registries, look up PubMed citations, or search court documents for past fraud. Personal practice. When dazzled by letters after a name, pause and ask, could I explain the evidence myself? A credential should invite scrutiny, not end it. If a claim bypasses peer review and sells directly to wallets, raise suspicion. Back at Avalon Hotel, investigative reporters reveal Harker's doctorate came from a degree mill, and his fellowship is a paid membership. Pharmacies pull stock. Regulators issue warnings. Some investors sue, arguing hype overshadowed due diligence. The saga reminds industries that real authority is earned through replicable results, not embroidered initials. As we leave the glow of borrowed prestige, prepare for level 61, Dunning-Kruger effect, where ignorance fuels overconfidence, and confident non-experts sometimes wield more sway than modest masters. A loose crowd gathers at Riverside Brewing's trivia night, pints in hand. Tonight's prize, a year of free beer. Team Quantum, 3 physics graduate students, hunches over their table, quietly debating each question. Across the room, a solo player named Chad Quiz King. Monroe lounges on a bar stool. Mid-round he boasts, "I'm crushing this. Science is just common sense." He loudly mispronounces Bohr as Bohr while stating that electrons orbit nuclei like planets. Quantum members wince but keep silent. Scores flash at halftime. Quantum leads with 18 of 20 correct. Chad sits at 6. He pumps a fist, convinced he's within striking distance. Final rounds include Renaissance art and African geography. Topics Chad says are basic high school stuff. Quantum studies fresco dates. Chad Googles nothing. Confident memory will serve. Final tally, Quantum 46, Chad 9. As prizes are handed out, Chad grumbles that the questions favoured nerds, still unaware how far off he was. Chad's self-assured stumble illustrates the Dunning-Kruger effect. People with low competence in a domain overestimate their ability because the knowledge needed to recognise excellence is the same knowledge they lack. Meanwhile, highly skilled individuals often underestimate relative performance, assuming tasks easy for them are easy for all. Why does the curve bend this way? Metacognition, the skill of evaluating one's own skill, depends on domain expertise. Beginners see only broad strokes and feel mastery. Intermediates discover complexities. Experts perceive vast unknowns. Social media amplifies the gap. Confident novices speak loudly, gaining likes, while cautious experts hedge, sounding unsure. 3 cues help identify Dunning-Kruger in action. 1. Disproportionate confidence to credential ratio. 2. Dismissal of complexity. Phrases like easy, common sense, or obvious. 3. Resistance to feedback. Errors blamed on trick questions or biased judges rather than self-review. Countermeasures involve structured feedback loops. Flight schools grade trainees against objective checklists. Code reviews pair juniors with seniors. Writing workshops use blind peer critique. Individuals can chart learning curves, noting milestone tests rather than gut feel. Seeking mentorship accelerates metacognitive calibration. Organizations reduce effect harm by fostering error culture. Experts model admitting uncertainty, lowering ego barriers for novices to ask questions. Hiring panels include skill tests, not just self-reports. When assigning public spokespeople, credentials and peer recognition weigh more than confidence alone. Back at Riverside Brewing, the quizmaster posts answer sheets online with explanations. Chad compares his guesses, surprised at gaps. He messages Quantum, asking to join study sessions. Over weeks, his score climbs. Confidence now rests on growing knowledge, not bravado. As you climb to level 62, confirmation bias, note how human minds crave validation. Sometimes ignorance feeds confidence. Next, we'll see how desire for agreement steers even seasoned thinkers towards selective sight. Investigative reporter Jonah Reyes steps into a cluttered basement lit by flickering bulbs. He's convinced the city's new 5G tower causes insomnia. His cousin swears it, blogs repeat it, and Jonah wants proof. He opens a laptop filled with 200 studies on electromagnetic fields. Filtering for keywords, he keeps only papers with the words sleep, disturbance, and wireless. 20 remain. 10 show no effect. He skims them, tags industry funded, and moves on. 5 note mild sleep disruption in mice. He highlights entire paragraphs. The last 5 are speculative letters to editors. Jonah screenshots them, bolds alarming phrases, and drafts an article titled "Science Warns, 5G Steals Your Rest." He never sees the other 180 studies, finding no human impact because they never passed his keyword gate. Jonah fell into confirmation bias, our tendency to seek, interpret and remember information that confirms existing beliefs while dismissing contrary data. The bias spans news feeds, friendships and lab benches. Climate policy skeptics read only cold weather anecdotes. Stock traders cling to charts matching desired patterns. Doctors favour diagnoses that fit first impressions, risking mistreatment. Why does the bias cling so tightly? Cognitive economy. Agreeing data demands less mental energy than reconciling contradictions. Evolution favoured snap assessments. Doubting every rustle could cost survival time. Social reinforcement compounds it. Online echo chambers shower likes on group-affirming claims, punishing dissent. 3 guardrails loosen confirmation grip. First, contrary search. Deliberately input disconfirming terms. 5G no effect on sleep, 5G health myth debunk. Second, devil's advocate review. Invite peers to critique drafts, rewarding them for finding flaws. Third, pre-registration. Outline hypotheses and data analysis plans before seeing results, a staple in modern psychology and medical trials. Tools help. Browser extensions randomize search engine sources. Evidence tables force equal column space for supporting and opposing studies. Corporate decision boards include red teams tasked solely with challenging strategy. Personal practice can be simple. When scrolling social media, save one article contradicting your stance for everyone reinforcing it. Months after Jonah's article sparks neighbourhood panic, a rival reporter publishes a balanced piece. She interviews epidemiologists, cites double-blind human studies, and explains dosage thresholds. Jonah faces backlash. His editor mandates a follow-up. Jonah must replicate his research using randomised study selection. Confronting the full dataset, he revises. Current evidence shows no measurable sleep loss from municipal 5G exposure. The correction runs front page. Residents stop wrapping routers in foil. Confirmation. Bias remains a shadow, never gone, but manageable under bright, structured scrutiny. As we climb to level 63, availability bias, we'll see how the ease of recalling vivid stories can warp perception of probability even when we strive for balanced evidence. Red emergency lights pulse across Terminal 4 as passengers watch live news of Flight 271, a jet that skidded off a snowy runway on the other side of the globe. Footage shows flames, yellow slides, panicked travellers. Within hours, social media swells with hashtags #NeverFlyAgain and #RoadTripsOnly. Rental car counters in this airport sell out by dusk. One family drives 20 hours through icy mountain passes rather than wait for a rescheduled flight. Statistically, the drive carries a far higher fatal accident risk than the airline journey they just abandoned, but vivid images of burning fuselage linger while silent highway numbers don't. This is availability. Bias, judging the frequency or probability of events based on how easily examples spring to mind. Vividness, recency, and media coverage magnify memory hooks, making rare horrors feel common, and commonplace risks fade invisible. Shark attacks dominate beach fears, though rip currents kill far more swimmers. Lottery winners flood news feeds, while actual odds stay buried in fine print. Diseases with celebrity cases receive donations disproportionate to their prevalence. Why does the bias thrive? Our brains evolved to use recent or emotionally intense events as quick danger signals, an efficient heuristic when information was scarce. Modern media ecology overrides scale. A single dramatic clip loops globally, consuming cognitive real estate that raw percentages struggle to occupy. You can temper the bias through 3 counterweights. First, base rate check. Look up broad statistics before acting on an anecdote. Second, numerical framing. Convert 1 in a million to one case in a city the size of Houston for perspective. Third, emotional distancing. Take a breath. Vivid stories trigger fight-or-flight chemistry that clouds calculation. Institutions build structural correctives. Safety regulators publish risk comparisons, flying versus driving, after visible crashes. News outlets include sidebar graphs tallying annual fatalities to anchor shocking footage in context. Public health campaigns highlight mundane killers like high blood pressure with storytelling equal to rare exotic viruses. Individually, practice memory audits. When fear spikes, ask, how many similar events do I recall because they were graphic? List unnoticed counterexamples, millions of uneventful flights today. Substitute image searches with statistical tables. They may feel dull, but supply scale. Back at terminal 4 months later, the same airline records a full year of incident-free operations. Analysts note that accident rates never budged, only ticket sales did. A sign near the departure gate now displays a chart. Road versus flight fatalities per billion passenger miles. Travellers glance, pause, and many roll suitcases toward security instead of the car rental desk. Availability shapes perception, but thoughtful calibration restores clarity. Rising to level 64, we'll explore the halo horn effect, how a single glowing trait or glaring flaw can tint all judgments that follow. The annual Venture X pitch night unfolds beneath chandeliers as sleek founder Avery Mars ascends the stage. Avery's resume dazzles: MIT dropout, former Olympic fencer, Vogue featured style icon. Within seconds, investors sit straighter, grinning before a single slide appears. Avery's app, Pet Social, links dog owners for playdates, a crowded niche with thin margins, but questions stay tame. Post-event, a panelist confides, if someone that sharp and athletic is behind it, success feels obvious. Months later, Pet Social burns cash, folds, and backers wonder how they missed the red flags. Across town, researcher Dr. Lena Baer arrives late to a government grant interview wearing a coffee-stained sweater. She stutters through the opening. Panelists sense disorganization. Despite pioneering prototype data on low-cost water filtration, reviewers dock scores for incomplete market vision. A rival project with weaker metrics but polished slides wins funding. Both outcomes showcase the halo horn effect. One standout characteristic, halo or floor horn, colors perception of unrelated attributes. A halo like charisma, beauty, or elite schooling inflates judgments of competence and trustworthiness. Conversely, a horn such as sloppy attire, wrong accent, or minor blunder darkens assessments of intelligence and reliability. Why does the bias flourish? Cognitive economy, sweeping evaluations are faster than granular analyses. Social evolution rewarded quick friend-foe mapping from limited cues. Modern contexts multiply false positives. Attractive job candidates rated smarter, best-selling authors deemed moral sages, single typos in emails prompting doubts about entire proposals. 3 strategies expose halos and horns. First, attribute isolation. List the trait impressing or repelling you, then evaluate other criteria independently. Second, blinded review. Remove photos, names, and alma maters when assessing resumes or manuscripts. Third, counterfactual swap. Imagine the same work presented by an opposite archetype. Does judgment shift? Organizations fight the bias with structured rubrics. Venture funds now score startups on traction metrics before meeting founders. Academic journals maintain double-blind peer review. Some orchestras audition musicians behind screens. Female representation soared after adopting the practice. Individually, pause when first impressions surge. If a speaker's eloquence sways you, ask for underlying data. If shabby dress irks you, focus on substance. Einstein lectured in rumpled trousers. Practice deliberate calibration. Charisma doesn't equal business model. Stain doesn't equal incompetence. A year after Pet Social's collapse, investors analyze failure. They discover missing revenue analytics flagged during diligence but ignored amid Avery's aura. Meanwhile, a non-profit picks up Dr. Bear's filtration design. Field tests show 70% reduction in waterborne illnesses. The grant committee revises scoring, presentation style capped at 10%, prototype performance weighted 60. As we climb to level 65, illusory truth effect, we'll see how mere repetition, not polish, can forge halos of believability, embedding falsehoods in collective memory. Every morning at 8 a.m., the Metro Wave radio jingle plays in kitchens across the region, followed by host Cal Mitchell's confident baritone. Did you know that swallowing gum takes 7 years to digest? Listeners nod, remembering the warning from childhood. That evening, TikTok creator Jenna Loops repeats the gum claim while popping bubbles for her 2 million followers. A week later, an online health quiz cites it as fact, and a local newspaper prints a sidebar. Chew wisely. No gastroenterologist is interviewed, no study cited, yet surveys show 3/4 of residents now believe the 7-year myth. In reality, gum passes through the digestive tract within a day, largely unchanged, ejected with other waste. Repetition alone forged certainty. This is the illusory truth effect, the cognitive bias where repeated statements feel truer than novel ones, regardless of accuracy. First identified in 1977 psychology experiments, participants rated familiar false sentences as more believable. The effect thrives today in social media echo chambers, political talking points, and advertising slogans. You need 8 glasses of water a day. Lightning never strikes the same place twice. Why does it work? Fluency. The brain processes familiar information more easily. The sensation of ease masquerades as truth. On a neural level, pathways activated repeatedly fire faster, producing a subtle glow of credibility. Busy minds substitute the question, "Is this familiar?" for "Is this verified?" 3 filters weaken the illusion. First, source triangulation. Seek independent confirmation before the third exposure cements belief. Second, intentional spacing. Wait days before re-encountering a claim and test if evidence still supports it. Repetition without proof will feel thinner after distance. Third, credibility tags. Note whether earlier exposures lacked citations. Familiarity minus evidence equals caution. Institutions counter the effect with pre-bunking. Fact-checking websites flag viral claims early, attaching easy-to-share debunks before repetition snowballs. Journalists hyperlink original studies in every article. Readers, clicking through, reinforce fact-source coupling. Social platforms trial read before share prompts nudging users to open links rather than recycle headlines. Individuals can use memory checkpoints, keep a digital notebook titled Heard but Unverified, and log catchy assertions with date and source. Later, annotate with findings from reliable databases, PubMed, government agencies. The act of retrieval practice, writing, verifying, revising, strengthens accurate recall over mere fluency. Months after the Gum Myth Survey, a regional health podcast airs an episode featuring a gastroenterologist who explains peristalsis and cites studies on foreign body transit times. They run the correction weekly for 6 weeks. Follow-up polls show belief in the 7-year myth drops by half. Proof that deliberate, repeated truth can overwrite repeated fiction. As you steady your grip on discernment, ascend to level 66, groupthink, where the desire for harmony muffles dissent, leading teams to disastrous consensus. Steel rumbles underfoot as the submarine Kestrel glides beneath Arctic ice. Inside the command center, red status lights blink. A sonar contact shows a potential iceberg ahead. Junior navigator Ensign Lewis frowns at the chart, too close for comfort, yet Captain Mercer has just praised the crew for flawless maneuvers during the last drill and declared he trusts the best team in the fleet. XO Ramirez echoes, "We've run this channel 100 times, steady as she goes." Lewis opens his mouth to voice concern, then sees 3 senior officers nodding along. Doubt knots his stomach. He says nothing. Minutes later, a hidden ridge scrapes the hull, ripping antenna arrays and forcing an emergency surface. Repairs cost $6 million and end the mission. The catastrophe stems from groupthink, a decision-making flaw where the drive for cohesion or unanimity overrides realistic appraisal of alternatives. Coined by psychologist Irving Janis after studying Bay of Pigs planning sessions, groupthink thrives in tight-knit teams under stress, charismatic leaders, or cultures that punish dissent. Symptoms include illusions of invulnerability, self-censorship, pressure on skeptics, and belief in inherent group morality. Why does groupthink lure competent people? Social belonging feels vital. Challenging consensus risks exclusion. Hierarchies magnify silence. Junior staff fear career fallout, while leaders mistake quiet for agreement. Time pressure squeezes deliberation, making nods seem efficient. 3 safeguards puncture the echo chamber. First, designate a devil's advocate with explicit license to critique every plan, rotate the role so stigma fades. Second, invite external review. Fresh eyes lack emotional investment. NASA's red team tradition subjects mission designs to independent assault. Third, hold second chance meetings. After initial consensus, adjourn, research counter-evidence, and reconvene for re-evaluation. Leaders must model openness. Captains ask juniors first, rank last. CEOs publicly thank whistleblowers. Professors grade debate participation over compliance. Decision logs record objections alongside resolutions, reminding future teams what doubts existed and how they were addressed. Individuals can watch for internal warning signs, a sinking feeling when your question dies unspoken, phrases like "we've always" or sudden harmony after complex proposals. When they appear, pause the process. Before we finalize, let's list risks and mitigation steps. Such prompts invite data back into the room. A board of inquiry later finds that one radio antenna could have detected the ridge had maintenance not been deferred. The choice sailed through earlier meetings without challenge. The submarine fleet issues new protocols. Every navigation briefing ends with junior rank risk statements. Anonymous digital polls capture hidden concerns. Captains receive training to welcome dissent. Groupthink shows that consensus is not proof of wisdom. Healthy teams debate, doubt, and document before acting. Our next ascent, level 67, appeal to ridicule, demonstrates how laughter can silence analysis, turning mockery into a blunt instrument against reasoned critique. Thunder rattles the Art Deco auditorium of Tech Tomorrow Live, a streaming talk show with 3 million weekly viewers. On stage, cybersecurity expert Dr. Helen Cruz warns that inexpensive smart toothbrushes, now shipping with Bluetooth, can serve as entry points for home network hacks. Host Derek Blaze leans back, eyes wide, then bursts into wheezy laughter. "Hackers hiding in your bathroom mirror." He cackles. The studio band hits a comic sting. An image of a ninja toothbrush flashes on the jumbo screen. Audience members roar. Blaze wipes tears and adds, "What's next? Evil hairdryers stealing social security numbers." Dr. Cruz's data slips unheard beneath a tide of giggles. Social media condenses the segment into a meme of a toothbrush wearing a ski mask. Viewers now equate the warning with paranoia. This tactic is the appeal to ridicule, mocking an argument so it looks absurd instead of addressing its substance. By coating disagreement in laughter, the rhetorician sidesteps evidence, framing the opponent as foolish. The fallacy thrives in late-night monologues, comment section gifs, and boardroom quips that kill proposals before analysis can begin. Why does ridicule stick? Humour activates reward pathways. Shared laughter forges in-group bonds, making dissent feel socially risky. Cognitive effort drops. If an idea is laughable, why investigate? Ridicule also exploits fear of embarrassment. Targets may withdraw rather than defend under comedic fire. To neutralize the trap, apply 3 counter moves. 1. Spotlight the dodge. Jokes aside, here's the data. 52% of IoT breaches start with low-cost devices. 2. Meet humour with calm specifics. Facts drain mockery's momentum. 3. Separate audience enjoyment from truth value. Ask listeners privately if the joke answered the technical claim. Often, they recognise the gap. Broadcasters can add fact-check segments following comedic bits. John Oliver's research team publishes footnotes, satirical papers hyperlink sources. Professional panels enforce courtesy rules. Humorous analogies allowed. Personal derision flagged. Individually, when tempted to dismiss with a snort, substitute a clarifying question. That sounds odd. Can you show the mechanism? Curiosity keeps dialogue in analytical territory. For presenters, preempt ridicule with demonstration. Doctor. Cruz could pair her warning with a live exploit of a demo toothbrush, turning potential mockery into astonishment. Weeks after the viral ninja toothbrush meme, a security firm releases footage of malware hopping from a smart toothbrush to a home thermostat, then to a laptop. Tech Tomorrow invites Dr. Cruz back. This time, no laugh track, only questions. Viewers see that what sounded silly under studio lights hid genuine risk behind the punchline. As we ascend to level 68, argument from incredulity, we'll confront how "I just can't believe it" passes for disproof, converting personal gut reactions into barricades against unfamiliar truths. A pale moon hangs above the remote Alpine Observatory as Dr. Yusuf Hardy calibrates his spectrograph. Tonight, he confirms a discovery. Microbes retrieved from stratospheric dust show RNA sequences unknown on Earth and trace isotopes matching cometary ice. 2 peer labs replicate the sequencing. The next morning, Dr. Lydia Frost, celebrity astrophysicist and best-selling author, joins a live broadcast. Asked for comment, she smirks. "Life arriving from space? Please, I can't imagine fragile microbes surviving the vacuum." Hosts nod approvingly. Social media echoes her verdict. Funding agencies, wary of ridicule, freeze Hattie's grants. Frost offers no data, but her incredulity alone derails momentum. This is argument from incredulity, declaring something false merely because it seems unbelievable or difficult to grasp. The reasoning substitutes personal limits of imagination for empirical refutation. "I can't picture how evolution produced the eye, so it must be designed. Quantum encryption feels like magic, so it can't work." The fallacy thrives where intuition clashes with evidence, especially when experts outside the immediate field wield authority headlines adore. Why does the bias resonate? Mental models define plausibility. When a claim conflicts with day-to-day experience, the brain flags it as suspect before analysis begins, an adaptive shortcut on the savannah, hazardous in science. Charismatic disbelief feels like common sense. Admitting confusion feels like weakness. 3 probes pierce incredulity armor. First, domain relevance. Is the skeptic's disbelief grounded in exposure to supporting data or gut reaction? Second, precedent. Has history normalized once unthinkable ideas? Continental drift, germ theory, black holes. Third, mechanism exploration. Ask the skeptic to articulate which step defies physics. Vague dismissal signals fallacy. Institutions encourage structured skepticism. Peer review demands methodological critique, not vibes. Interdisciplinary panels pair imaginations with constraints, mapping speculative paths rather than blocking them. Science communication teaches audiences that unbelievable transformed into textbook countless times. Individually, cultivate a 2-step reflex. Pause when your mind whispers impossible, then ask, "What evidence would convince me?" If the answer is none, recognize emotion masquerading as logic. Seek primary literature. Deliberate discomfort grows neural humility. Months after Grant's suspension, Hattie's team partners with the European Space Agency. They replicate microbe retrieval at 30 kilometers altitude, sequence genomes on video, and culture colonies in sealed ice simulators. Frost, confronted with data, concedes and writes a new foreword. Science expands by challenging imagination. Funding resumes. High school textbooks add a chapter on panspermia pathways once derided on live TV. Remember, disbelief is not disproof. As you climb to level 69, appeal to probability, you'll see how predicting events because they might happen can mislead just as surely as denying them because you can't picture how. A crimson banner scrolls across the evening news. Solar superflare could erase civilization. Interviews follow with tech investor Gavin Lowe, who has launched ArcLife Vaults, underground bunkers at $500,000 per unit. A massive solar eruption is possible, Lowe tells viewers. And if it's possible, preparing is basic logic. When a space weather scientist notes that superflares strike Earth perhaps once every 10,000 years, Lowe scoffs. 1 in 10,000 is still not zero. You insure your car, don't you? Purchases surge. Families drain college funds to reserve vault spots. Months later, ArcLife declares bankruptcy, construction halted, deposits gone. The mere possibility of catastrophe was treated as near certainty, erasing prudence. This misstep is the appeal to probability, assuming that because something can happen it will, or should, drive major decisions as though it will. The fallacy flips possibility into inevitability, sidelining probability weightings, cost-benefit balance, and alternative risks. Insurance logic becomes distortion. You should wear a helmet indoors because ceilings could collapse, skip air travel because planes sometimes crash, hoard water because a supervolcano might erupt tomorrow. Why does the leap tempt us? Two biases converge. First, availability. Dramatic scenarios linger in imagination. Second, loss aversion. Potential losses feel heavier than comparable gains, so even remote dangers loom large. Marketers exploit the gap, sensational journalism stokes clicks, panic entrepreneurs sell refuge from long-odds calamities while ignoring likelier threats. 3 checkpoints restore rational scale. 1. Base rate. How often has the event occurred historically? 2. Expected value. Multiply impact by probability. Catastrophic but ultra-rare events may rank below mundane hazards, like heart disease. 3. Opportunity cost. What protection or growth do you forfeit by allocating resources to low-probability fears? Professionals embed these checks in frameworks. Actuaries price coverage using actuarial tables, not headline dread. Disaster planners tier contingencies, likely storms, possible earthquakes, remote asteroid strikes. Medical guidelines weigh screening frequency against false positives, not just disease severity. Individuals can draft personal risk matrices, list threats, assign probabilities, use reputable sources, estimate impact, then prioritize. For solar flares, cheap mitigations, backup data, surge protectors may suffice versus bunker mortgages. When someone pitches safety products, ask for actuarial records or peer-reviewed odds. After ArcLife collapses, investigative reporters reveal Gavin Lowe ignored engineering permits and spent deposits on marketing yachts. Regulators warn consumers 3 times as many families lost college savings to bunkers last year as homes lost power to geomagnetic storms. Community workshops teach balanced preparedness. Satellite operators harden circuits while homeowners install smoke detectors, devices statistically likelier to save lives. As we climb to level 70, faulty analogy, we'll examine how comparing apples to hand grenades can smuggle false logic past our defences, leading to yet more costly misjudgments. A glossy documentary opens with sweeping drone shots of bustling cities. Narrator Marcus Vale intones, "The human brain is a supercomputer. Just as you wouldn't pour soda into a laptop, you must never feed sugar to your neural processor." Animated graphics show computer chips corroding under cola as Vale warns that a single cookie short-circuits mental circuits and leads to irreversible memory loss. Supplement ads follow. Debug your brain. Buy NeuroShield. Viewers rush to purge pantries. Meanwhile, nutritionists note that glucose fuels cognition. Deprived brains fog long before they spark. The campaign hinges on a faulty analogy, equating 2 things that share superficial traits while ignoring critical differences. Yes, both brains and computers process information, but silicon and neurons differ in structure, energy pathways, and repair mechanisms. Soda fries a keyboard's circuitry. Sugar, in moderation, powers synaptic signals. The analogy's surface shine distracts from misleading implications. Why are faulty analogies seductive? Humans learn by comparison. Metaphors compress complexity. When similarities appear vivid, dissimilarities hide in shadow. Rhetoricians exploit the shortcut. The nation's budget is a household checkbook, therefore we must never borrow. In reality, families can't print currency or influence GDP. Cells act like tiny engines, so add this fuel additive. DNA is not a carburetor. To evaluate analogies, run a 3-part stress test. 1. Mapping check. List properties A and B truly share, then list those they don't. Are the missing links essential to the conclusion? 2. Boundary test. Does the analogy still hold at extreme scales? A household budget analogy collapses for $1 trillion sovereign default. 3rd, causal transference. Does the reasoning jump from resemblance to cause-effect without evidence? Brains need glucose, computers abhor liquids. Similarity ends there. Professionals guard against analogy traps with domain-specific reasoning. Economists build models. Engineers test prototypes. Physicians run clinical trials. In policy, advisors present multiple analogies: nation as household, garden, or ecosystem, highlighting varied lessons and exposing none as gospel. Individually, pause when a comparison feels too tidy. Rewrite the argument without metaphor. Sugar causes irreversible memory loss. Now ask, what peer-reviewed studies confirm it? Lacking evidence, the claim dissolves. Collect counter-analogies. Fire burns wood, yet humans cook with controlled flames. Dual perspectives prevent single metaphor hypnosis. Months after NeuroShield racks up sales, investigative journalists reveal Marcus Vail's degree mill credentials. Independent labs find the supplement mostly caffeine and vitamin C. A class action forces refunds. Regulators fine the network. Public health campaigns teach balanced sugar intake, citing metabolic pathways, not silicon chips. Faulty analogies crash because they ride borrowed credibility. Next on our ascent, Level 71, the Just World Hypothesis, will explore how the need to see justice in chaos leads people to blame victims for their own misfortune. A warm October afternoon turns deadly when a drunk driver barrels through a sidewalk cafe in Halcyon Square. Among the injured is graduate pianist Mira Solano, whose shattered wrist ends her concert dreams. Local newscasts report the tragedy, but comment threads metastasize. "She must have been texting," writes one user. Another adds, "People who hang out in trendy districts caught trouble." Days later, an op-ed argues civil suits are needless. Victims should accept the risks of city life. Mira reads the articles from her hospital bed, stunned that strangers frame her pain as inevitable consequence of her own choices, while the driver's choices fade into background blur. These reactions spring from the just world hypothesis, the cognitive bias that the world is fundamentally fair, so people get what they deserve and deserve what they get. Confronted with random suffering, minds manufacture rationales. The victim was careless, sinful, irresponsible. Good things happen to good people, bad to bad. The illusion preserves emotional equilibrium. Believing chaos could strike anyone is deeply unsettling. Psychologist Melvin Lerner first documented the effect in the 1960s, observing observers blame innocent shock test subjects to reconcile discomfort. Decades of research show the bias across cultures. Disease patients accused of poor lifestyle, assault survivors asked about clothing, disaster zones labelled karmic retribution. Why does the bias persist? 3 engines power it. 1. Control, comfort. If misfortune is earned, then avoiding it seems as simple as behaving differently, restoring a sense of agency. 2. Moral order. Societies teach that virtue is rewarded, vice punished. The belief undergirds norms and deters wrongdoing. 3. Cognitive ease. A just narrative requires less mental work than grappling with randomness and systemic failure. Yet the bias warps policy and compassion. When legislators assume poverty stems from laziness, they slash support programs. Insurance companies once denied benefits to cancer patients labelled high-risk lifestyles. Courts risk leniency toward charismatic offenders while questioning victims' credibility. Countering the bias involves deliberate perspective shifts. First, separate outcome from worth. Remind teams that probability and virtue are orthogonal. Second, introduce stochastic data, actuarial tables showing how chance crashes cut across income and behaviour. Third, personalise randomness, exercises where participants map lucky breaks in their own lives. Journalists can frame stories by highlighting systemic contributors, traffic design, alcohol laws, alongside human narratives. Educators teach critical thinking with case comparisons, two identical actions yielding divergent fates due to luck, not merit. Months after Halcyon Square, an investigative series reveals the driver had 5 DUI arrests. Lax sentencing kept him licensed. Public outrage pivots from victim blame to policy reform, ignition interlocks, sobriety checkpoints and bar liability laws. Donations pour into Mira's rehabilitation fund, her story reframed as proof that justice requires active guardianship, not passive rationalization. Ascending next to level 72, overwhelming exception, we'll see how introducing a single sweeping caveat can warp otherwise sound rules, pretending to prove them while actually swallowing them whole. Sunlight slants through stained glass inside the historic Parliament Library, where a highly publicised zero-tolerance silence policy has just been enacted. Posters declare absolute quiet, no conversations, no phones. Librarian Rowan Woods beams during interviews. Now, scholars can finally study without interruption. 2 days later, a memo circulates. Exception Section 4.1. Members of Parliament and their guests may conduct essential discussions at any volume in the Reading Hall. The first MP strolls in, phone on speaker. Staff escort a graduate student out for whispering moments before a gaggle of aides hold a loud strategy session under Exception Section 4.1. Within a week, journalists, lobbyists and tourists claim guest status. The reading hall rings louder than a cafe, while ordinary patrons hush each other in frustration. Silence policy. Meet your overwhelming exception. The overwhelming exception fallacy arises when a general rule is proclaimed, then neutered by a carve-out so broad it swallows the rule. All citizens must pay taxes except anyone who starts a company. Curfew for everyone, unless you have work, errands, or personal reasons. The statement masquerades as universal, yet functions as selective, often shielding the very group whose behaviour sparked the rule. Why do leaders craft such hollow laws? Optics. Sweeping declarations score headlines and appease critics. Carved exceptions placate powerful stakeholders. Cognitive ease plays a role. People accept policies at face value, overlooking fine print escape hatches. 3 cues reveal the trick. 1. Scope inversion. The exception applies to those most likely to breach the rule, nullifying enforcement. 2. Vagueness. Terms like essential, special, or guest lack clear criteria. 3. Enforcement asymmetry. Ordinary people punished, elites bypassed. Guardrails start with exception audits. Lawyers list every carve-out, then test hypothetical abuse scenarios. Policymakers rank exceptions by necessity and sunset them unless renewed with data. Whistleblower channels let frontline staff report when loopholes erode intent. Individuals can push back by asking 2 questions: who benefits from this exception, and could routine activities fit its wording? In civic meetings, demand publicly posted enforcement stats broken down by category. If penalties hit only the powerless, reform is due. Back at the library, students stage a silent protest, holding placards. Shh equals for some. Media coverage forces Parliament to revise Section 4.1. MP discussions move to a glass-walled conference room. The reading hall returns to hushed focus. The silence policy now reads, "No exemptions during study hours. Emergency debates relocate to designated chambers." The overwhelming exception teaches that a rule's strength is measured at its weakest carve-out. As we climb to level 73, middle ground, beware the lure of compromise for its own sake, where splitting the difference can slice truth clean in half. 2 research teams confront a deadly pathogen ravaging coastal farms. Team Alpha's virologists provide electron microscope images, genomic mapping, and controlled trials showing a viral agent. Team Beta, led by herbalist Elias Norwood, insists the blight is spiritual, caused by soil-aura imbalance, cured with quartz powder. At a televised town forum, moderator Kenley Gray smiles diplomatically. "Both sides bring compelling viewpoints," she says, "so let's meet in the middle. We'll allocate half the emergency budget to antiviral vaccines and half to quartz treatments." Citizens applaud the compromise. Months later, vaccinated plots recover, powdered fields rot, precious funds and time evaporate because truth never lay halfway between science and superstition. This is the middle ground fallacy, assuming the correct answer must lie between 2 opposing positions simply because those positions exist. The fallacy confuses fairness with accuracy, mistaking negotiation tactics for epistemic evidence. In politics, median policies often work, but when one side holds an unsupported stance, splitting the difference awards falsehood unearned legitimacy. Why does the lure persist? Cognitive symmetry feels safe. Siding fully with one camp risks social backlash. Media formats both side issues to appear balanced. Audiences trained to distrust extremes embrace compromise as virtue. Yet reality is not obligated to balance. The boiling point of water is not midway between 2 guesses. 3 questions puncture the fallacy. First, evidence parity. Do both sides support claims with data? If not, weighting them equally skews outcomes. Second, falsifiability. Can one proposal be disproven while the other withstands tests? Third, domain expertise. Are participants similarly qualified, or does one rely on anecdote alone? Practical defences include tiered listening. Policy panels hear all views, but allocate resources according to empirical validation. Editorial boards disclose consensus levels. 97% of climate scientists support statement A. 3% dissent. Negotiators distinguish value compromises, tax rates, from factual matters, pathogen biology. Individually, when tempted to split the baby, pause. If one statement says Mount Everest is 8,848 metres tall and another says 4,000, accepting 6,424 is wrong. Demand sources, check measurement methods, and resist equating quantity of opinions with quality of evidence. Back on the coast, frustrated farmers sue the council for misusing relief funds. Court-appointed experts confirm the virus theory. Quartz fields show no statistical improvement. The ruling mandates future crises adopt evidence tiers. Gold standard trials funded first, experimental remedies only after efficacy proof or under compassionate use protocols. Middle ground thinking comforts, but comfort is not a compass. Sometimes truth crowds one edge of debate, leaving the centre empty. Ahead, level 74, Black Swan, explores how rare, unpredictable events upend even the best reasoned expectations. Pre-dawn stillness blankets Caldera Ridge as engineers monitor the fail-safe geothermal plant, marketed as the clean energy jewel of the region. Designed with redundant valves, AI-driven pressure controls, and a 0.0001% projected risk of rupture, the facility runs tours for school children. At 4:17 a.m., a micro-fault slips beneath an unmapped basalt layer, channeling superheated brine into a cavern. The sudden steam spike overwhelms every safeguard. A thunderous vent splits the main wellhead, ejecting a geyser of scalding water and ash. Control room readouts scroll gibberish. Backup generators drown under acidic spray. By sunrise, 2 square kilometers lie under glassy debris. Regulators, stunned, replay design simulations that never imagined this geological kink. The calamity embodies a black swan, Nassim Nicholas Taleb's term for high-impact events that lie outside standard prediction models and become explainable only after the fact. Before Europeans sailed to Australia, all observed swans were white, so black swans were impossible. One sighting overturned centuries of certainty. Likewise, the Ridge disaster violates comfortingly slim probabilities, yet hindsight analysts will weave neat stories of missed seismic surveys and budget shortcuts, masking its inherent unpredictability. Why do black swans blindside us? 3 illusions converge. First, narrative fallacy. Humans retrofit randomness into tidy chains, believing someone should have known. Second, turkey problem. Models extrapolate tranquil past data, like a turkey fed daily, unaware Thanksgiving looms. Third, thin tail assumption. Risk forecasts rely on normal distributions, discounting fat tail extremes where monsters lurk. Mitigation demands humility more than precision. Build anti-fragility. Systems that suffer limited damage and adapt upward under stress. Diversify energy grids instead of relying on a single, fail-safe plant. Design financial portfolios resilient to crashes rather than optimized for average days. In policy, keep contingency reserves for once-in-a-century storms that now arrive every decade. Operationally, employ stress tests beyond historical bounds, simulate worst conceivable quake, plus equipment failure, plus cyber attack in one stack, even if probability math cries exaggeration. Encourage red team imagination. What absurd scenario would topple us? Document, budget, rehearse. Transparency helps society accept preparedness spending for events many deem science fiction. Individuals confront personal black swans, sudden layoffs, freak medical diagnoses, once-in-a-lifetime windfalls. Cultivate emergency funds, broad skill sets, and mental flexibility, acknowledging that the biggest life pivots rarely appear on 5-year plans. Months after Caldera Ridge cools, an independent commission reports no design flaw, just an uncharted fault intersection with 1 in 60 million odds. The region constructs a modular microgrid of smaller wells spaced across diverse strata, each capable of islanding if one fails. Investors shift from fail-safe boasts to failure-contained guarantees. Black swans remind us that certainty is a story we tell to sleep at night. Prepare cushions, not crystal balls. Level 75 now beckons. Analysis paralysis, where fear of choosing wrong paralyzes action, even when risks are known and manageable. Hurricane Cressida slams the coastal city of Annadel, toppling power lines and flooding streets. Within hours, a crisis task force assembles in a high-rise command center. Engineers, meteorologists, logistics experts, and data scientists. A wall of monitors displays real-time rainfall, traffic camera feeds, hospital capacities, satellite wind speeds, and social media heat maps of distress calls. Team lead Dr. Malik Ortiz opens the meeting. We need to decide which neighborhoods get portable generators first. Analysts begin layering information: soil saturation, elevation, transformer ages, census vulnerability scores. One suggests adding pet ownership density to anticipate shelter needs. Another calls for drone imagery to check roof integrity. Hours pass. Outside, dialysis patients wait in dark apartments while laptops hum inside the command room. By sunset, no generators have moved, only spreadsheets have grown thicker. The stall embodies analysis paralysis, when decision-makers delay or avoid action by obsessively gathering information and weighing every variable. Unlike thoughtful planning, analysis paralysis spirals into diminishing returns. The quest for perfect knowledge outlives the window in which a good enough choice can save lives, revenue, or opportunity. Why does the freeze occur? Three culprits converge. First, fear of regret. Choosing wrong under scrutiny feels worse than inaction. Second, data glut. Modern sensors and dashboards feed endless metrics, tempting infinite refinement. Third, responsibility diffusion. As specialists add niche datasets, accountability blurs, no one wants to press go. Spotting the spiral involves watching for signposts. Are new inputs materially changing priority rankings or merely polishing decimals? Does every meeting end with "let's collect more data"? Are stakeholders unsure who has final authority? Breaking free requires deliberate constraints. Emergency frameworks use the 80-20 rule. If 80% of outcome hinges on the first 20% of data, decide. The military's Uday loop, observe, orient, decide, act, emphasizes speed, permitting revision mid-execution. Display a countdown timer visible to all. When it hits 0, the leader must choose or escalate. System design helps. Predefined decision matrices translate key indicators into action tiers. If hospital capacity falls below 30%, deploy generators automatically. Cross-training team leads prevents silo hold-ups. When the meteorologist is offline, the logistics chief can still interpret rainfall thresholds. Back in Annadel, Dr. Ortiz recalls a field manual table. Populations with medical dependencies take precedence. Using elevation maps and hospital outage reports, two core variables, he greenlights generator convoys to 6 blocks. Crews roll out within 30 minutes. Dialysis machines buzz back to life before midnight. Post-incident reviews show the additional datasets would have shifted priorities by less than 5%, yet cost 4 critical hours. Analysis paralysis reveals that perfect can be the enemy of good and, in crisis, of life. Next comes level 76, the continuum, Sorite's fallacy, where the absence of clear boundary lines tempts us to deny real thresholds altogether. In the dimly lit biotech courtroom of Genexa versus Trask, defense attorney Mara Lee strides to the center and lifts a vial of crimson fluid. "This serum," she states, "contains 0.1 milligrams of the neurotoxin zeta. Tell me, Judge, is that enough to kill?" The toxicologist shakes her head, far below lethal dose. Mara uncaps a second vial. "Now, 0.2. Still harmless?" The expert nods again. Lee repeats the spectacle, adding 10th milligram increments until she stands before a tray of 9 vials. "At what point," she asks, "does harmless become deadly?" "If no single step is fatal, how can my client be guilty of poisoning?" The jury murmurs, uneasy. Scientists in the gallery know the answer. At 3 milligrams, nerve channels seize, breathing stops. Yet Lee's rhetorical staircase has lulled laypeople into thinking the boundary dissolves because it is gradual. This is the continuum, or Sorite's fallacy, arguing that small, indistinguishable steps mean no real difference exists at all. The ancient paradox asks, If removing one grain never stops a heap from being a heap, can any number of removals leave no heap? Modern incarnations claim one more surveillance camera can't erode privacy, each added since is negligible, or each budget cut is tiny, so funding hasn't really fallen. Incremental change hides thresholds where reality snaps. Why does the fallacy appeal? Human perception blurs gradients. We notice cliffs, not slopes. Moreover, accepting fuzzy edges feels safer than defending hard lines open to nitpicks. Industries exploit the blur. Tobacco companies once argued that if a single cigarette isn't cancerous, how can any be? Polluters drip toxins just below regulatory cutoffs, avoiding alarms until ecosystems collapse. To defeat the continuum trap, employ 3 tools. First, cumulative accounting. Track totals, not steps. Toxicologists tally milligrams, urban planners sum decibels, budget analysts chart decade-long cuts. Second, functional thresholds. Define impact points. Pulse rate where life support triggers, noise level where learning drops. Third, regulatory margins. Set safety buffers below thresholds, preventing stepwise creep from kissing danger. In policy, environmental laws aggregate micro-emissions into annual tonnage caps. Data Privacy Acts set numeric user tracking limits, not add company promises of incremental harmlessness. Medical dosing software refuses additional vials once cumulative toxins breach thresholds, regardless of how benign each dose seemed. Back in Genexa versus Trask, the prosecution brings a digital timeline overlay, every 10th milligram dose plotted against clinical studies. At 3.1 milligrams, lab rats' diaphragms froze. For humans, the lethal boundary hovers near 2.8. Trask's victim received 3.3. The jury sees the stepladder form a cliff, convicting unanimously. Lee's continuum argument crumbles under additive math. The continuum fallacy teaches that gradual change can still cross decisive lines. Sand can become no heap, droplets a flood, whispers a roar. Ahead, level 77, the ecological fallacy, reveals how truths about groups can mislead when applied to individuals. A glossy brochure touting Riverstone County's new corporate campus lands on investors' desks. Front and centre, a heat map showing the county's average math SAT score, 60 points above the national mean. Locate here, the text proclaims, and hire from a population brimming with quantitative talent. Weeks later, fintech startup NovaQuant opens its doors, interviewing dozens of local applicants. To CEO Aaron Pike's astonishment, only one candidate passes the firm's algebra screening. Productivity plummets as outside contractors backfill roles. What happened to the math-savvy labour pool promised by the statistics? Riverstone's numbers hid a simple truth. The affluent northern township, home to a magnet STEM academy, skewed the county average. Graduates from the south and east scored at or below national norms, yet they comprised the majority of applicants willing to commute to NovaQuant's modest salaries. Pike's brochure mistake exemplifies the ecological fallacy, inferring individual traits from aggregate data. At its core, the fallacy confuses group-level correlations with person-level predictions. A city may boast high literacy, yet individuals in specific neighbourhoods may struggle. A country may show low average cholesterol, yet individual residents could spike dangerously. Policy misfires abound. Criminologists once assumed neighbourhoods with high immigrant populations bred crime, ignoring that immigrants often had lower offending rates than native residents within those same areas. Why is the leap tempting? Aggregate data are plentiful and easy to visualize. They satisfy our craving for quick heuristics. Media headlines reinforce the blur. Left-handed people earn 5% less. Coastal states are healthier. Without digging into within-group variance, executives and voters seize oversimplified narratives. 3 guardrails prevent ecological misread. First, look for dispersion statistics, standard deviations, interquartile ranges that reveal spread around the mean. Second, examine subgroup breakdowns. Does the high county average rest on a small enclave? Third, collect micro-level samples, pilot surveys, skill assessments, or neighbourhood focus groups before full commitment. Professionals employ multi-level modelling, separating variance by individual and contextual layers. Epidemiologists distinguish county obesity rates from personal BMI records to avoid misallocating resources. Education analysts use hierarchical linear models to parse classroom, school, and district effects. Individuals can run quick mental checks. When hearing "Country X drinks most coffee," remember wide personal difference. Some residents may never sip a drop. Before relocating for healthiest city labels. Review your own lifestyle factors and neighbourhood amenities. NovaQuant, chastened, partners with the Magnet Academy to create a paid internship pipeline and invests in local adult education math courses. Within a year, the talent gap narrows. Marketing materials now feature scatterplots, not single averages. The ecological fallacy warns what's true in the mass may mislead in the micro. Next comes level 78, the masked man fallacy, where identity confusions trip logic, proving that even perfect eyesight can miss the essence hiding behind the mask. A masked vigilante known as Iron Warden prowls Linthorpe City's rooftops, disrupting organised crime. Detective Marla Keane briefs her team. Iron Warden saved a hostage last night, brave and skilled. Rookie Officer Delacroix blurts, "But my neighbour, Ethan Cross, is not brave or skilled. Therefore Ethan can't be Iron Warden." Marla raises an eyebrow. "Do you know who Iron Warden really is?" Delacroix shakes his head. The room falls silent. The logic crumbles. Just because Delacroix doesn't recognise Ethan as fitting the masked hero's attributes doesn't mean Ethan isn't Iron Warden. Identity and knowledge of identity are not interchangeable. This illustrates the masked man fallacy, also known as the intentional fallacy, which occurs when someone assumes that if they can describe a known entity with certain properties and an unknown entity doesn't appear to share those properties, the two cannot be the same. It exploits confusion between how we conceive of a thing and what the thing actually is. A classic example: I know who my father is. I don't know who the masked man is. Therefore, the masked man isn't my father. The conclusion doesn't logically follow. Why does this trip the mind? Human reasoning often conflates description with identity. If we associate a familiar figure with certain traits, calmness, appearance, demeanour, we may reject evidence that the same person could behave differently or hide behind a disguise. Pop culture loves this fallacy. Superheroes in glasses remain unrecognisable because of preconceived mental templates. To avoid the trap, apply 3 checks. First, separate knowledge from reality. Our incomplete perspective doesn't change facts. Second, test for equivalence. Look for direct evidence of difference, fingerprints, alibis, rather than mismatched descriptions. Third, consider alternative explanations. Maybe Ethan is both your clumsy neighbour and a skilled martial artist in secret. In law and investigation, identity verification relies on hard data, DNA tests, surveillance footage, verified documents, not subjective impressions. Philosophers explore this fallacy through modal logic, noting that substitutability of identicals fails in intentional contexts. Just because you don't know 2 names refer to the same individual doesn't mean they're distinct. On a personal level, remember how easily assumptions mislead. A co-worker you find shy may deliver powerful speeches on weekends under a stage persona. A friend who dislikes sports might be an elite chess competitor. Surface traits don't define hidden capacities. Weeks later, Detective Keen's team matches Iron Warden's fingerprints to Ethan Cross's gym membership scans. Rookie Delacroix, red-faced, concedes that bravery and skill aren't always visible through small talk. The case file now includes a note. Identity claims require direct evidence, not merely perceived traits. Up next is Level 79, reification, where abstract concepts get treated as if they were physical, concrete things, leading to dangerous misinterpretations of ideas as objects. Late-night news flashes the headline, "Inflation Devours Wages." The segment shows a cartoon beast, sharp teeth, bulging eyes, gnawing on a stack of paychecks. Host Pilar Voss warns, "If we don't starve this monster, it'll swallow the economy whole." Viewers tweet outrage. Crush inflation. Legislators propose shoot-to-kill budgets. In reality, inflation is a statistical aggregate of price changes, not a living creature. Treating it as a predator masks the complex web of supply chains, consumer demand, currency policy, and geopolitical shocks that actually drive rising costs. This error, treating an abstraction as a concrete entity, is the reification fallacy. When people give form, agency, or intent to intangible concepts, the invisible hand decides markets, society judges you, history will punish traitors. They can oversimplify or distort how systems work. The fallacy appears in psychology, ego fought with superego, politics, capitalism exploits workers, and daily speech, love finds a way. Reification itself isn't always harmful. Metaphors help communication. Problems arise when the metaphor solidifies into literal thinking, guiding policy or personal choices on false premises. Why does reification seduce us? The human brain excels at relating to agents, creatures with motives and actions. Converting blurry forces into characters reduces cognitive load and fuels storytelling. Marketers use it. Credit cards become companions. Viruses hunt cells. Data wants to be free. 3 questions reveal reification. 1. Can the supposed agent be measured directly, or is it an emergent summary? Inflation equals price indices, not jaws. 2. Does attributing intent explain events or hide causal chains? Saying, "The market panicked," obscures trader algorithms, regulatory news, and investor psychology. 3. Are proposed solutions aimed at the abstraction or its underlying mechanics? Declaring war on inflation without analyzing supply bottlenecks wastes energy on slogans. Disciplines counter with precise language. Economists break inflation into core and headline components, quantify money supply, and model wage price spirals. Historians reference specific movements and legislation instead of history's verdict. Psychotherapists separate internalized voices from external realities using cognitive behavioral techniques. Individuals can reframe mental shorthand. Instead of "my anxiety attacks me," say "I experience rapid heartbeat and catastrophic thoughts." That shift invites concrete coping strategies, breathing exercises, therapy, over imaginary combat with a shadowy foe. When reading headlines, mentally swap caricatures for variables. Inflation equals price changes. Market equals collection of buyers and sellers. Weeks after the Devours Wages segment, consumer advocates launch an explainer series. Animated gears replace monsters, tracing how semiconductor shortages lift phone prices and drought drives food costs. Policymakers adjust, focusing on port logistics and water-efficient farming rather than flashy fiscal theatrics. Public understanding deepens, fear recedes. Reification shows the peril and power of metaphor, Ideas matter, but mistaking them for flesh and blood actors can misguide decisions. Next, level 80, anthropomorphic fallacy, dives deeper into humanizing non-humans, from storms plotting revenge to AI having feelings. A Category 5 hurricane claws toward Port Grayson. Cable anchor Lyle Kendrick stands in front of swirling radar, voice grave. "She's angry," he says, "and she's hunting our coastline with murderous intent." Social feeds echo the phrasing, "The storm wants blood." She's choosing her victims. Panic spikes. Some residents flee inland highways already jammed by freight, while others stay, insisting the storm will change her mind. Meteorologists wince. Winds follow physics, not vengeance. But the human narrative eclipses evacuation maps. This language showcases the anthropomorphic fallacy, attributing human motives, feelings, or consciousness to non-human entities. Weather systems, algorithms, viruses. While metaphors can aid description, they warp reasoning when taken literally. People pray for a storm to divert, negotiate with Lady Luck, or fear artificial intelligence deciding to rebel, overlooking probabilistic code. Why does anthropomorphism grip us? Evolution wired brains to detect agency. Seeing faces in clouds posed little cost, missing predators did. Storytelling thrives on characters. A storm hunts more compelling than low-pressure center guided by Coriolis force. Emotions follow. We sympathize with lonely rovers on Mars, despise malicious computer bugs, feel guilt shutting down chatbots. Consequences turn serious. A town delays levee upgrades, trusting that the river remembers her banks. Traders treat market swings as moods, ignoring macro indicators. Tech policy debates stall over whether language models desire rights, sidestepping real concerns of bias and misuse. To diffuse the fallacy, apply 3 clarifiers. 1. Agent test. Can the entity hold intentions, learn, and act on goals? Hurricanes cannot. 2. Mechanism mapping. Replace persona with process. Storm trajectory equals pressure gradients plus steering currents. 3. Impact focus. What measurable variables can we influence? Reinforced roofs, evacuation timing, algorithmic oversight. Communication tools help. Scientists coin neutral names. Tropical Cyclone ID 873 rather than monster storm. Journalists include sidebars translating metaphors into mechanics. In AI ethics, guidelines distinguish narrow task algorithms from speculative general intelligence to keep discourse grounded. Individually, note language cues. Words like wants, plans, angry signal anthropomorphism. When you catch one, pause. What structure or rule actually drives this behavior? Reframe. The market dropped because investors reacted to interest rates, not the market punished greed. Back in Port Grayson, a civic engineer live streams a calmer briefing. Overlay animation shows wind vectors, timestamps, surge models. "This storm doesn't hunt," she explains. "It follows physics. Physics says surge hits Zone B at 2:30 a.m. Clear instructions replace poetic dread. Evacuation compliance jumps, casualties drop. Anthropomorphic tales entertain but mislead when treated as forecasts. As we advance to Level 81, Appeal to Motive, we'll see how questioning why someone speaks can overshadow what the evidence says, twisting debates into character assays rather than truth quests. The City Council chambers buzz as epidemiologist Dr. Renee Alvarez presents new data on a mosquito-borne virus spreading through low-lying neighborhoods. Her slides recommend targeted pesticide spraying and drainage upgrades. Before she finishes, Councilman Pierce Dalton clears his throat. "Interesting that Dr. Alvarez supports increased spraying," he says, glancing at the audience. "Did you know her brother owns a landscaping company that could profit from flood control contracts?" Gasps ripple across the room. Reporters pivot their questions from infection rates to family finances. The vote on emergency funding stalls, even though no evidence contradicts Alvarez's statistics or shows her brother would receive a cent. Dalton's maneuver is the appeal to motive fallacy, challenging a claim by attacking the speaker's possible interests rather than the claim's validity. Instead of weighing Dr. Alvarez's data, attention shifts to her presumed agenda. While scrutinizing conflicts of interest is important, dismissing evidence solely because someone might benefit bypasses the argument's substance. Why does the tactic work? Humans are social detectives. We probe intentions to predict behavior. If we sense hidden gain, skepticism sparks, sometimes conflating potential bias with actual falsity. Politicians and marketers exploit this reflex, suggesting scientists lobby for grants, activists crave fame, journalists chase clicks, therefore their facts must be skewed. 3 checks keep motive probing from sliding into fallacy. First, separate evidence and incentive. Evaluate the data on its own merits, then note conflicts. Second, proportionality. Does the alleged motive plausibly override peer review, regulation, or collective scrutiny? Third, symmetry. If opposing voices also stand to gain, say chemical companies opposing regulations, apply equal skepticism. Good governance manages real bias transparently. Experts file disclosures, funding sources are public, methodologies are peer-reviewed. Decision boards weigh multiple studies. In courtrooms, judges allow motive questions, but insist on factual rebuttals too. Individuals can build a mental template. Even if X stands to gain, is there corroborating evidence independent of X? Seek replicated findings, third-party audits, or randomized trials. When someone discredits a claim by motive alone, ask them to point to methodological flaws. Back in the council chambers, a public records officer confirms Alvarez's brother has no pending contracts. 2 independent labs replicate her mosquito infection counts. Embarrassed, Dalton concedes the health threat is real. The council passes the emergency measure, adding a clause. All vendors must be chosen through blind bidding. Alvarez's slides, not speculation about motives, steer policy at last. Appeal to motive teaches that interests can coexist with accuracy. The antidote isn't blanket rejection, but rigorous verification. With that lens, ascend to level 82, moral high ground, where arguers cloak assertions in virtue, implying disagreement equals depravity rather than honest dissent. In a bustling university auditorium, the Sustainable Futures Club holds a debate on building a new nuclear microreactor to reduce campus carbon emissions. Engineer Dr. Jonah Clark begins with life cycle data. Reactor waste fits in a single steel cask per decade. Emissions rival solar. Before figures finish loading, student activist Maya Lin strides to the podium draped in a banner. Earth first. She declares, anyone who truly loves the planet stands against nuclear power. If you back this reactor, you are choosing radioactive greed over living forests. Applause erupts. A professor opposed to the project half raises a hand, but thinks better of it. Who wants to be branded anti-planet? Maya wields the moral high ground fallacy, framing her position as the sole ethically righteous stance, so disagreement becomes immoral by definition. Rather than dispute waste metrics or safety records, she positions opponents as environmental traitors. The tactic appears across issues. Real patriots support this surveillance bill. If you cared about children, you'd ban all screen time. Only heartless people question our charity's spending. Why does the high ground ploy sway audiences? First, identity drive. People crave belonging to virtuous groups. Second, social risk. Challenging a moralized claim invites shaming. Third, cognitive shortcuts. Moral labels save the mental effort of parsing technical details. 3 counter-moves keep debate grounded. 1. Separate virtue from validity. Request concrete evidence. Show life cycle waste comparisons with renewables. 2. Plural values. Highlight that shared goals, planet health, can pursue different means. 3. Reciprocal framing. Rephrase your position in moral language too. Protecting communities from fossil pollutants is also an ethical duty. Institutions encourage balanced discourse with structured moderation. Speakers present data first, value framing second. Academic panels include ethics specialists who map multiple moral dimensions: justice, stewardship, prudence, preventing single-axis virtue monopolies. Individuals can practice moral humility. When someone claims the ethical summit, ask quietly, what trade-offs did they weigh? Which experts informed the stance? Likewise, temper your own rhetoric. Present reasons before righteousness. Invite genuine questions. A week after the rally, the engineering department hosts a transparent forum. Dr. Clark and Meyer each outline emissions, waste, accident scenarios, and renewable alternatives. Audience votes shift. Many still oppose nuclear, but now reference groundwater risk and decommissioning costs, not moral labels. The Student Senate commissions an independent feasibility study rather than rubber-stamping rejection. Moral high-ground rhetoric can inspire action, yet when wielded as a bludgeon, it silences the nuance progress depends on. Next, Level 83, Terror Management, reveals how leaders invoke existential dread to command obedience, channeling fear of oblivion into policy and profit. Sirens wail through Meridian after a minor tremor rattles glass downtown. Within hours, Mayor Gideon Black addresses the city from an underground command bunker. Floodlights cast stark shadows as he warns, "This quake is a divine omen. Without my Emergency Unity Act, chaos will swallow us. Looters will torch homes, bridges will fail, and anarchy will feast on our children." The Act grants curfew powers, suspends protests, and redirects public funds to a security firm owned by Black's donors. Billboards flash skull-shaped fissures beneath the slogan, "Obey or perish." Any critic of the Act is branded anti-safety, their social media accounts throttled. Fear of societal collapse shepherds citizens into compliance. No one wants to be blamed for triggering doom. Black's Gambit showcases terror management, appeal ad terrorem, exploiting existential dread, death, disorder, apocalypse to secure obedience or profit. Unlike the everyday appeal to fear, threats of injury or loss. Terror management escalates to ultimate stakes: survival of the species, salvation of souls, eternal ruin. Psychologists note that reminders of mortality increase conformity and loyalty to charismatic leaders, a phenomenon central to terror management theory. Why is the tactic potent? 3 levers pull at the psyche. 1. Finite horizon shock. Death thoughts jolt the mind, spurring a search for protective authority. 2. Sacred values activation. Facing oblivion, people cling to identity symbols, flags, faiths, strong leaders. 3. Cognitive narrowing. Acute fear throttles analytical reasoning, making complex trade-offs feel impossible. Spotting terror rhetoric involves checking scale. Does the speaker leap from minor risk to civilizational end? Is disagreement equated with treason or sacrilege? Are timelines urgent yet vague? Act now or never? Defences hinge on proportionality and plural counsel. Emergency protocols require independent risk assessments before sweeping powers activate. Media ethics boards flag apocalypse language, adding comparative fatality stats. Civic education teaches residents to distinguish immediate hazards, aftershocks, from grandiose doom prophecies. Individually, practice mortality salience drills, acknowledge fear, breathe, then consult multiple expert sources. When a leader invokes extinction, ask for quantified models and peer reviews. Support sunset clauses. Extraordinary powers expire unless evidence renews them. Weeks later, geologists publish quake intensity maps, damage minimal, aftershock risk low. Whistleblowers leak emails showing Mayor Black's firm drafting the Unity Act months earlier. Public outrage dismantles the measure. An oversight committee bars officials from awarding security contracts without competitive bids. Citizens learn that vigilance against terror talk protects both liberty and genuine safety. Existential dread can unite communities or cage them. Next, Level 84, Poisoning the Well, shows how preemptive smear tactics contaminate dialogue before it even begins. Morning sun slants into the Skylark Convention Centre where a public forum on urban housing is about to begin. The first speaker is Dr. Celia Karim, an economist who spent 5 years gathering data on density and rental prices. Just before she steps to the lectern, a lobbyist named Paul Danton takes the mic for housekeeping. With a genial smile, he announces, "Some of you may not realize Dr. Karim recently accepted consulting fees from a major developer. I won't say that colors her findings, but, well, transparency matters." A low ripple of skepticism spreads through the crowd. Karim's charts now look suspect. Questions focus on her motives instead of her regression models. The developer's rivals quietly celebrate. No evidence of bias has surfaced, yet the well is already tainted. This tactic is poisoning the well, undermining an opponent before they speak by planting doubts about credibility or character. The maneuver loads the audience with suspicion, so any forthcoming argument feels contaminated regardless of content. 3 currents feed the poison. 1 is priming. The first impression anchors subsequent judgments, so casting a shadow up front permanently dims the spotlight. Another is emotional contagion. A sly insinuation laced with moral overtones travels faster than later clarifications. The last is asymmetry of defense. It takes seconds to hint at corruption and minutes of documentation to rebut, by which time attention has drifted. Defusing the toxin starts with procedural shields. Moderators can require disclosure statements in writing ahead of time, blocking surprise character bombs during live events. Audiences benefit from evidence checkpoints, pausing to ask for source documents whenever someone waves insinuation like a flag. Speakers, for their part, can inoculate. Karim might open by declaring every funding source and explaining how peer review and data transparency limit bias. Organizations adopt structural antidotes. Academic journals publish conflict of interest tables alongside articles, letting readers judge rather than whisper. Debate formats allot equal time for opening statements before any cross-examination, preventing front-loaded smears. In courtrooms, judges instruct juries to ignore allegations not supported by exhibits, though the human mind still struggles to unhear. On a personal level, practice internal red flags. If a critique arrives before you've heard the argument, note the timing. Ask yourself whether the claim attacks methodology or merely motives. Seek independent replication of findings. Credibility is strongest when separate teams reach similar results. Weeks after the Skylark Forum, a non-profit urban planning group replicates Karim's study using open municipal data and arrives at nearly identical conclusions. The City Council, embarrassed by its earlier hesitation, adopts her density recommendations. Lobbyist Danton's tactic bought his clients temporary doubt but no lasting victory. Well poisoning thrives on reflex. Thoughtful listeners turn reflex into reflection, clearing the water before they drink. Level 85 is next, where we meet the definist fallacy and see how quietly shifting meanings can hijack entire debates. The national referendum on privacy law is days away, and talk radio titan Vic Stone takes to the air. "Remember," he intones, "true freedom means businesses operate without government chains. Any regulation of data collection is, by definition, an assault on freedom." Callers nod along. The new bill, which simply limits selling medical records, suddenly feels unpatriotic. In evening debates, Stone repeats the trick. If you value freedom, you must oppose Regulation A, B, and C. They're the same thing. Legislators struggle to rebut because the very word freedom has been quietly recast to equal unregulated commerce, excluding other accepted meanings like personal autonomy or freedom from exploitation. Stone is executing the definist fallacy, sneaking a contentious definition into a crucial term, then leveraging that redefinition as proof of his conclusion. Instead of arguing whether the bill balances rights and commerce, he rewrites the dictionary mid-stride. Freedom equals zero rules, therefore any rule kills freedom. Listeners who share a broader concept of freedom never notice the bait and switch. What fuels this sleight of language? Start with semantic fog. Everyday words harbour multiple senses, and speakers can glide between them without signalling a lane change. Add rhetorical leverage. If you can own the definition, you own the debate. Finally, sprinkle authority bias. Radio hosts, influencers, or pundits deliver their private lexicon dressed as common sense, discouraging listeners from cracking a dictionary. Neutralizing the fallacy calls for linguistic spotlights. One move is definition auditing. Pause the discussion and ask all sides to spell out their terms in plain clauses. Another is parallel framing. Counter with an alternative definition just as familiar, forcing a showdown of reasons rather than vocab. A third safeguard is external reference. Anchor contested words to established legal or scholarly sources so personal fiat can't drift unchecked. Institutions embed these guards in rulebooks. Legislative dockets open with definitions precisely to preempt late-game swaps. Academic journals provide glossaries. Courts interpret statutes by established canons rather than pundit slogans. Training moderators to say, "We seem to be using freedom in different ways. Let's clarify," can pivot dialogue back to substance. Individually, cultivate habit spotting. When a speaker claims real justice, true science, or genuine democracy, listen for a stealthy re-edit. Ask, whose interests flourish under this new meaning, and does the speaker defend the definition or merely assert it? After referendum day, analysts show voters who heard Stone's framing equated regulation with oppression, while those who read the bill directly associated freedom with control over personal data. The measure passes narrowly after a late fact-checking campaign highlights the definitional drift. Words shape worlds. Guarding their meanings guards debate integrity. Level 86 follows unveiling relative privation. Things could be worse logic that sidelines urgent problems by pointing to even larger ones. A brown plume rises from the Broad River chemical plant, carrying benzene across 2 working-class neighbourhoods. Residents complain of headaches and metallic taste. Local paediatricians record a spike in nosebleeds. City reporter Isla Penn presses the plant manager, Greg Hollard, for comment. He gestures toward the skyline, where a distant refinery's flares pulse against dusk. "Look, compared with those guys, our emissions are nothing. Worry about real polluters before nitpicking us." City Council echoes the tune. Why fret over a few nosebleeds when mega factories on the coast leak tons more toxins? A motion to mandate scrubbers fails by 1 vote. Broadriver keeps venting. This is relative privation, also called the not as bad fallacy, dismissing a problem because worse problems exist. By pointing to larger evils, Hollard reframes local harm as trivial, implying action isn't worth the bother. The logic scales everywhere. Why campaign against malaria deaths when cancer kills far more? Don't protest data breaches, at least you're not in an authoritarian state. Real issues shrink under the shadow of bigger headlines. 3 gears power the fallacy. First, scope distortion. Humans struggle to hold multiple magnitudes, so large numbers eclipse smaller ones even when both are ethically urgent. Second, moral licensing. Acknowledging a greater injustice feels like addressing injustice itself, satisfying conscience without changing behavior. Third, resource alibi. Leaders claim finite bandwidth. We can't fix everything to justify fixing nothing within reach. Counteraction begins with proportional accounting. Public health analysts weigh absolute impact per capita. Broadriver's plume may affect fewer people than the refinery, but exposure concentration could be higher, warranting its own response. Next comes simultaneity framing. Problems aren't queue tickets. Cities can pursue scrubbers and lobby national regulations concurrently. Finally, target area authority. Local officials have jurisdiction over Broadriver, not distant flares. Responsibility aligns with capacity. Policy tools help. Environmental dashboards rank hazards by risk matrix, not raw size, preventing small area crises from disappearing. Budgeting uses earmarked funds, so tackling issue A doesn't cannibalize B. Journalism combats relativism by following local lens, global lens templates, report the nearby benzene data alongside regional comparisons showing both matter. For individuals, watch language cues, phrases like at least, bigger fish, or in the grand scheme often preface dismissal. When they appear, ask, is this lesser problem solvable here and now? If yes, bigger problems shouldn't grant immunity. Months later, an independent study proves Broadriver's plume elevates leukemia risk by 40% within a 2-mile radius. Facing lawsuits, Hollard installs scrubbers cheaper than anticipated. City council members admit they could and should have acted sooner. Meanwhile, activists simultaneously pressure coastal refineries, proving bandwidth wasn't the obstacle. Prioritization was. Relative privation reminds us that triage isn't abdication. You treat the critical patient in front of you while planning to help the next. Onward to level 87. Proportionality bias, where minds insist big events must have big causes, overlooking tiny sparks that ignite towering infernos. Flames devour the night skyline as Aurora Tower, a 60-story landmark, collapses in a shower of sparks. Within an hour, theories dominate every screen. Terror cells with nanobombs, black market uranium, maybe a corporate sabotage plot. Reporters demand to know which extremist faction has claimed responsibility. 2 days later, the fire marshal report lands. The blaze began in a single $15 phone charger left on a vinyl sofa in an executive lounge. A faulty capacitor sparked, foam smouldered, and an open stairwell turned into a vertical blast furnace. Social feeds explode with disbelief. A skyscraper felled by a cheap charger. Impossible. Someone's hiding the real story. The tower's scale, people insist, demands a matching villain. Welcome to proportionality. Bias, the reflex that enormous effects must arise from enormous causes. Minds recoil from the idea that loose screws, weak passwords, or tiny microbes can topple empires and shatter skylines. Three psychological gears power the bias. 1. Magnitude matching. We like symmetry, pairing huge outcomes with grand mechanisms, asteroids for dinosaur extinctions, masterminds for market crashes. Second narrative comfort. A shadowy cabal feels less random than a low-grade transformer. Blaming giants grants a sense of control. 3. Dramatic storytelling. Blockbuster plots train us to expect epic catalysts. A smouldering resistor lacks cinematic gravitas. Countermeasures start with historical perspective. The Black Death sprang from flea-ridden rats, World War I from a single pistol. The Challenger exploded because of an O-ring. Teaching such precedents normalizes outsized consequences from tiny origins. Next comes chain of events mapping, charger floor, flammable sofa, open stairwell, failed sprinkler pump. The diagram shows amplification, not symmetry. Quantitative risk models reinforce the lesson. A string of 1% failures multiplies into disaster probabilities far larger than intuition grants. Engineering, aviation, and cybersecurity encode humility. Aircraft inspectors give a 50-cent bolt the same scrutiny as a turbine. Fire codes test phone chargers and furnishings together, acknowledging pocket gadgets can light skyscrapers. IT teams run phishing drills because one click can sink a corporation. Individuals can temper scale matching by asking, could a small catalyst multiplied by overlooked vulnerabilities fit this timeline? Wait for root cause analyses before spinning epic motives. A grain of sand can stall a jet. A glowing resistor can doom a high-rise. Months after Aurora Tower cools, the city bans uncertified chargers, mandates flame-retardant lobby furniture, and installs vertical smoke dampers. Insurers project fire losses will drop 18%. Proof that grand safety gains often hinge on modest parts. Proportionality bias reminds us titans can fall to pebbles. Ahead lies level 88. Shooting the messenger, where those bearing uncomfortable truths become targets themselves. At a packed shareholders' meeting, Auditor Priya Das steps to the microphone clutching a slim envelope of findings. Her firm, contracted by Hesperis Biopharma, has uncovered contamination in the company's flagship drug line, trace levels of glass particles that could injure patients. Before Priya can outline recall recommendations, CEO Victor Lang interrupts. Interesting timing, he says, voice dripping with calm menace. Ms. Das was recently passed over for an executive position here. Make of that what you will. Gasps ripple across the hall. Board members mumble about professional jealousy. Lang shifts to a triumphant slide touting record earnings. Reporters chase gossip about Das's ambitions instead of glass shards. The contaminated batches remain on shelves for 3 more weeks until a hospitalized infant forces the FDA to intervene. The episode showcases shooting the messenger, discrediting or punishing the bearer of unwelcome news rather than engaging with the news itself. From ancient generals executing scouts who report defeat to modern corporations firing whistleblowers, the reflex persists, killing the alarm to silence the danger. 3 forces make messenger shooting tempting: ego armor. Bad tidings threaten self-image and public reputation. Attacking the source feels like armor against shame. Social contagion. Cast doubt early, and others hesitate to side with the disgruntled whistleblower, fearing guilt by association. Narrative diversion. Personal attacks create juicy side plots that divert attention from dry evidence and complex fixes. Defusing the fallacy begins with procedural firebreaks. Independent compliance channels accept reports anonymously. Boards review allegations in closed session before leadership can spin motives. Whistleblower laws shield messengers from retaliation, encouraging others to step forward. Culturally, organizations cultivate discipline of truth. Naval crews conduct post-mission debriefs where rank drops and errors surface without reprisal. Medical teams adopt morbidity and mortality conferences, treating error disclosure as professionalism, not betrayal. Leaders model gratitude for uncomfortable facts. Thank you, now we can act. Individually, train your ear for motive shifts. When someone responds to evidence with character critiques, ambition, timing, tone, pause and ask, regardless of motives, are the facts verified? Separate evaluation of messenger credibility, credentials, data trail, from insinuations of malice. In the Hesperus fallout, internal emails reveal Lang's team drafted the motive smear a week before the meeting, anticipating the audit. Regulators fine the company and require a new transparency charter. Any safety finding must be presented directly to an independent oversight committee before public statements. Priya receives an industry whistleblower award. The board ousts Lang for obstruction. Shooting the messenger teaches that silencing alarms never extinguishes fire. Truth delayed often returns with interest. Next comes level 89, wishful thinking, where desires pose as predictions, promising that optimism alone can bend reality. A mining startup called Aurora Core holds a splashy press event in Manhattan. CEO Jackson Pierce unveils shimmering slides that claim their prototype drill will reach previously untappable rare earth seams, tripling global supply within 2 years. Investors ask about engineering trials. Pierce waves off concerns. We're visionaries, he proclaims. If we believe hard enough, the hardware will catch up. Financial influencers gush, put skepticism aside, greatness demands faith. Within weeks, Aurora's valuation rockets past $1 billion, even though the drill has never bored deeper than 10 meters without seizing. Internal emails show warped test bits and coolant leaks, but managers insist bugs will resolve themselves as the launch date nears. 6 months later, the drill's public demo grinds, sparks and snaps, wiping out half of investors' capital overnight. Aurora's rise and fall exemplify wishful thinking, the error of treating what we want to happen as the most likely outcome. It confuses optimism with evidence, hope with probability. In politics, supporters predict their candidates' landslide despite polling. In health, patients skip screenings assuming, I feel fine, so I must be fine. In finance, traders double down when charts contradict dreams of a moonshot. 3 psychological levers give wishful thinking its pull. Emotional reward. Positive expectations release dopamine. We literally feel better believing success is certain. Confirmation loops. Optimists surround themselves with like-minded voices, amplifying rosy projections and muting cautionary data. Fear avoidance. Imagining failure stings. The mind dodges pain by inflating best-case scenarios, labeling real risks as negativity. Guardrails pivot on disciplined forecasting. Scenario planning forces teams to map best, base and worst cases, attaching explicit probabilities. Premortems ask, imagine the project failed. What went wrong? Prompting candid risk lists. Diversity of viewpoint brings contrarians who poke holes in utopian slides. Organizations can institutionalize reality checks. Venture boards withhold milestone funding until prototypes pass independent stress tests. Medical guidelines require randomized evidence before recommending new treatments. Public agencies grant permits only after third-party safety audits. For individuals, build a habit of reference class reasoning. Compare your project to a database of similar efforts, how many succeeded, at what cost, on what timeline. Keep a prediction journal, noting confidence levels next to outcomes. The feedback shrinks illusion over time. When hope whispers, we'll fix it later, ask, what measurable step ensures that? After Aurora's collapse, a forensic review shows engineers flagged fatal coolant flaws in month 1, but leadership buried the memo. Regulators fine the firm and mandate that any future raise include independent lab reports. Some investors salvage value by funding a competitor whose demo rigs already hit target depths. Results first, dreams second. Wishful thinking reminds us that optimism fuels ambition only when tethered to proof. Level 90 approaches tackling sweeping generalization, where a handful of anecdotes morph into blanket verdicts everyone is supposed to accept. A short video shot in Masonville shows 2 teenagers on electric scooters weaving through traffic and clipping a parked car mirror. Local news loops the clip all weekend under the banner "Scooter Chaos." By Monday's City Council meeting, speaker after speaker claims, "Every scooter rider is a menace." One restaurant bans scooters from its patio. A lawmaker drafts a bill to outlaw shared e-scooters entirely, citing obvious proof of non-stop danger. Data from the Transportation Department: 12 million safe scooter trips in the past year, with fewer incidents than bicycles, never reaches the podium. A tiny anecdote has mushroomed into a universal verdict. That leap is a sweeping generalization, applying a rule or stereotype to an entire group based on an unrepresentative sample. The fallacy flips inductive reasoning on its head. Instead of gathering broad evidence and testing it, we elevate the vivid exceptions to gospel. Why does the generalization stick? Pattern hunger. The brain spots a pair of matching examples and locks onto a rule, even when the pattern is statistical noise. Social echo. Media and social feeds reward shareable outrage. Each repost cements the caricature. Cognitive shortcut. Blaming a whole category saves mental energy. It's simpler to tag all scooters as reckless than pass varying rider skills, infrastructure gaps, or enforcement lapses. Defences start with widening the lens. First, demand base rates. How many total cases exist, and where do these anecdotes fit? Second, compare controls: bicycle, car, and pedestrian incidents under similar conditions. Third, check sample bias. Was the viral clip shot at bar closing time on a busy weekend? Unrepresentative snapshots breed skewed rules. Policymakers can build guardrails. Transportation dashboards publish monthly incident rates per 1,000 rides across modes. Any ban proposal must cite those metrics. Pilot programs employ randomized audits. Officers observe riders at different hours and neighborhoods, tallying infractions objectively. Media outlets pair anecdote footage with statistical context boxes. Individuals can run mental zoom-outs. When tempted to condemn a group, dog owners, remote workers, city cyclists pause and search for counter-instances. Keep a skepticism jar. Note each sweeping claim you hear, then spend 5 minutes seeking opposing data. Back in Masonville, a civic technologist maps collisions per mile. Scooters rank lower than cars and comparable to bikes. She presents heat maps showing most incidents cluster at a single poorly lit intersection. The city installs reflective bollards and clearer lane markings. Collision reports drop 30% in 6 months. The proposed ban is shelved. Regulations now target behaviour, not the mode of transport. Sweeping generalization warns that a few leaves don't define the whole forest. Our ascent continues to level 91, special pleading, where rules suddenly bend whenever someone's cherished exception appears. The National Collegiate League announces a strict new policy. Athletes caught using performance-enhancing drugs face a 2-year suspension, no exceptions. Sports commentators applaud the zero-tolerance stance. 2 months later, news breaks that star quarterback Leo "Lightning" Hart tested positive for the same banned stimulant. League director Tanya Bishop steps to the podium. We must consider context, She says, Leo's prescriptions for ADHD complicate the situation, and fans deserve to see him play. A brief probation will suffice. Reporters remind Bishop that a track sprinter banned last season had the identical prescription. Bishop replies, football's physical demands and television contracts place it in a different category. The standard bends, contorting to shield a favourite, while others suffer full penalty. Special pleading occurs when someone carves out an exception to a rule just for their preferred case, without offering principled justification. The argument clings to the rule in public, yet quietly rewrites it when allegiance, profit, or ego is at stake. 3 signals reveal the move. Ad hoc criteria sprout. New qualifiers, different category, unique circumstances, spirit of the law, appear only after the cherished case faces consequence. Symmetry breaks. Earlier examples received no mercy, but the favoured one suddenly does, even under identical facts. Rationale dissolves under generalization. If ADHD prescriptions excuse football doping, why not track or swimming? The rule collapses when applied consistently. Guardrails rely on pre-commitment. Policies list allowable exemptions before enforcement begins, insulated from star power or emotional sway. Independent ethics boards, not league executives, adjudicate violations. Transparency helps. Every case summary publishes offence, evidence, and sanctions side by side, fostering public comparison. Organisations refine wording to minimise wiggle. Instead of no exceptions, leagues might state therapeutic use exemptions issued only prior to competition by accredited medical panels. Courts follow similar logic. Sentencing guidelines list fixed downward departures, preventing judges from inventing leniency on the fly. On a personal level, test fairness by role reversal. Would you accept the same plea if offered to an opponent? If not, bias is at work. Keep a consistency ledger. When you exempt your lateness because traffic was bad, remember that colleagues face traffic too. Back on the field, fan backlash intensifies. A coalition of athletes files a grievance citing unequal treatment. Media compare past suspensions line by line. Bishop's justifications falter. Under mounting pressure, the league reinstates the original rule, and Hart accepts a reduced but still substantial ban after formal medical review. Future therapeutic exemptions must be filed pre-season, closing the loophole. Special pleading warns that bending rules for favourites warps trust faster than any single violation does. Next comes level 92, reductive fallacy, where complex systems get oversimplified into single-cause slogans, leaving nuance flattened in the rush to explain everything. Election season seizes Harbour City, and mayoral hopeful Adrian Blake strides onto a waterfront stage. Behind him, a billboard shows a tent camp under the slogan, "One cause, one fix." Blake points to the image. The homelessness crisis boils down to laziness. End of story. All we need is stricter vagrancy laws to force people back to work. Applause ripples through the crowd. The sound bite ricochets across headlines. Homelessness equals laziness. Yet, social service data tell a different tale. Stagnant wages, medical debt, mental health gaps, and soaring rent have converged. Shelter directors watch funding sway toward policing budgets, while detox programs, wage subsidies, and affordable housing plans languish. Blake's message exemplifies the reductive fallacy, collapsing a complex, multi-factor problem into a single, simple cause. Oversimplification comforts voters but shreds accuracy, driving policies that attack symptoms or scapegoats rather than root systems. 3 forces nourish reductionism: spotlight hunger, media rewards stark narratives, one cause slots neatly into a 6-second clip, while layered explanations bleed airtime. cognitive economy, evaluating intersecting variables taxes mental bandwidth, pinning blame on one villain feels efficient, motivated reasoning. Single-cause slogans often align with ideological priors or budget preferences, steering attention away from inconvenient contributors. Counteracting the fallacy starts with systems mapping, diagramming interacting pieces, employment rates, zoning laws, addiction services, healthcare costs. Visualizing the mesh shows why one-note fixes fizzle. Next, data layering. Dashboards that let users toggle factors, rent versus mental health waitlists versus wage charts, reveal shifting hotspots. Finally, stakeholder triangulation. Listening sessions with shelter staff, city planners, and medical clinics ensure no single voice owns the narrative. Journalists can inoculate audiences by embedding complexity capsules in reports, concise sidebars listing the top 3 to 5 drivers behind an issue. Policy white papers flag correlation-only claims with caution icons. Debate moderators press candidates. Name 2 additional factors and how your plan addresses them. Citizens can run an internal diagnostic. If a proposal states X is entirely because of Y, ask, what would experts in 3 other disciplines say? Scroll a reputable database. Public health, economics, urban planning. Rarely do all charts point the same direction. Weeks after the election, Blake's vagrancy crackdown floods jails but leaves street counts unchanged. A city audit shows 80% of new arrestees had eviction notices following rent spikes. The next council redirects funds into sliding-scale housing vouchers and expanded psychiatric outreach, gradually lowering unsheltered numbers. Voters note that multi-factor policies, though less catchy, move metrics. The reductive fallacy warns, when reality branches like a mangrove, pruning one root solves little. Level 93 beckons, Loki's wager, where disputants exploit fuzzy borders to dodge any definitive answer at all. A live podcast pits cryptography professor Eden Lee against social media influencer Jace Cypherwolf Marlowe over whether facial recognition law should treat deepfake images as protected speech. Lee defines deepfakes as synthetic media indistinguishable from real footage to the average viewer. Marlowe counters, but what is indistinguishable? 1 pixel might differ. If even a single frame can be spotted by a forensic lab, it's no longer a deepfake, right? And who's the average viewer anyway? Listeners watch the debate slide from policy to semantics. Every time Lee edges toward regulation, Marlowe shifts the line. Low resolution versus high definition deepfakes, parody versus fraud, average viewer versus expert analyst. After 2 hours, the audience feels no rule is possible because categories won't stay put. Marlowe is wielding Loki's wager, named for the Norse trickster who bet his head but refused decapitation on grounds no one could say exactly where neck ends and head begins. The fallacy stalls decisions by insisting a concept's fuzzy borders mean the concept cannot exist or be legislated. 3 tricks animate Loki's wager. Boundary vapor. The speaker zooms in on grey zones. When does night become day? Implying absence of sharp lines nullifies the distinction. Infinite subdivision. Each proposed cutoff spawns finer exceptions, creating an endless regress. Burden flip. The challenger demands opponents prove an exact demarcation while offering no workable alternative, keeping the debate in limbo. Antidotes center on pragmatic thresholds. Legislators define blood alcohol limits at 0.08%, acknowledging biology's spectrum, yet still drawing an enforceable line. Engineering codes accept tolerance ranges instead of perfect measures. For deepfakes, policymakers might choose more than 90% of frames digitally synthesized without disclosure as an actionable benchmark, clear enough for courts, adjustable as tech, evolves. Decision frameworks help. Zone models divide continua into acceptable, review, and prohibited ranges, letting regulators address extremes while monitoring grey cases. Consensus panels gather multidisciplinary experts to set provisional cutoffs, updating them as evidence grows. Sunset clauses force re-evaluation, countering the slippery argument that any line is forever. Individually, watch for rhetoric that equates ambiguity with impossibility. Ask, do surgeons operate without knowing the exact molecule where leg ends and foot begins? Precision is relative to purpose. Useful rules seldom require platonic exactness. Weeks after the stalled podcast, a bipartisan committee drafts a deepfake bill. Synthetic media must carry embedded provenance tags unless over 50% parody content is declared up front. Computer vision labs validate detection thresholds. Judges gain a standard without demanding pixel-perfect certainty. Marlowe still rails against arbitrary lines, but platforms adopt the tags, and prosecution of revenge porn deepfakes sees its first convictions. Loki's wager shows that insisting on perfect clarity can be the slyest way to preserve chaos. Our climb now reaches level 94, personal astonishment, where arguments lean on, I can't believe it, so it can't be true, replacing evidence with ego shock. An international conference on particle physics convenes in Geneva. During a plenary session, Dr. Maria Tsao unveils results from the Nova Collider, evidence of a tiny, unprecedented anomaly, a candidate for a fifth fundamental force. The hall buzzes until Emeritus Professor Harold Greaves steps to the podium. I've studied forces for 50 years, he declares. I simply cannot imagine a fifth one. Therefore, this result must be an error. Applause ripples from students eager to align with legend. Headlines the next day read, Veteran physicist dismisses new force. Few reporters mention the meticulous peer review packet Tsao distributed or that other labs are preparing replication runs. Greaves's personal incredulity temporarily eclipses empirical scrutiny. This is personal astonishment. The fallacy where disbelief, rooted in one's own intuition or experience, becomes an argument against a claim. I can't see how bumblebees fly, so aerodynamics must be wrong. It makes no sense that continents drift. Impossible. The speaker substitutes astonishment for analysis. Three currents feed the fallacy. First, cognitive horizon. Each mind carries its own map of possibility. Anything beyond feels absurd, yet the map isn't the territory. Second status, sway. When respected authorities voice disbelief, their surprise masquerades as disproof, pressuring others to conform. 3. Emotional shorthand. Surprise triggers skepticism faster than slow examination. The jolt feels like error detection even when data are solid. Countermeasures begin with curiosity rituals. When astonishment strikes, responders ask, what specific step clashes with known mechanisms? For Greaves, pinpointing which collider reading defies conservation laws would shift focus from feelings to physics. Next comes replication pursuit. Extraordinary claims invite independent tests. Astonishment alone cannot veto experimentation. Funding agencies can fast-track verification grants, ensuring skeptical energy fuels measurement, not dismissal. Finally, adopt humility checkpoints. Journals request that reviewers separate "I find this implausible" from "I detect a methodological flaw." Panels include specialists from adjacent fields, less anchored to prevailing doctrines, broadening imagination. Individuals can train mental reflexes, note the moment of shock, label it surprise, and schedule a deliberate evidence review. Keep a log of past disbeliefs overturned by later proof, continental drift, hand-washing preventing infection, quantum entanglement, to remind yourself astonishment is historically unreliable. Months after Geneva, 3 colliders confirmed Sau's anomaly at 5 sigma. Greaves issues a public statement. My surprise reflected limits of my experience, not the universe. The discovery reshapes particle models and becomes a textbook chapter, another entry in science's ledger of once unthinkable truths. Personal astonishment warns that the boundary of imagination is not the boundary of reality. Next, level 95, scare quotes, shows how putting terms in dubious little marks can delegitimize ideas without a shred of argument. City Hall hosts a packed hearing on smart traffic signals that adjust lights to relieve congestion. Urban planner Sonia Patel presents pilot data. Average commute times fell 12%, carbon output dropped 5 tons per day. Mid-presentation, lobbyist Derek Holt raises a placard reading, "Stop the smart surveillance grid." During public comment, he repeats the framing, claiming data-driven engineering is just code for corporate spying, that efficiency means gentrification, and that science backs neighborhood objections. Each critical term arrives wrapped in quotation marks, as though the words themselves can't be trusted. By session's end, council members sense the proposal reeks of hidden agendas. The pilot stalls despite favourable numbers. Holt's tactic illustrates the scare quotes fallacy, using quotation marks to cast doubt, sarcasm, or contempt on a concept without offering evidence. It's a rhetorical wink, placing ideas at arm's length so listeners suspect dishonesty or absurdity. Headlines call climate models predictions, vaccines, medicine, academic studies, research, implying they're not the real thing. Why do scare quotes corrode discourse? Semantic sabotage. Quotes erode legitimacy by hinting a term is propaganda or marketing spin rather than descriptive language. Cognitive shortcut. Readers needn't analyse. The punctuation signals which ideas deserve skepticism, much like a laugh track tells viewers when to chuckle. Viral simplicity. Typing 2 extra marks is effortless, yet the implied smear sticks longer than detailed rebuttals can counter. Neutralising the effect involves spotlighting the manoeuvre. Ask the speaker to clarify. You called the signals smart. Which capability do you dispute? Adaptive timing, sensor arrays, or predictive modelling. Forcing specificity replaces insinuation with analysable claims. Second, reinforce definitions before debate. Patel could open with, by smart, we mean systems using loop detectors and open-source algorithms audited annually. Grounded language gives scare quotes less room to haunt. Third, separate tone from data. Decision documents can strip sarcastic punctuation and evaluate underlying assertions. Do sensors store identifiable faces? How is data encrypted? Addressing substance renders scare quotes ornamental. Media outlets play a role by reserving quotation marks for actual quotations or contested technical terms, not sneer punctuation. Style guides already discourage air quotes in reporting. Extending that rigour to op-ed pages curbs casual delegitimization. Citizens can self-monitor. When encountering experts, studies, or facts in quotes, pause. Does the writer provide reasons to doubt or rely solely on raised eyebrows? Challenge yourself to read source material before absorbing the implied skepticism. Months after the stalled vote, a revised report audits privacy safeguards and clarifies that traffic sensors log no personal identifiers. Holt's slogans lose bite. The council approves an expanded trial. Commutes shorten, emissions drop, and scare quotes fade into silent punctuation marks. Next on the ladder is Level 96, Appeal to Loyalty, where allegiance tests replace reasoning and questioning the group becomes betrayal itself. Level equals 96. A whistleblower hotline lights up with reports that the Coast Guardies Foundation, an environmental non-profit, diverted donations into luxury retreats for its board. Volunteer Maria Chen, who has collected beach cleanup funds for years, brings spreadsheets to the foundation's annual staff meeting. Before she can present, Director Owen Hale steps forward. "Friends, outsiders are attacking us," he says, voice thick with emotion. "If you truly love our oceans and this family we've built, stand with us and ignore these rumours. Anyone siding with critics is handing victory to polluters." Heads turn toward Maria. Exposing misuse now feels like betrayal, so she pockets the evidence. The diversion continues for another fiscal year. Hale is using the appeal to loyalty, pressuring people to suppress doubts or evidence in order to prove allegiance to a group, leader, or cause. Instead of evaluating claims on merit, members face an identity test. Criticize, and you are disloyal. Comply, and you are a true believer. 3 dynamics lock this trap. Belonging ransom. Humans crave affiliation. The threat of exile or social freezing compels silence more powerfully than logical rebuttal. Moral fusion. The organization equates its goals with virtue itself, so questioning leaders feels like opposing goodness. Us versus them framing. By casting whistleblowers as allies of external enemies, leaders redirect anger outward and bond insiders through a siege mentality. Countermeasures require both structural and cultural safeguards. An anonymous reporting line bypasses in-group gatekeeping. Written codes should emphasize that genuine loyalty means protecting the mission, not shielding misconduct. Rotating leadership and independent audits dilute charisma's grip. Decision forums can use a loyalty flip. Ask how silence harms the group's stated purpose. If protecting oceans defines identity, exposing fund misuse advances rather than betrays that identity. Public pledges help. New members sign ethics statements affirming truth-telling over unconditional obedience. Individually, watch for rhetoric that ties truth to treachery. When someone says, "If you are really one of us, you'll drop this," pause and recall core values. Ask, "Do I serve the group or the group's mission?" Seek outside counsel. Objectivity often lives beyond the circle. Months later, a leaked audit reaches journalists. Donor backlash forces Hale's resignation. The foundation installs whistleblower protections and elects Maria to an oversight committee. Beach cleanups resume under transparent budgeting, leaving staff proud that real loyalty rescued rather than ruined their cause. Appeal to loyalty reminds us that allegiance without accountability divorces groups from their ideals. Level 97, appeal to spite, awaits where resentment powers reasoning and proposals are rejected just to punish rivals. 2 rival districts share the sprawling metropolis of Rivergate. Northside just unveiled plans for a light rail spur that would shave 20 minutes off commutes and cut emissions throughout the city. The proposal needs a joint funding vote from Southside's council. On the night of deliberation, Southside Representative Malik Warren bangs the lectern. "Why should we bankroll Northside's vanity train? Their delegates mocked our park budget last year. Let their traffic choke." Applause erupts. Social media threads swell with memes of stalled Northside cars. No one disputes the ridership forecasts, economic boost, or environmental gains. They reject the plan purely to spite historical snubs. Months later, both districts gridlock in rush hour smog, and small businesses lose weekend shoppers who would have ridden the train. This is the appeal to spite, rejecting or supporting a proposal not on its merits, but to punish, humiliate, or deprive an antagonist. Logic bends around resentment. Progress withers as retaliation masquerades as principle. 3 undercurrents feed spiteful reasoning, scorekeeping psychology, Groups tally slights like debts, eager to balance the ledger with equal pain, regardless of collateral damage. Emotional reward loop. Resentment releases a burst of satisfaction. Denying an opponent feels like victory, even when everyone, self included, loses tangible benefits. Tribal cheering section. Public arenas amplify spite. Allies clap, hashtags trend, and leaders fear appearing soft if they compromise. Diffusing spite means shifting perspective from rivalry to shared stakes. One technique is impact mirroring. Show each side a side-by-side spreadsheet of gains and losses labelled you and them. When both columns glow green, spite looks self-wounding. Another is mediated bargaining. Neutral facilitators separate opponents into caucuses, gather overlapping interests, then present a composite plan without name tags. Policies judged blind often pass where branded ones fail. Finally, adopt sunset trials. Approve the project for a provisional period, letting results, not pride, guide renewal. Institutions build immunities by embedding cross-district incentives. State grants arrive only when multiple councils cooperate, turning spite into a budgetary liability. Media can highlight opportunity costs rather than conflict theatre, publishing infographics of smog spikes and lost revenue tied to stalled projects. Individuals can practice spite checks. When a decision thrills you mainly because it sticks it to someone, ask, what concrete benefit do I sacrifice? Remember, time's a bridge mended old grudges. Most people value smoother traffic and cleaner air over moral vengeance once emotions cool. A year later, a severe heatwave pushes smog to emergency levels. Businesses sue both councils for lost income. Public outrage guts re-election bids across the aisle. A joint task force revives the light rail spur, this time marketed as Rivergate's Climate Lifeline, stripping away district branding. Construction begins, proving that spite delays but data endures. Appeal to spite shows revenge may taste sweet, yet starves the future. Onward to level 98. Analysis. Paralysis has taught us the cost of excessive caution. Next, we tackle empathy gap, where failing to imagine another state of mind warps predictions and policies alike. In an air-conditioned conference room above the city's shimmering skyline, executives from Polar Foods decide whether to cap prices on bottled water during heat waves. Chief strategist Lionel Grant waves a hand. A few extra degrees won't make people desperate. They can drink tap or wait till payday. Outside, asphalt radiates 51 degrees Celsius. Delivery drivers collapse from dehydration. Hospitals log a surge in kidney injuries, but Polar Foods holds prices firm. Social media storms erupt. Photos of pensioners choosing between water and bus fare. Grant is bewildered. He'd never felt such thirst and couldn't imagine its urgency, so he'd misread both demand and outrage. The miscalculation stems from the empathy gap, a cognitive bias where people in one emotional or physiological state struggle to predict decisions made in another state. Cool, hydrated leaders undervalued thirst. Calm policymakers often underestimate panic. Satiated dieters forget the bargaining power of hunger. Three forces widen the gap. State-dependent blindness. Our brain's world model hinges on current sensations. Comfort dulls memory of discomfort, leading decision-makers to deem urgency as optional drama. Projection shortcut. Absent visceral cues, we default to, they'll act like me, ignoring how stress hormones or pain reshape priorities. Social insulation. Power corridors buffer leaders from conditions their policies affect. Interviews occur in cooled offices while heat-exposed workers have no seat at the table. Bridging the divide starts with simulation drills. Emergency planners spend hours in sauna rooms before drafting heatwave protocols, grasping dehydration's speed. Clinics teach addiction counsellors to wear goggles that distort vision and gloves that mimic tremors, fostering accurate empathy. Next, embed voice of experience panels. Polar Foods could invite warehouse staff and street vendors to pricing meetings, their first-hand perspectives ground charts in bodily reality. Data layering helps too. Pairing profit graphs with hospital admission curves turns abstract curves into human stakes. Finally, use state contrast forecasting. Decision memos include cold state and hot state predictions, what customers say now versus what they'll do when heat indices exceed 40. Revising plans through both lenses reduces surprise. After public outcry, regulators fine Polar Foods and impose emergency price caps. The company's share value dips. Lionel Grant is tasked with reform. He spends a day with a delivery crew loading crates under brutal heat. Back at headquarters, he greenlights hydration stations, moderates markups during weather alerts, and installs field feedback dashboards. Revenue rebounds as community trust mends. The empathy gap reminds us that failure to feel others' states can warp forecasts and ethics alike. Level 99, anchoring bias, awaits, where the first number heard can drag judgments far off course even when better data arrives. A regional hospital network is negotiating the price for a new MRI scanner. The vendor's rep opens with a glossy brochure and a casual remark. List price is $2.3 million, but we're flexible. The procurement team gasps, higher than any scanner they've bought. Hours of haggling follow. Discounts, trade-ins, service bundles. They finally shake hands at $1.8 million, pleased they saved $500,000. No one notices a rival manufacturer quoting $1.2 million for a model with equal resolution and warranty. That original sticker, 2.3, stuck like a barbed hook, dragging every subsequent figure upward. Welcome to anchoring bias, the cognitive tether that latches judgment to the first number, word or idea that surfaces, even if it's arbitrary. Whether buying laptops, estimating flood risks, or sentencing defendants, anchors distort perception of what counts as reasonable. Three currents pull the anchor tight. Primacy imprint. The initial value becomes mental reference 0. Adjustments start there, but seldom drift far. Insufficient drift. People move in small increments, underestimating how far reality might lie from the anchor. Selective recall. Once anchored, we notice data confirming proximity and overlook distant counterexamples. Tools for cutting the chain begin with deliberate counter-anchors. Before negotiations, the hospital could survey market averages to plant its own reference points, walking in thinking 1.2 to 1.4 instead of reacting to a rep's list price. Blind bidding works too. Procurement teams table their target figure before hearing offers, preventing upward creep. Next, widen adjustment ranges. Ask, if this number vanished, where would we start? Or run quartile analysis. Picture best, median and worst case costs to force movement across the distribution, not a narrow slice around the anchor. Finally, adopt outside view audits. An independent consultant examines comparable sales across 10 regions. If the agreed price exceeds the 75th percentile, negotiations reopen automatically. Court guidelines similarly use sentencing grids based on statewide medians rather than prosecutor requests. Individual habits help. When a charity says, most people donate $50, pause and set your gift according to personal budget or impact metrics. When a menu lists a $90 steak, scan entire entree prices before deciding what normal means. Back at the hospital, a finance intern later compares invoices nationwide and flags the overpay. Leadership, stung, revises policy. Market research precedes vendor meetings. Opening pitches are heard only after internal price bands lock. The next scanner deal closes at 1.3 million, savings funding 2 ICU beds. Anchoring bias teaches that first impressions grip like gravity. Only conscious recalibration frees decision-making. Our final ascent, level 100, paradox of infinite rebuttal, awaits, where bad faith debate spawns endless counter-counters, trapping reason in an eternal loop. Late into a live stream, philosopher Jules Navarro hosts an open debate on whether autonomous drones should hold lethal authority. Opponent Ryder Kane fires the first salvo. Show me a single proof they can't be hacked. Jules cites 3 peer-reviewed penetration tests. Ryder replies, those labs might be biased. Produce 5 more. Jules links additional studies. Ryder shifts. Okay, but what if an alien algorithm slips through future firewalls? Disprove that. Viewers post snake-eating its tail memes as Jules scrambles for hypothetical refutations. Each answer births a broader, wilder challenge: cosmic rays flipping bits, parallel universe malware, deity-level saboteurs. The discussion stretches past midnight. No conclusion emerges, only endless rings in the argumentative tree. Here spirals the paradox of infinite rebuttal, an adversarial strategy where each response triggers a demand for grander proof, pushing the goalposts toward boundless conjecture. Truth becomes a mirage that retreats with every step. Exhaustion masquerades as uncertainty. 3 gears spin the paradox. Escalating scope. Objections leap from practical to cosmic, always outrunning available evidence. Asymmetrical labour. A minute to pose a speculative threat, an hour to craft a data-driven rebuttal. Audience fatigue. Bystanders equate unending back and forth with unresolved merit, mistaking persistence for parity. Escaping the loop requires structural boundaries. First, establish answer horizons. A debate charter states that once a claim is addressed with peer-reviewed data or replicated tests, new objections must show plausible probability or novel evidence, not just imagination. Second, adopt burden rotation. After 3 answered challenges, the skeptic must present a concrete scenario with citations, shifting workload back. Third, employ decision checkpoints. Moderators summarize settled points at intervals, locking in consensus before moving on. Scientific communities use similar breaks. Research roadmaps set thresholds. If an exploit's probability drops below 1 in 10 billion after successive safeguards, focus reallocates. Courts apply relevance filters. Speculative what-ifs without material basis are ruled inadmissible. Risk management teams cap mitigation layers once residual danger matches industry benchmarks. For individuals, watch your cognitive fuel gauge. When debate slides into infinite conjecture, ask, does this latest scenario have measurable likelihood? If not, reserve energy for tractable problems. Keep a skeptic's notebook. If an argument circles back to previously answered nodes, note the recursion and step out. Days after the marathon stream, Jules posts a synthesis. Hacking risk reduced to negligible odds under current protocols, ethical concerns shifted to oversight transparency. Most viewers welcome closure. Ryder launches another thread demanding proof against time-travelling saboteurs. Fewer bite. The audience has learned to spot the loop. The paradox of infinite rebuttal reminds us that endless doubt isn't depth, it's drift. Inquiry thrives on boundaries, where answers accumulate instead of evaporate. Our ascent from level 1 to 100 ends here. A full atlas of logical pitfalls to navigate thoughtfully, whether awake or drifting into absolute sleep.